and welcome to our UI UX full course by Simplilearn. This Simplilearn course will guide you from beginner to expert level, teaching you how to design beautiful and user-friendly interfaces. UI is all about the look, color, fonts, and layouts, and UX focuses on making sure users can navigate the product smoothly. Together, they make apps and websites enjoyable and easy to use. With a growing demand for UI UX designers in industries like tech, finance, and healthcare, now is the perfect time to start learning. In India, salary ranges from 8 lakh to 20 lakh per annum, and in the US, they go over around $100,000. You'll also learn essential and follow structured path, explore AI design tools, and get hands-on with Figma to create wireframe, mock-up, animations, and many more. This practical course will set you for successful career in UI UX design. So let's dive.
Hi everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. In this session, we will be learning user interface and user experience designs. Now, before we begin, I would like to tell you guys that we have daily updates on multiple technologies. So, if you're a tech geek in a continuous hunt for latest technological trends, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and don't forget to hit that bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. So without further ado, let's get started with today's session on user interface and user experience. So the user interface or user experience design, or also known as UI UX, is the process of creating digital products with a user-first approach. The goal of UI UX design is to provide a product that is both aesthetic and extremely pleasurable to use. It is a common idea that UI and UX are essentially the same thing and belong to the same discipline, but that is not totally accurate. They are separate fields that concentrate on different aspects of the user interaction with a digital product. However, they are closely related and overlap in so many ways that they are largely merged into one profession. So, to start off with, let's have a quick look at the agenda for today's session. We will start off by understanding what is UI UX. We will move on to what skills do UI UX designers need and what are their tasks. Next, we will see the difference between UI and UX, then what are the research techniques in UI UX and how they work together, and what are the disadvantages of combining them both. So I hope I made myself clear with the agenda. Now, what is user experience and user interface is our first topic. Let's get going. So, how a person will engage with a product, understanding your user's complete journey and translating it into a product. The interaction of human user with daily products and services is the subject of UX design. It includes user engagement. User engagement would come up if you were to summarize the aim of your user experience efforts. They maintain a connection with their user interests, motivations, and ambitions through engagement. Next, objectives. Objectives, as in the industry, UX design seeks to increase consumer satisfaction and loyalty through the usability, simplicity of use, and enjoyment provided in the engagement with a product. UX refers to the complete user experience that customers receive with a product. By evaluating products' usability, we can tell whether consumers can execute tasks successfully and quickly. Good usability is the basics for a successful user experience, and it is frequently confused by user experience and the simplicity of use. A part of user experience, UX design, is usability. Usability is the second level of user experience. Therefore, you must address your product's usability once you've established that it can resolve users' problems. The degree to which a designer's features fit users' demands and situations determines how usable the design is. And usability involves navigation, the discipline of creating, analyzing, and implementing ways for users to navigate through a website or app. Familiarity. Next is consistency. A usable and user-friendly design always provides a consistent experience. Followed by that, we have error prevention, alerting a user when they are making an error with the intention to make it easy for them to do whatever it is they are doing without a mistake. Next, we have feedback. Feedback is used to engage and explain and can improve the user satisfaction. Followed by that, we have visual clarity. Visual clarity is the measure of how effectively visual design prioritizes and conveys information. Lastly, we have flexibility. It is about knowing your customers and giving flexibility for different customer intents. And now that we have brief understanding of what UX is, let us understand what is UI. UI, or user interface. The point of human contact and interaction on a device is called user interface. This can include desktop displays, keyboards, mice, and other pointing devices. It also refers to the manner in which a user engages with a website or application. In other words, they design the user interface of a website or app. After knowing what is user interface, we will see the different types of user interface. First, we have command line interface, or CLI. CLI enables users to input commands into a terminal or dashboard window in order to communicate with a piece of software. And it is a platform or channel where users respond to a visible prompt by typing a command and receiving the system's response. Next, we have GUI, or graphical user interface. Graphical user interface enables people to engage with just an operating system using graphics. In the graphical user interface, there are menus like windows, scroll bars, buttons, wizards, painting pictures, alternative icons, and much more. It is simple to understand and natural. The user is shown or given information in any format, including plain text, videos, photos, etc. Followed by that, we have touch graphical user interface. A touch graphical user interface can be used with either the user's fingerprints or a stylus to control graphics. This can be done on a desktop computer, laptop, or a portable device like mobile phone. Touchscreen graphical user interfaces are increasingly used in hospital situations and provide both patients and healthcare workers with a number of advantages. There are a lot of skills required for both UI and UX. Let's have a look at those skills. Skills UX designers need due to the nature of their work. UX designers require a technological skill set such as design or development with programs like Sketch, Cause by Defect, and Adobe XD. Successful UX designers have had the following soft talents or abilities. Let's discuss the different skills for UX designers. In addition to hard capabilities are research, problem solving, and communication. Research. Research is a fundamental skill. Designers must derive useful insights from the data they gather, both in early stages and during the real-world testing. Next, we have problem solving. In a process called dynamic, UX designers look at a variety of methods to solve a single user problem. They not only fix difficulties during prototypes, but they also continuously develop and improve goods or services to make them more user-friendly. Finally, we have communication. Because UX design is indeed a highly collaborative process, communication is essential. This includes being able to effectively communicate within the team and to customers about the user's needs and requirements when using the product. Now, let's discuss about the skills that UI designers need. To work as a UI designer, they must need some hard skills. UI designers must keep up with current trends, methods, and technologies to grow. They must be familiar with design aesthetics, user interfaces, and brand design, layouts, and other aspects of graphic design. They must also know how to use graphic design and wireframing software. There are some of the following skills required to become a UI designer. Creativity. The only way UI designers can effectively fix problems is by coming up with novel ideas. Since imagination is a part of creativity, businesses seek out creative individuals. Teamwork and communication. The user interface designer must work well with others. They collaborate closely with product architects and web developers. So, clear communication is essential for a successful end product. Adaptability. Technology evolves at a rapid pace. To consistently develop their products and services, good UI design embraces changes and keeps on top of the industry trends. After knowing the skills required for UX and UI designers, we will look into their different tasks. UX designers. UX designers start by researching. In-person interviews are frequently the first step in user research. These conversations allow them to have a better understanding of the user's motives and problems. User tests are also conducted by the designer to observe the user activity. They improve and deliver the greatest possible user experience by detecting both verbal and non-verbal stumbling obstacles. Such tasks done by UX designers are user understanding, analyze interaction, and wireframing or prototyping. So the first one is user understanding. The depth research is typically the first step in UX design with the aim of understanding the audience, their needs, and wants. A key competency for UX designers is empathy. It aids UX designers in comprehending and revealing the hidden wants and reactions of the target audience. Next, they analyze interaction. Designers of user experience examine how users interact with things, including their routines, preferences, and shortcuts. Better design solutions are proposed during all the available insights. And the last one is prototyping. A prototype is a model or a trial version that UX teams use for testing before launching. It seeks to test and validate ideas before sharing concepts with stakeholders and ultimately handing off the final versions to design engineers for the development process. UX designers are always active in how a product is put together. To make sure the design is going in a proper direction, they communicate with each team member. Now, after knowing tasks done by UX designers, we will look into UI designer task. UI designers. The web designer is in charge of creating how the product is set out graphically once the UX team has completed their process and handled over a wireframe. They must, of course, design from the user's perspective. This includes understanding interface design and implementing basic design principles. It also entails selecting fonts, menu designs, buttons, icons, and other elements with care to both express the brand and satisfy the user. There are several tasks done by UI designers, and the first one is testing. In general, UI testing, sometimes referred to as testing, is a process designed to test the features of any product that the user will interact with. Typically, this involves doing tests on the visual components to ensure that they are performing and functionally in accordance with the specifications. Communication. Typically, the technical team, UX designers, and UI designers collaborate closely. Communicational abilities are needed to grasp technical viability. Wireframing. One of the most important processes in UI UX design is wireframing. This involves modeling the framework of digital applications. A wireframe is a product outline that shows what software components will be present in important pages. It is an essential step in process of design interactions. Now, we will see the difference between UI UX. Two of the terms used in web and application design that get mixed up and confused most are UX design and UI design, and that makes sense. On the surface, they appear to be describing the same thing because they are frequently combined in phase UI UX design. But don't worry, we will try to understand the basic differences between UI and UX. User experience relates to the user's experience of the product or service, whereas UI refers to the visual components through which humans connect with a product. Therefore, UX focuses on visual interface elements like fonts, colors, menu bars, and much more, whereas UI focuses on user and their experience with the product. After knowing the difference of UX, UI, we will see the research techniques in both UI, UX. The practice of gathering information from actual users in understanding their demands and trouble areas is known as user research. There are the following UX research techniques. User persona. A user persona is a fictionized picture of average user. The objective of this is to assist UX designers to develop solutions with particular target user in mind as opposed to a general one. User interviews. User interviews are a great method to get user data, learn why users encounter certain issue, and determine whether your design fulfills their needs. Next, surveys. A specific group of users is sent a set of questions by designers as a part of UX research survey to learn more about their attitude and preferences. Now, we will see the research techniques of UI designers. Research ensures that user wants and expectations are taken into consideration while designing user interfaces, which is typically the very first stage in the process. After the user experience has been established, the UI design process begins. The best color schemes, patterns, and other visual components must be determined by UI designers. This makes it possible for the UI designers to get ideas and ensure that the design components they select are in line with users' choices and needs. Now we will see how they work together. While UI and UX design involve quite distinct technical skills, they are both majorly elements that must work together to provide the optimal user experience. Without a proper UX design, a beautiful UI design might become clumsy and complicated to navigate. Understanding the user's demands should be the first step in any front-end design and development process. Now, after this, we will see the disadvantages of combining them both. It's almost like wearing two hats at once when you have a combined UI UX function. UI and UX designers have diverse skill sets, even though most firms advertise a UX UI function as a single unified role. Its main focus, way of looking at things, and approach to prototyping a product are very different. It might be difficult and reduce the amount of focus needed for each discipline in a mixed UI UX role to constantly transition between ideas and representations.
Imagine you are designing a digital product like a website or an app. What's your ultimate goal? It's not just about functionality, right? It's about crafting an experience that feels seamless, intuitive, and enjoyable for the user. So let me show you something. Here's an example of a good design that follows key UI principles. It's clean, organized, and easy to navigate. Now compare it to this bad design. Cluttered, overwhelming, and frustrating to use. The difference is crystal clear, right? So this is where UI design principles come in. They are simply a roadmap to help designers like you design interfaces that are both user-friendly and enjoyable. So welcome to another informative video from Simplilearn, where today we will talk about these UI design principles, why following these principles are important, the 7 key principles to focus on, and a few tips that will help you create better UI designs. So great UI design is more than just pretty visuals. It's about making your product functional, enjoyable, and easy for everyone to use. And here's why following these principles matters. Number 1, enhances usability. Think of UI design as giving someone directions. So instead of handing them a map and expecting them to figure it out, you point to clear signs they can follow step by step. And this is what good UI does. It provides clarity and simplicity, guiding users toward their goals with ease. Number 2, improves decision making. So when your design is clear and consistent, users can navigate more confidently. For designers, having a structured framework makes it easier to anticipate user needs and make informed choices. Next is it increases efficiency. So Figma's research shows that teams using design systems complete tasks 34% faster than those who don't. So starting with clear UI principles helps designers and developers streamline workflows, and then it reduces cognitive load. So good design minimizes the mental effort needed to complete tasks. For users, that means fewer frustrations and a more enjoyable experience. So the first one is hierarchy, which guides the user's attention. So hierarchy is all about directing users to the most important elements first. So you can think of it like writing a headline in a newspaper. It grabs attention before you dive into details. So in UI design, you can use size, contrast, and spacing to create a clear structure. So let's start with font size and weight. So as you can see, large bold fonts immediately draw the eye to headlines or key actions. So for example, in an e-commerce app, the product name is bold and the price is slightly smaller. And then comes contrast. So make sure that you use colors to make key elements stand out. For example, a bright Buy Now button against a neutral background will naturally grab attention. And then you have spacing, which means group related content together and leave enough space between unrelated items to create clarity. So as you can see in this example, the company name or the logo is bold and prominent because that is what they want their users to see first, which is followed by the subtitles or sections. So the use of visual cues ensures users can skim and find what they need without effort. So ask yourself, what's the first thing I want my user to notice, and design around that. Now the second one is progressive disclosure, which is to simplify complex processes. So progressive disclosure is like peeling an onion. You reveal one layer at a time to avoid overwhelming users. So instead of showing everything at once, present only what's necessary for the current step. So for example, when onboarding users to a productivity app, you might start by asking for their name and email. And in the next step, you gather additional details like preferences and settings. So this makes the process feel less daunting. So to make progressive disclosure effective, number one is to provide a progress indicator. So it can either be, as you can see in this example, a progress bar, or also you can give steps like step 1, step 2 or step 3 so users know where they are. Also you can avoid unnecessary steps, so keep the flow as short as possible. And test your multi-step flows to ensure users don't drop off halfway through. Now number 3, we have consistency, which is to build trust through predictability. So consistency creates familiarity and trust. So when users know how a button, menu or navigation bar will behave, they can focus on their tasks instead of figuring out the interface. So for example, in e-commerce platforms, the Add to Cart button is consistently placed near the product description across all product pages. So this uniform placement ensures users can quickly add items to their cart without searching for the button, streamlining their shopping experience. So now consistency applies to colors. Use the same color for similar actions, like green for submit and red for cancel. Then comes typography. Keep the font styles uniform for headings, body texts, and labels. And also interaction patterns. So ensure the drop-down sliders and the buttons that you use behave the same way throughout the design. So create a style guide or design system to enforce consistency across your project. Now the fourth one is contrast, which means highlight what's important. So contrast helps users distinguish between primary and secondary actions. It's not just about colors, it's about making sure the most critical elements stand out. So for example, a red delete button on a plain background immediately grabs attention, signaling the seriousness of the action. Now on the other hand, secondary options like cancel might appear in gray to show they are less critical. So use contrast for text readability, like black text on a white background or high contrast color combinations for buttons. Also test your designs with a contrast checker to ensure that they meet accessibility standards. So be intentional with contrast. Overusing it can also create visual clutter. Now next we have accessibility, which means design for everyone. So accessibility ensures your interfaces works for everyone, including people with disabilities. So this is not just a moral responsibility, but also makes your product more user-friendly. So some of the key accessibility practices are, number one, high contrast colors. So make sure the text and backgrounds have enough contrast for readability. Next is adding alt text for images, which means describe images for screen readers so even visually impaired users can understand them. And next is assistive technology compatibility. So test with screen readers to confirm functionality. So for example, Netflix subtitles and audio descriptions allow viewers with hearing or vision impairments to enjoy content seamlessly. Now, number 6, we have proximity, which means grouping related items together. So proximity is about placing related elements close together, so users perceive them as connected. So this creates a logical and intuitive layout. So for example, in an audio player, buttons like play, pause, and volume are grouped together because they are all related to playback controls. However, the exit or the close button is placed separately to prevent accidental clicks. So this is how you can use proximity effectively. Number 1, place labels next to the form fields they describe. Number 2, group related items with proper spacing to show connections, and then separate unrelated elements to reduce visual clutter. So white spaces, as you can see, isn't wasted space. It helps users focus and navigate easily. And finally, the 7th one is alignment, which creates order and balance. So alignment ensures your design feels clean and professional. It's like arranging books neatly on a shelf. It creates order and predictability, making it easier for users to navigate. For example, e-commerce product pages align images, product titles, and prices in a consistent grid layout. This structure helps users compare products quickly. So some of the best practices for alignment are: number one, use a grid system to structure your layout. Number two, align texts, images, and buttons along consistent margins. And also avoid random placement. It disrupts the visual flow. So even small misalignments can make a design look unpolished. So double check your spacing and placement. So these were the 7 UI design principles to keep in mind while designing. So now let's see some tips for an effective UI UX design. Number one is apply perspective. So guide users through a logical sequence of actions as told earlier. For example, lead them from browsing a product to adding it to the cart and completing the checkout. Number two, keep it effortless. Make the interface intuitive with clear navigation and minimal cognitive load. And then use shortcuts. Speed up common tasks with quick access buttons or keyboard shortcuts. And finally, test. Observe how real users interact with your design to catch and fix issues earlier. So that's a wrap on the principles of UI design. Remember, great design isn't about being flashy, it's about being functional, accessible, and intuitive. So apply these principles, test your ideas, and keep refining your skills. So what exactly is a portfolio in the context of UI UX design? A portfolio is essentially your showcase. It's your opportunity to display the breadth and depth of your skills and creativity to potential clients or employers. Unlike many other professions, where your resume does most of the talking, in UI UX design, your portfolio is the main thing that will make or break your chances of landing that job or project. It's a visual resume, but with storytelling. Through your portfolio, you demonstrate your problem-solving abilities, design process, and how you approach real-world challenges. Think of it as a narrative. You're not just showing pretty screens, you're showing how you arrived at a solution, what the problem was, and how your design impacts the user experience. So in short, a great UI UX portfolio not only highlights your skills, but also communicates your thought process and the value you bring to the table. Now that we know what a portfolio is, let's talk about what should go in it. So the content of your portfolio should be carefully curated to highlight your best works and demonstrate versatility. So here's a checklist of key elements. Number one, case studies. Now, these are the heart of your portfolio. You need at least 3 to 5 solid case studies. Each should tell the full story, from problem to solution, starting with the research phase, wireframing, prototyping, and final visual designs. Next comes process documentation. So don't just show the end product. People want to see how you got in there. So include sketches, wireframes, iterations, and feedback loops. So explain your thought process and design decisions along the way. Now comes user research. Show that you understand the users you're designing for. Include personas, user flows, journey maps, and insights you gathered during the research phase. Next comes visual design. The aesthetic part of your work should reflect your UI skills. Highlight your use of typography, color schemes, and UI elements like buttons, icons, etc. And then prototyping and testing. Include any user testing you did, along with the results and how you implemented changes based on feedback. And then about section. So don't forget to introduce yourself. This section should explain your background, what got you into design, your approach to UI UX, and what kind of projects you enjoy. Ultimately, you want to showcase your ability to solve real-world problems through design while also showing your creativity. Now, I hear this question all the time, like how do I make a portfolio if I don't have any experience? So here you have the good news. It's completely possible to build an impressive portfolio even if you're starting from scratch. So next, here are a few strategies to help them. Number one is personal projects. So you can create your own hypothetical projects. It could be redesigning an existing app or website, solving a problem you have noticed in your daily life, or even creating a product from scratch based on a concept. So these projects still showcase your abilities. Next comes volunteer work or freelancing. So you can offer your skills to non-profits, small businesses, or startups that may not have a big budget for design. So it's a win-win situation, like you get experience and they get much needed help. Next comes design challenges. So you can participate in UI UX design challenges on platforms like Behance or Dribble. You can also find daily or weekly challenges that push you to design under different constraints. So these can go straight into your portfolio. Next are case studies from mock projects. So even if the project isn't real, you can still approach it like a real world case study. So outline the problem, research, and demonstrate your design process and final solution. So remember, the key is to show your thinking process and problem solving skills, not necessarily who you have worked for. Alright, so once you have gathered your projects, the next question is, how do I organize them? So there are a few golden rules for formatting. Alright, so once you have gathered your projects, the next question is, how do I organize them? So there are a few golden rules for formatting. Number 1, keep it simple and clean. Don't overwhelm visitors with too many visuals or texts. The focus should be on your work. Use a minimal design so your projects stand out. Next comes storytelling. Structure each case study like a story. Introduce the project, the problem, your role, your process, and finally the solution. So provide enough context so that someone with no background in design can understand your thinking. Number 3 is responsive design. Make sure your portfolio looks good on both desktop and mobile. You're a UI UX designer, so this is a must. It shows you understand the importance of good user experience. Number 4 comes interactive prototypes. So if possible, include interactive prototypes. So tools like Figma or InVision allow you to embed live prototypes that can be clicked through, giving a more immersive experience for the viewer. And then comes ease of navigation. So organize your content so that it's easy to find. Use categories like UI design, UX case studies, or mobile projects if you have multiple skill sets. So now let's quickly talk about some common mistakes to avoid. Number 1, too much focus on visuals. So remember, UX is just as important as UI. So don't make your portfolio all about flashy interfaces. Show that you understand the user experience side as well. Then comes not explaining your process. Now, employers don't just want to see the final result. They want to know how you got there. So beautiful design without context might not be enough. Number 3 is overloading with projects. So quality is over quantity. It's better to have 3 strong projects with deep insights than 10 surface level ones. Then comes ignoring feedback and iterations. So design is a collaborative process. Show that you can take feedback and refine your work. Do not skip this part. Then finally comes unpolished visual design. So if you're applying for UI UX roles, your portfolio itself needs to have a great visual design. So make sure it's polished, easy to navigate, and a pleasure to use. So finally, having known all this, let's talk about where to build and host your portfolio. Luckily, there are some fantastic platforms that makes this process super easy. So number 1 is Behance, perfect for UI UX designers. So Behance is a popular platform that allows you to create beautiful project presentations, interact with the design community, and showcase your work to potential employers. Next is Dribbble, known for its creative community. Dribbble is ideal if you want to showcase short snapshots of your work, particularly UI design. It's more visual, but still a good place to start. Next is WordPress or Webflow. So if you want a custom website, WordPress with a design theme or Webflow can give you full control. Webflow in particular is a favorite among designers because it combines web design and development tools, making it easier to build beautiful responsive portfolios. Next comes Adobe Portfolio. If you're already an Adobe Creative Cloud subscriber, you can use Adobe Portfolio to build a website easily. It's simple but integrates well with other tools. And finally, we have Carbon Made. It's a user-friendly platform designed specifically for portfolios. It has beautiful templates and is great if you're looking for an easy setup with little to no coding involved. So you can pick a platform that best fits your needs and make sure it's easy to update over time. So now that you got a clear idea on how to create a portfolio, let's see a portfolio from Behance. So this is a well-made portfolio. So as you can see, first they have mentioned the objective, scope, and design approach, followed by a detailed client profile. After which they have given a detailed timeline explaining the process they went through, which includes planning, research, wireframe, and visual design, and the tools they have used for the same. After which they have portrayed the color palette and the text styles used. Then they have given the dashboard wireframe, and then the login page, the UI design, and different pages in the website, thus making it a complete and well-made portfolio. So before you start with making your portfolio, make sure you refer to many other portfolios to get more ideas. And that was it. Those are the tips on how to create a stunning UI UX design portfolio even if you don't have a ton of experience. So remember, your portfolio is a living document. Keep it updated, refine it, and let it grow as you grow as a designer. Today, I will be talking about the laws of UI UX design, the secret sauce behind great user experiences. These aren't just random rules. They are practical, proven principles that can make your designs intuitive and user-friendly. So in this video, I will explain the 12 most important laws of UI UX design. We will also see a few examples of each for a better understanding. So let's dive in. So let's start with aesthetic usability effect. It states that people believe that beautiful designs work better, even if they don't. So think about how you feel when you see a beautifully designed app or website. You naturally assume it's of high quality and easy to use, right? That's this law in action. A good-looking design creates trust and positive feelings, even if there are minor flaws. So it's like meeting someone well-dressed. They just seem more reliable. Some of the examples are Apple products. Their sleek designs make people feel like they are using the best technology out there, even if there are bugs or glitches sometimes. Also, Airbnb's website. The clean design and high-quality images make you feel confident about booking a stay, even if you haven't used the platform before. Now, number 2, we have the Doherty threshold. So users stay engaged when systems respond faster than they can think. Nobody likes to wait, whether it's for a page to load or a button to respond. Delays can frustrate users. So if your app or website keeps up with the user's pace, they will stay focused and enjoy the experience more. Examples are Instagram. So as you scroll, new posts load instantly, so you never feel interrupted. Also Google search. The moment you hit search, the results are there, fast and seamless, keeping you engaged. Now next we have the fifth law. It defines that bigger and closer buttons are easier to click or tap. So imagine trying to hit a tiny button in the corner of your screen. It's annoying, right? Now think about how easy it is to tap a large, well-placed button. That's fifth law. When interactive elements are big and close, they're easier and faster to use. Some of the examples are Amazon's Buy Now button. It's big, bold, and right where you can see it, so you can make a purchase without effort. And MacDoc, when you hover over an icon, it enlarges, making it easier to click the one you want. Now, number 4, we have the Hicks law, which means more choices is equal to more time to decide. So ever looked at a long restaurant menu and felt overwhelmed? That's Hicks law in action. When users are bombarded with too many options, they take longer to decide, or worse, give up. So keeping things simple helps users focus and act quickly. Some of the examples are Netflix categories. So instead of showing you everything, Netflix organizes content into easy-to-browse sections like topics and trending now. And then you have Spotify playlists. They suggest a handful of curated playlists instead of showing every single song, making your choice easier. Now, number 5 is the Jacobs law, which states that users expect designs to work the same way as other familiar designs. So people like things to feel familiar. If your design doesn't match what they are used to, they'll feel lost and confused. So think of it like driving. If someone moved the pedal brake, it would be a chaos, right? So some of the examples are the e-commerce sites. So the cart is always in the top right corner. So moving it somewhere else would confuse shoppers. And then you have social media platforms. Features like likes and comments work the same on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, so users instantly know what to do. Next comes law of common region. It states that group related items together to show they are connected. So imagine a grocery store where all the fruits are in one section and all the snacks in another section. That's how this law works. By visually grouping similar items, you can make it easier for users to understand the relationships between them. Some of the examples are the Google search results. So they use cards to group ads, featured snippets, and organic results, so it's clear what belongs together. And then you have forms. So grouping name, email, and phone fields help users know they are part of the same section. Next comes Miller's law. People can only hold about 7 items in their memory at a time. So our brains can only handle so much information at once. If you overload users with too many things, they'll forget or get confused. And the trick? Break things into smaller chunks to make them easier to process. Some of the examples are Spotify navigation. So instead of showing all the features, Spotify's navigation bar focuses on just a few key options like home and search. And then you have multi-step forms. So websites like LinkedIn break down job applications into smaller steps, making the process less intimidating. Now next is Occam's razor. It states that the simplest solution is usually the best solution. So more doesn't always mean better. A clean, simple design is often more effective than one with too many bells and whistles. So if an element doesn't serve a purpose, it's better to remove it. For example, Google homepage. It's just a logo, a search bar, and two buttons, simple and effective. Now on number 9, we have Pareto principle, which is also known as 80-20 rule. It states that 80% of the results come from 20% of the effort. So focus on the features that matter the most. So instead of trying to perfect everything, identify the few elements that have the bigger impact and prioritize them. For example, Instagram. So posting photos and stories drives most of the engagement. So these features are the app's main focus. And then you have Amazon. The buy now button and search bar are front and center because they are the most used features. Next, we have the serial position effect. It states that people remember the first and the last items better than the middle ones. So if you want users to remember something, put it at the beginning or at the end. The stuff in the middle is more likely to get overlooked. For example, the Amazon deals. They highlight the best deals at the top and the bottom of the homepage to grab your attention. Also, presentations. Ever noticed how the intro and conclusion are often the most memorable parts of any presentations? Now, in number 11, we have the Tesla's law, or the law of conservation of complexity. It states that some complexity is unavoidable, so manage it wisely. So you can't simplify everything. Some processes are just naturally complex, but your job as a designer is to make them as easy as possible for users. For example, Photoshop toolbar. It's complex because it has to be, but Adobe organizes tools into categories to make them manageable. Also, tax filing apps. Filing taxes is inherently complicated, but apps like TurboTax simplify the process with step-by-step guidance, and then there are some apps that provide autofill options too. And finally, we have the von Restov effect. It states that things that stand out are easier to remember. So if something looks different, it grabs attention and sticks in your mind. So use this to highlight important elements like call to action buttons or special offers. For example, Spotify's sign up button. The bright green button stands out against the dark interface, making it unmissable. Also, the sales tags. Stores use red tags for discounts because they immediately catch your eye. So that was it, guys. That's a wrap to our video. These laws of UI UX design are your toolkit for creating designs that are not only beautiful but also intuitive and effective.
With a projected growth rate of 13% from 2020 to 2030, the demand for UI UX designers is booming, offering a large ocean of possibilities. The field of UI UX is not just about creating visually stunning interfaces, it's about shaping the future of how users interact with the technology. So in this video, we are diving into the world of UI UX design. We'll start by answering the question, who is a UI UX designer? Then we will delve into the nitty-gritty of salaries for UI UX designer and what factors influence those numbers. Next up, we will talk about the essential tools you will need as an aspiring UI UX designer. We'll focus on mastering a key tool, Figma, and before why it's must-have for your toolkit. Then, we will discuss the skills required to become a successful UI UX designer. From creativity to problem solving, we will cover it all. After that, we will break down the responsibilities of a UI UX designer. You'll get a clear understanding of what it takes to excel in this role. Finally, we will outline steps you need to take to become a UI UX designer. Whether you're just starting out or looking to level up your skills, we have got you covered. If these are the type of videos you would like to watch, then hit the like and subscribe buttons and press the bell icon to get notified.
Who is a UI UX designer? A UX designer is a professional responsible for creating the look, feel, and usability of digital products, such as websites, mobile apps, and software interfaces. The UI user interface aspect focuses on designing visually appealing layouts, buttons, icons, and other elements that users interact with. It involves selecting colors, fonts, and images to create an attractive and cohesive design that aligns with the brand identity and enhances user experience. On the other hand, the UX user experience aspect involves understanding the needs and behaviors of users to ensure that the digital product is intuitive, easy to navigate, and provides a satisfying experience. This includes conducting research, creating user personas, and designing wireframes and prototypes to test and refine the user journey. Overall, a UX designer combines creativity with analytical thinking to design interfaces that not only look good, but also function effectively and meet the needs of the target audience. Now let's have a look at how much a UX designer earns. Alright, let's break down the salary dynamics of a UX designer. First off, experience is key. Entry-level folks usually start with a modest salary, while mid-level designers get a bump and senior or lead designers rake in the most cash. Location matters too. Big tech hubs like Bangalore or San Francisco often dish out higher pay compared to smaller towns. Then there's the industry factor. Tech companies tend to pay more than traditional ones. Company size also plays a part. Big, established firms usually have deeper pockets for design talent than small startups. In India, the average annual salary for a UX designer is around rupee 624,000, with additional cash benefits averaging rupee 84,000. In the US, a user experience designer pulls in an average of $126,665 per year. So, if you're eyeing a career in UX design, consider these factors when gauging your earning potential. Alright, so this was about the salary structure. Now coming to essential tools needed for aspiring UX designers. Beginner UX designers can use different tools to start their design journey. Figma, highly recommended for its collaborative features, enabling multiple team members to work on projects simultaneously and providing real-time feedback. Next is, just in mind, ideal for prototyping interactive designs, allowing designers to create realistic simulations of web and mobile applications. Third is Balsamic, excellent for creating wireframes quickly and easily, enabling designers to focus on layout and functionality without getting bogged down by intricate details. The fourth is InVision, offers robust prototyping and collaboration tools, allowing designers to create interactive prototypes and gather feedback from stakeholders. Next is Adobe Photoshop, widely used for graphic design, photo editing, and creating visual assets for websites and applications. Last is Adobe Illustrator, useful for creating vector graphics and illustrations, providing designers with versatile tools for creating logos, icons, and other graphical elements. Mastering one of these tools, especially Figma, is crucial for aspiring UX designers to enhance their skills, collaborate effectively, and create compelling user experiences. Now let's understand the skills required to become a UX designer. Some of the skills that are fundamental for both UI and UX designers are as follows: information architecture, interaction design, wireframing and prototyping, creative problem solving, typography and color theory, visual design, prototyping. By honing these skills, you'll be able to design user experiences that not only look fantastic but also drive real business results. Now let's have a look at some of the responsibilities of UX designer. Some of the key responsibilities of a UX designer are as follows: understanding user needs, designing the user experience X, designing the user interface UI, creating prototypes, collaboration, usability testing. Alright, so now coming to the interesting part, which is the steps to becoming a UX designer. Start to unlearn. This point emphasizes that being a good designer requires an open mind. Here's a breakdown. Design is subjective. There is no single perfect design. What works for one user or audience might not work for another. Unlearn preconceived notions. Don't cling to ideas of what good design is supposed to be. Be open to exploring different approaches. Embrace new ideas. Actively seek out fresh perspectives and be willing to adapt your designs based on them. Next is read and learn. This section highlights the importance of constant learning and development for designers. Here's what it means: learn from others, read books and articles, and watch videos created by experienced designers. Self-taught designers. Many designers learned on their own. Look for their journeys shared on platforms like Twitter, Medium, and YouTube. Gain insights. Through these resources, you'll gain valuable knowledge and different design approaches. Next up we have is understand different platforms and design systems. This point focuses on the technical aspects a designer should be familiar with. Operating systems OS. Understand the design principles and user expectations of different platforms like iOS, Windows, and Android. Design systems. Explore existing design systems like Google's Material Design or Apple's Human Interface Guidelines. These offer pre-built components and design rules for consistency across products within a platform. Next is Learn Gestalt principles. This section dives into the psychology behind user perception. Gestalt theory. Learn the principles that explain how humans perceive visual elements, proximity, similarity, etc. Understanding principles like proximity, grouping related elements, and similarity using visual cues to show connection help create designs that users can easily understand and navigate. Coming to the next one. Pay attention to details. This point emphasizes the importance of meticulousness. Develop a keen eye. Train yourself to notice small details in design. Even minor elements can significantly impact user experience. Small details, big impact. For instance, the spacing between buttons or the size of font can affect usability. Next up we have is learn technical skills. This section focuses on the practical tools and techniques designers use. Master design tools. Learn industry standard software like Sketch or Figma. Wireframing and prototyping. Develop the skill to create wireframes, low-fidelity mockups, and prototypes interactive models to visualize and test design ideas. Color theory. Understand how colors can influence user emotions and behavior. Learn to use color effectively in your designs. Last one is practice regularly. His final point highlights the importance of continuous improvement. Practice makes perfect. Regularly work on design projects, personal or freelance, to develop and sharpen your design skills. Honing your craft. The more you practice, the better you'll become at creating effective and user-friendly designs. So, this was about UI UX Designer Roadmap.
Would you believe it if I said that this picture that you see here was generated by AI in just 30 seconds? Believe it or not, there are hundreds of AI tools popping up everywhere that can help you immensely in image generation, content creation, and many more. And the best part is, most of the tools are free. Whether you're a graphic design professional or someone with a social media presence striving to upload quality contents, you have come to the right place. In this video from Simplilearn, we will be talking about some of the top AI tools that you can use for your creative needs. We will take a walkthrough of each of these tools and will explore how each of these will help you enhance your creativity. So first up, we have Chroma. So this AI-powered color tool helps designers find the perfect color combinations based on their preferences. By learning your color style, Chroma generates palettes, gradients, and even patterns that match your unique taste. It's a game changer for anyone looking to perfect their color scheme. Now let's see the Chroma's website. So this is the Chroma's website. So we will start with generate. So the first step is to select 50 colors that appeal to you. So you can select the 50 colors that you like. So this process allows Chroma to learn your color preferences and style. Here you can see a variety of colors. So simply click on the ones you like. Chroma uses these selections to generate personalized color palettes. And then start training. Now this step might take a few minutes, but it's essential for the AI to understand your taste. Now you'll see the main dashboard where Chroma presents different color combinations, gradients, and patterns. So first let's explore the palettes tab. Yeah, this is the palettes tab. Just a moment. So here Chroma shows various color palettes based on our selected preferences. So each palette includes a combination of colors that work well together. So for example, you can click here to see more details and even save your favorites for later use. Now in the gradients tab, you will find beautiful gradient options. So these are perfect for creating visually appealing backgrounds or overlay effects in your designs. So again, these gradients are tailored to your color preferences. Now let's talk about font joy. Now choosing the right font pairing can be challenging, but font joy makes it a breeze. Using AI, it suggests font pairings that work harmoniously together, allowing you to create visually appealing typography effortlessly. Now let's see how font joy works. So to get started, click on Generate. Now Font Joy will present you with a random pairing of fonts. So this can be a great starting point for exploring different combinations. So if you find a font you like, you can lock it by clicking the lock icon. This tells Font Joy to keep this font while generating new pairings for the other text elements. For example, let's lock the header font. This is the header, so let's lock the header font. Yeah, it is locked. And generate new pairings for the body text. Yeah. So as you can see, locking a font allows you to experiment with different combinations until you find the perfect match. So you can continue this process until you're satisfied with both fonts. Now, Fontjoy also offers sliders to adjust the contrast and similarity between the fonts. So by moving these sliders, you can fine-tune the pairing to match your design needs, whether you want fonts that are very distinct or more similar. So once you have found a pairing you like, you can preview it in various contexts, such as headers, body text, and paragraphs. Now this helps you to see how the fonts will look together in a real-world setting. Now next, we have Adobe Firefly. Now Adobe Firefly is another incredible tool, which is a part of Adobe's suite of AI-driven features. It uses AI to automate repetitive design tasks like content-aware fill, intelligent scaling, and even generating realistic textures and effects. It's designed to integrate seamlessly with your existing Adobe tools, making your workflow smoother and more efficient. So for that, first you have to log into Adobe Firefly with your Adobe ID. So once in, you'll see the dashboard with various AI-powered tools. So these are the various AI-powered tools. So first, let's look at the text-to-image tool. So this is the text-to-image tool. So the tool creates images from text descriptions. So simply type what you want and Firefly generates an image matching your descriptions. So you can type a chef cooking steak. So let's see what will come. Okay, you have to sign in. You can, if you don't have an Adobe ID, you can sign in through Google account also. So we gave a prompt which is a chef cooking steak and these are the results. So you can experiment with different texts to get varied results. Now next we have generative fill. So the generative fill lets you fill or replace parts of an image. So for example, you can select this image and you can select the area which you want to replace. So we'll select the background. Either you can use a brush like this or you can select a background. Now the background is selected and here you can give a prompt like with which kind of picture you want to replace it. Like for example, we'll give a peaceful lake. A peaceful lake. See, so as you can see, Firefly seamlessly fills the area with generated content. So this is great for removing unwanted elements or adding new features. Now next we have Whistly AI. Now for those involved in UI UX design, Whistly AI is a must-have. It uses AI to transform sketches into high-fidelity wireframes, complete with interactive elements. This can save hours of manual work and help you visualize your ideas more quickly. So now let's see how that can be done. Yeah, so to get started, click on Start Designing. So you'll be taken to a blank canvas where you can either start drawing directly or upload your sketches and screenshots. So let's upload an image of a UI design. Like for example, I have taken a screenshot of Amazon's web page. So let's just add that. So this will go to your file manager and you can add your screenshot. And once you upload, Whistly AI will analyze it. Now Whistly AI automatically converts your uploaded image into a wireframe. So as you can see here. So the AI identifies UI components like buttons, text fields, etc. And it will turn them into editable elements. Like for example, I can, type over here. So it will transform it into editable elements. So you can also adjust the properties of each element by selecting it and then using the right-hand panel. So Whistly AI saves your project to the cloud, allowing you to access it from anywhere. Now, if you want to download your wireframe after editing, now you can click on the export button. Yeah, and you can choose to download your project, whether you need it as an image file, a PDF, or even export it to other design tools like Figma. So that was it about Whistly AI. Now we have Luca. So Luca is a fantastic AI tool for branding. So whether you are a startup needing a logo or a designer seeking inspiration, Luca generates professional logo designs based on your preferences. It's intuitive, fast, and surprisingly effective. So to begin, click Get Started on Luca. So first you have to enter your company name. Like for example, Techies Hub. So this is my company name. And then you have to select your industry to help tailor logo suggestions to your business. Yeah, so it's basically information technology. Yeah. So next you can choose a few logo styles, colors, and symbols you like. So these choices help Luca match your brand's personality. For example, I'll choose this, and yeah, this. And then click continue. And also you can, select few color options that you like. I'll go for red, silver, and blue. Yeah. And also you can add a slogan. So here's the future. Yeah. And you can also pick some symbols like software, IT, technology, programming, digital, etc. And then press continue. So now these are the generated, some of the generated logos. So you can, select any of the logo. Like for example, I'm selecting this logo. Yeah, and then you can go to customize. And you can edit, you can change the selected logo, you can edit it according to your wish, and then you can download it. So to download, click download and choose the package that suits your need. Okay, so like you actually have to select a package which suits your needs to download. So Looker offers file formats like PNG, SVG, and PDF, ideal for both web and print use. Now next we have FigJam. Now FigJam AI, which is a part of Figma, is perfect for collaborative design work. It uses AI to enhance brainstorming sessions, generate design ideas, and streamline communication among team members. So it's like having a smart assistant that helps your team stay creative and productive. So now let's see how FigJam works. So log in or click Get Started to open a new FigJam board. So you can create a new board and start adding sticky notes. So for adding sticky notes, you just have to press S, and then here you have a sticky note. So you can use different colors to categorize your ideas for different sticky notes. Like for example, I will add 3 sticky notes over here. Sorry. Yeah, I'll just bring it here. 3 sticky notes. And for this note, I will give a different color, maybe a yellow color. And here I'll give a different color so that you can organize your thoughts, right? And also you can organize your thoughts with shapes and connectors. Like you can connect between sticky notes. Like for example, this is the connector option. So you can press this. Either you can take a straight line connector or a curving connector. So I'm just, connecting these 2 sticky notes. So yeah, this is how you can organize your thoughts that you write down. Now you can import images or screenshots also by clicking insert. Like for example, here you have a more option. Okay. And through this, you can also insert some other ideas for references. So you can save your work by clicking file. So here you have file option. So you can, just a moment, yeah, you have file option. So you can even save it, also export it. And also you can share the link. So here you can share the link so that you can collaborate with other users also. Because everyone can add, like whoever is there in your team can add the notes, drawings and comments simultaneously.
Hey everyone and welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. You're already watching Simplilearn and today we bring you this informative video about Adobe XD tutorial. This tutorial is designed for learning UI UX design using Adobe XD. It is very useful for UI and UX designers, graphic designers, and the other professionals as it is leading and trending the market among the UI designing tools available because of its many advanced features and tools. Before we begin, if these are the videos you like to watch, then hit that subscribe button and the bell icon to get notified. And if you are a tech geek, here is a brain teaser for you. Who coined the concept of Adobe XD? The first one is Don Norman, Talon Wordsworth, Dylan Field, or is it Raymond Lloyd? Let us know your answer below and get a hat from Simplilearn. Without any further delay, let's get started with the session. Now let's take a quick look at the agendas first. Here we cover the basics and advanced topics of Adobe XD. First, we will start by understanding what Adobe XD is. We'll then review some of the Adobe XD's advanced features. Then we'll see how prototyping works in Adobe XD. Lastly, useful tips for designing and creating image graphics and web designs in Adobe XD with top use cases. What is Adobe XD? Adobe XD is a powerful and trending design tool that is easy to use and a vector-based software tool for designing digital designs and prototyping UI and UX that gives the tool that a developer needs to develop the world's best experience collaboratively. Adobe XD is designing the UI or UX for web applications, mobile applications, and many applications. It also provides an ideal way to create assets for different applications. Adobe XD is provided and managed by Adobe Inc. It comes for macOS operating system and Windows only. We cannot use it in Linux-based operating systems. It creates a web-based link that can be opened using any web browser. But Adobe XD becomes the most useful tool. Before Adobe XD, the Photoshop tool was widely used for design purposes, but Photoshop doesn't have a user experience. The disadvantage of Photoshop design makes Adobe XD the most efficient design tool as we have an application for user experience. Its prototyping and animation features give the application a complete virtual tour. The best thing about Adobe XD is that it provides a user interface for design. Each tool in Adobe XD has optimal options, making it incredibly simple to utilize. As a result, it saves the designers a huge amount of time. On the same project, designers make various places can simply work together. Team members can watch and provide comments and suggestions through commenting and pinning directly from their browser using the link sharing tool. Now we will see what are the advanced features of Adobe XD. Adobe XD has a wide range of extensive and powerful features and applications that makes it an essential tool for any UX designer. Some highlighted features of Adobe XDs are: the first one is components and states. Second, padding and stacks. The third one is repeat grid, and the last one is responsive resize. So the first one is components and states. These are advanced features that Photoshop doesn't support. Components allow the creations of it once and then can use it multiple times in the same existing project, providing features to the applications. When building certain design elements like buttons and navigations and maintaining the alignments across our design, components are helpful. Changes we make to the primary components will also affect the supporting components, therefore it will be helpful for design changes. And for the stats, as opposed to components, are also effective approach to making the design functional. We can preview our variations on a single component thanks to states. States can be used to design produce effects like etch over, click, toggle, and many more. And it is helpful to create and design cleanly by reducing the number of artboards. For example, instead of developing a new artboard for a drop-down menu, we can construct one using a click state. So the next one is padding and stacks. These are also some advanced features of Adobe XD that are not available in other designing softwares like Photoshop and are useful features of Adobe XD. It is very helpful when working with dynamic content such as buttons and labels and managing content sections and exploring design. It will save significant time and effort and provide a well-organized design structure. And the third one is repeat grid. Repeat grid is also one of the excellent feature of Adobe XD and also one of the best feature of Adobe XD. By using a feature of a repeat grid, we can easily copy up with the same layout multiple times. It can be used in building the images, data tables, image galleries, and other things. It takes a long time to design these UI components. The repeat grid functionality could save our lives in such circumstances. We may turn on the repeat grid for a certain items with just one click. Using the repeat slider, we may repeat any objects or collections of objects once the repeat grid features is enabled. The text and graphics on the repetition grid can also be modified. And the next one is responsive resize. The world is full of different types of e-gadgets, smartphones, smartwatches, and TV. So while working with the design, we must ensure UI compatibility for all sizes of devices. The responsive resize features allow us to automatically understand the design for a new device and fit the design in. There are several other exclusive and intelligence features of Adobe XD that allows us to choose Adobe XD over any other graphic designing software. To understanding some of the features of Adobe XD, we will see how prototyping works in Adobe XD. Adobe XD supports dynamic and interactive prototyping for the design to interact with different layouts. We can add animation transitions to stimulate the flow of the application. We provide a real-time preview of the application. Using the prototype features of Adobe XD, we can experience a virtual tour of the application. The prototype can be shared with the team and stakeholders through a web link. The team can experience a complete preview of the applications and provide valuable feedback right from the browser. Adobe XD supports dynamic and interactive prototype for the design to interact between different layouts. We can add animation transitions to stimulate the flow of the application. It provides a real-time preview of the application. Using the prototype features of Adobe XD, we can experience a virtual tour of the application. The prototypes can be shared easily with the team and stakeholders through a web link. The team can experience a complete preview of the application and provide valuable feedback right from their browsers. So in the design mode, we create the design for our applications using Adobe XD tools and designs features. Then we switch to prototype mode to specify the interactive links between the artboard and components. We can also create prototypes using the components tray. Once we are done with the design and prototype, we can share the design using the share feature. We can preview the designs and prototypes using the previous features. The prototype is one of the finest features of Adobe XD, which makes it different from other tools. We can also add transitions and animations to our prototypes while redirecting to other screens. After understanding how prototyping works in Adobe XD, we will understand the top uses of Adobe XD in different fields. Top Adobe XD use cases. Adobe XD is a flexible tool and can be used for a wide range of design projects. Some popular uses include create wireframe, templates, and prototypes, design user interface, create illustrations and graphics, streamlines the UI and UX design process, enjoy custom design, and the last one is design augmented and virtual reality. The first one is create wireframes, templates, and prototypes. Adobe XD is an excellent tool for quickly creating wireframes and prototypes. Creating simple and complex design is easy, and you can add interactive elements to make your prototype more realistic. The prototype tool is excellent for web design, mockups, and mobile apps, and for making real-time updates to your UI and UX project. And the next one is design user interface. Adobe XD is a great tool for designing. It's a vector base, so you can create designs and has many built-in UI elements to use in your designs. The third one is create illustrations and graphics. Adobe XD is a great tool for creating illustrations and graphic design elements, offering an extensive creative library with the vector, images, shapes, colors, and fonts. The interactive prototype updates in real time so your workflow is fast and responsive when building mobile apps and web designing and more. The next one is streamline the UI UX design process. Adobe XD makes it easier to duplicate and reuse the common elements, create repeating content, and automate the process to save time. So the next one is enjoy custom design. Adobe XD lets you create variations of a single component and maintain spacing between the contents of a group and the other bounds. It is possible because of its padding options, endless customizations using space, wireframes, and colors, and more within the Adobe XD design system. And the last one is design augmented and virtual reality. Adobe XD supports designing augmented and virtual reality experience. You can add 3D objects to your prototypes and test how they work in an immersive environment, making crafting AR and VR experience easy, even if you are a beginner. Let's take a look at Adobe Experience Design XC. Is a part of the Adobe source that primarily focus on UI design, UX design, prototyping, and responsive web designs. It's available for both Mac and PC as long as you have an Adobe CC subscription. It's most definitely competitor to along the modern design tools that have come out recently and you might be using like Sketch or Figma or the dozen others that are on the market right now. So in this video, I'm going to cover the basic things you need to know about XC when you first open up the project to help you to get up and running and feel really confident about the program. I'm ready to get started. I hope you are. Let's do this thing. Okay, let's get jump into right the computer and figure out when the 10 basic things or the basic that you need to know about. I'm just going to roll and I'm going to open XD. Okay, and we will open up the program and you can see it's open, it's right up and it's dropped as an artboard into our canvas. The artboard system is really common things nowadays and modern design tools and exists no different. and allows you to put new artboards onto the canvas anytime you want. You can do that's by rolling over here into the tools panel, and here an artboard tool, and you can use the hotkey of A, and you can do the things. You can draw out and customize the size of an artboard, and I'm just gonna command Z to undo that. Or you can choose from the different selection that we have, like we have iPhone X up here. Maybe we want to do like an Android mobile device as well, and I'm want to like an iPhone 14 Pro to the right, and then it's every time you want to put an artboard just down on the screen, it's going to just space it when you open out to the right. And also with artboard, you can use, and also with artboard you can press the V command, or use your selection tool, and you can grab the artboard by just grabbing the top kind of portion of the name of that artboard, and you can move it around the canvas, and you can get some automatic snapping for spacing and all that kind of good stuff. But that's the first thing that you need to notice: how to make artboard, how to move them, and also how to resize them by just simply that. And all right, so the second thing you probably need is a basic tool or understanding of the interface. And so what we are going to do right now is very general fashion, not real in depth. We're just going to kind of cruise through the interface and show you what we have on the very left hand side. We kind of already covered it. We have the tool panel where you can drop the different shapes or lines. You can use your pen tool, text, and you can zoom in. Each of these have an hotkey, and that you can learn to kind of speed up your workflow, down at the bottom of this same panel. And you can see there we have a hotkey, and as well as, and you can click over these assets, the assets where in where X is gonna store all of your colors and your characters style, and your reusable symbols or components you can reuse through your projects. And so you knowing how to click back and forth between your layers and your symbols, or your layers and your assets, really powerful part of X3. Right next to that we have all the artboards displayed. We can see all the three on their own separate line. Up at the top left, you can see we are currently on the design tab, and we'll talk about this layer, but we can click over to prototype tab, where we can able to create interactions between our kinds of artboard and create interactive prototypes. So that's the difference between these two tabs, that we have the name obviously of our project, and then we have some basics controls on the top right, like zoom in, zoom out, like what percentage are we currently looking at. We want a device preview it or desktop preview it looks like, so we can share these designs. And then you all have your basic tools. If I just draw a rectangle, and then you have all your basic tools. If I just want to draw a rectangle, and then if you all see the basic tools, I have just drawn the rectangle, and you see over in my properties panel, then you have all your alignment tools and some interesting repeats grid, and you have pathfinders or the boolean operations, and you have all your different properties for your width, your height, your x and y value, and we have some different prototyping options, as well as all of your appearance options like colors, text, in different stroke sizes, and all the good stuff is there, and that is a basic tour of the interface. All right, the third thing you might want to know how to do using Adobe XD, like any other Adobe product, is to use the pen tool, and that's by simply clicking on the pen tool in the tools panel or by pressing the hotkey of P. Once I do it, I get my pen icon and I can start by adding nodes to my artboard and create custom shapes, filling those custom shapes with colors. Coming back and redness of redressing, we can redress the individual node, and we can redress in the individual node, and I can add new nodes on however any line. I can redress in the individual node. I can add new node by hovering over any line. I can also delete each one at a time by pressing delete key, and it will just slowly move around and delete each of these points. A few interesting things about the pen tool in Adobe XD is that, unlike most other Adobe products, may hold down shift and gently, I can hold down shift and get increments on. I can just kind of freeform it by doing it with nothing but my hand once I release. And I have created here a brazier curve. So it's gonna be and it will come out straight. It's gonna automatically kind of smart pan or bow the curve. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It's just a thing. If I created a straight line and if I hold down the option key like is in most of the program, I can just control one of the basic handles instead of both the handles to give myself a little bit more controls of where I'm going to go next. But the automatic curve thing, it's a little bit yeah. The fourth thing that you are gonna want to know about in Adobe XD is about styles and reusable symbols. We have created kind of funky shape on our canvas, and I can select the shape, fill it with, and we can add an ugly color. Yeah, that's not such an ugly color, but now let's say I want to make this some sort of reusable component that I could use over and over. In this a bad use case, and I had it probably be something more likely a button or logo or a certain style that you can have to going on your project. But for your our example, this will do if I want to create a reasonable symbol out of this element, though I would roll all the way over to the left and down between my asset and my layers. I have an asset panel and it's here. There's few things I can do while I'm here in my asset panel. I could probably create a reusable color. We have a border color and the fill color that are both a part of now that the rest of this design, and I can always come back and reuse those styles. I can also create a reusable symbol and I can rename this symbol. I can call block because this what it looks like to me, and anytime I want another one of these, I could either option to drag, and this could either option drag another one out, or I could drag one from my asset panel. And there's like this, it's a nice visual representation of all your reusable components in your project, and it's really nice symbol work in a very interesting way, I will say. You just take any of the represented symbols on the canvas, and you can change the properties with the color, and we'll change the size of this, right? And I can also double click and change the size of the element. When I do that, it changes every symbol, not only on the canvas but also the symbol panel. So yeah, so that's kind of interesting. So now we have changed the size of our symbol, and maybe we want to have that color into our colors. We also have character styles, so I can use my text tool. I just drag out some text and say let's just write headline, and let's choose a headline and just drag out some text and say that let's just write a headline, and let's choose a headline, like maybe we will all grab a Fedora or bold, or let's make the size little big, and maybe even make it little more bold. Yeah, and our headline still something like 60. And then we can take the character style, and we can take that headline into our character style, and we can add it into our character style panel, and we can rename like, and we can take the character style and we can add it into our character style panel, and we can rename this, like maybe we want this just to be like H1. And so we have a headlining, and anytime we have like two new text, we could start when typing anything like, see, with kind of text that I was using, I can apply that character style simply by clicking on my new and text and double clicking on my character style and home, and we have our headline style has been applied on one thing. And I really enjoying is if you have a multiple of those styles or multiple of those symbols on a page or across different canvas, you can right click and highlight all of them on every canvas throughout your entire project. That's really really cool as well. The fifth thing we are going to talking about Adobe XD is, in my opinion, uh, one of its coolest features, and that's its ability to repeat grids and speed up the design process with its repeatable grid features. I have now created what I consider to be a reusable component. I'm going to click back over to my layers view, and I'm going to group it together. I'm just going to call that card. Okay. Now I'm going to group that together. I'm just going to call that card. Okay. And now I want to perhaps make lots of these cards and then added the spacing and how they all work together, like all at one time instead of duplicating again and duplicating. Instead, I can just click on the element I want to duplicate and head over to my properties. After dragging down and all the copies of it appear, and now we can have multiple copies that are being controlled by our grid. We can just kind of fix them and that if we want to change or edit the spacing that we have of our cards in between from one to another, we can literally just double click and we can roll over those margin areas and we can grab and just kind of stretch out to our liking. So now, and this feature is very extremely enjoyable. I think it's really speed up kind of the rapid prototyping aspects of design as well as some of that tedious kind of back and forth of spacing things. You don't have to do that because all these taken care of right here in our repeat grid function. The next thing we need to talk about is prototyping. It's a kind of big deal in XD. It's so big, it has its own tab up the top of the left and to the right of the design. Now we are in the prototype tab, and prototyping is really easy. You literally just gonna click on any sort of element that you want to, for instance, for our cards or for the triangle or for the circle. I'm going to grab the tab and I just connect it to, and you're gonna set it any type of trigger. For instance, I'm putting the trigger as a tab, and animation should be like, I will choose only auto animate, and this one back to this. For this we have to see whether is it working or not. First we will tap on this and we have the play button over here, so the thing it will pop out. And when the thing we have putting on the trigger as by tapping, when we will tap on the circle, the next page of the iPad is coming after the iPhone 14 Pro to the iPad 1. So our final point, it's all about sharing. Sharing is creating, and as the is all about sharing, and so we are not we are in our prototype view right now. It doesn't matter if you are in your design or prototype, the share icon will always show up in the very top right, and by clicking I can publish the prototypes and publish some design space, manage my public links. But first thing we are to do, publish our prototype. We are gonna allow.
Ever come across apps that may not be the most feature rich but are just so well designed that you can't help but use regularly? To generate such high functionality, UI UX designers play a crucial role in creating user-friendly and visually appealing digital products such as websites and mobile apps. Additionally, the increasing use of digital products in everyday life had led to high demands for UI UX designers, making them valuable assets in many industries. You're already watching Simplilearn, and today we bring you this informative video about how to become UI and UX designer. And if you are a tech geek, here is a brain teaser for you. User interface design implemented is an iterative process that draws on predefined design principles. Is it true or false? Let us know your answer below and get a heart from Simplilearn. Before we begin, if these are the videos you like to watch, then hit that subscribe button and the bell icon to get notified every time we upload a new video. Without any further delay, let's get started with the session on what makes UI UX easy to use. Well, UI UX designers aim to create products that are easy to use by following several principles, such as keeping interface simple and using consistent design patterns, designing interfaces that provide clear feedback, following accessibility guidelines, and continuously testing the product with users to get feedback and make changes accordingly. By following these principles and the best practices, UI UX designers can create products that are user-friendly and meet the needs of their target audience. So now that we have understood how UI UX is easy to use, we will now explore their importance. UI UX design is crucial for success of any digital product. For example, the UI UX design of Instagram stories emphasizes simplicity, creativity, and ease of use, allowing users to quickly and effectively share their experience with others. Various creative tools for adding text, stickers, filters, and more to enhance the visual appeal of stories. Also, it determines how enjoyable it is for users to interact with the product. A well-designed UI UX can distinguish between a widely adopted product and a quickly abandoned one. But why UI and UX? UI UX is important because it directly impacts a user experience with the product. A well-designed UI UX can make a product easy to use, visually appealing, and provide a seamless experience for the users. This can lead to increased users' engagement and satisfaction and even drive sales. In short, a good UI UX can make the difference between a product that is successful and one that is not. A poor UI UX can lead to frustration, confusion, and ultimately users abandoning the product. Additionally, it's also a way of differentiating your product from competitors, as a well-designed UI UX can make it stand out in the market. Now that we have covered all the basics of UI UX, next, let's discuss the salary for both UI and UX designers. The salary for a UI UX designer can vary widely depending on the factors such as location, experience, and the specific company or industry. However, here are some approximate salary ranges for UI UX designers in India and the US. UI UX designers' salaries in India ranges from 2.1 lakh to 15.0 lakh per annum, with an average annual salary of 5.5 lakhs. And talking about the US, a UI UX designer's annual salary is approximately $98,000. The employment situation for them is stable and expanding. But what kind of role should UI UX designers aim for? UI UX designers play different but complementary roles in the design and development of digital products. UI designers are responsible for products, visual design, and layout, including the layout of buttons, menus, and other interactive elements. They create the overall look and feel of the product and ensure that it is visually appealing and easy to navigate. UX designers, on the other hand, focus on the overall user experience of a product. They conduct user research, testing, and analyze to understand the needs and behaviors of users. They use this information to create wireframes, prototypes, and user flows that will guide the development of the product. They also ensure that the product is easy to use and efficient. In summary, UI designer focus on the visual design and layout of the product, while UX designer focus on the user experience and usability of the product. Both roles have worked together to create a digital product that is visually appealing, easy to use, and provides a great user experience. Now that we have talked about the role, let's explore the roadmap for becoming a UI UX designer. The first one is learn the fundamentals of design. Study design principles such as layout, typography, color theory, and user experience. And the second is get familiar with design tools. Learn to use popular tools such as Adobe XD, Sketch, Figma, and Animation. And the third one is build a portfolio. Create a portfolio of your design work to showcase your skills and abilities to potential employers. The next one is network. Attend design events, meet other designers, and join online design communities to learn about new design trends and technologies. The next one is keep learning. Stay updated on the latest design trends and technologies by taking online classes, attending workshops, and reading design blogs and books. The next one is specialize. Decide on a specific area of UI UX design in which you want to specialize, such as mobile design or web design. Continual learning and development as a field of design is constantly changing and evolving. It's important to keep learning and staying updated with the latest design trends and technologies. And the last one is certification. If you want to demonstrate your skills and knowledge in a specific UI UX design area, consider obtaining a certification. Up next, we will see the skills required to become UI UX designer. Now, to become a UI UX designer, one must possess technical and creative skills. These include strong understanding of design principles, including layout, color theory, typography, and user-centered design. Knowledge of user research and user testing method or understanding users' requirements. strong communication skills to effectively present and explain design decisions to stakeholders, understanding web development technologies and ability to design for various platforms including desktop, mobile, and web. Strong problem-solving skills to create effective and efficient design that meet users' needs. Knowledge of accessibility and inclusive design principle ensures the design is accessible to all users. Continuous learning and keeping up with new design trends and technological advancements. In summary, UI/UX designers must have a blend of technical and creative skills, a deep understanding of design principles, a user-centered design approach, and the ability to learn and adapt to new technologies and trends constantly. Now we'll see what tools are required or what tools are commonly used in UI/UX designing. So the first one is Sketch or Adobe XD. These tools are used to create wireframes, mockups, and user interface prototypes. Exeor. This prototyping tool allows designers to create interactive wireframes and prototypes. InVision. This is also a prototyping tool that allows designers to create interactive wireframes, mockups, and prototypes. Figma. This is a cloud-based design tool that allows for collaboration among multiple team members and can be used for creating wireframes, mockups, and prototypes. User testing. This tool allows designers to conduct user research and testing to gather feedback on their designs. These are some common tools used in UI/UX design, but the specific tools used will depend on the project and the designer's preference. Let's discuss what practices are needed for UI/UX designers. Becoming a UI/UX designer requires education and practical experience. A strong foundation in design is essential. To gain practical experience, designers can participate in internship or freelance projects. Additionally, it's important to stay up to date with the latest design trends, for example, the dark mode concept, tools and technologies to ensure you can deliver design that meets the need of the modern digital landscape. Participating in design communities, attending conferences and workshops, and taking online courses can keep your skills sharp. The ability to cooperate and communicate with cross-functional teams, such as developers, product managers, and stakeholders, is another requirement for UI/UX designers. Next, we will see portfolio for UI/UX design that needs to include. A UI/UX design portfolio is a collection of a digitally made showcase of past designers' skills and abilities in designing user interfaces and user experience for various digital products, such as websites, mobile apps, and software. It demonstrates a designer's design process, problem-solving skills, and ability to create user-centered designs. Having a portfolio is important because it helps designers to effectively communicate with their work and skills to potential clients or employers, and it allows them to stand out in a competitive job market. Example of your best UI or UX work should be included in your portfolio, along with a summary of your professional background and a landing page that makes it simple for hiring managers and recruiters to find what they are looking for. 3 main things your UI/UX portfolio should include: an attractive landing page, a few case studies, and work history. Here is an example for you. Nia Watkins is a UX designer. Many of the obvious checkboxes are checked in her UX portfolio, including clear design, navigation, and well-organized case studies. However, Nia's About section is what really makes her UX portfolio stand out. Now, when someone is viewing your UX portfolio, they might not immediately look at your About Me page. However, if they manage to get that far, it is a crucial chance for you to share your story and say something noteworthy. Nia accomplishes this in just 4 condensed paragraphs. She begins by clearly stating who she is and what she does. Then she describes her previous work and how it influenced her decision to pursue a career in design. Nia talks about how she encountered ineffective, poorly designed websites while working in civil service and frequently had no use creative solution to save time, energy, and money. She expresses her view on what makes a good designer, understanding the human experience. Last but not least, Nia shares her hobbies and interests outside of design with us. Nia's About section is strong, unique, and impactful. It is an essential component of her brand and portfolio, not just an afterthought. You may not realize how important your About Me page is, You can definitely take a reference from Nia's portfolio and create a unique about section for yourself that relates a personal meaningful story about your enthusiasm for user experience. Contains few brief paragraphs about your experience and inform the reader about the person who created the portfolio. Let's take a brief look at companies that hire UI UX designers. Google, Freelancer, Apple, Amazon, IBM, Microsoft, Facebook, Adobe, Salesforce, Tesla, and Oracle. It is important to research the companies you are interested in, their design philosophy, and the type of products they design to ensure a good match with your skills and interests. After looking at the companies that hire UI UX designer, we will see how to apply for this job. So you can follow these steps to apply for a job in UI UX design. Update your portfolio and resume to reflect your abilities better. Investigate potential employers and job posting in the industry. Personalize your cover letter and resume for each position you can apply, and network with others in the field to obtain recommendation or connections. By practicing and showcasing your design process and problem-solving abilities, you can get ready for the interview. Now at the last, we will discuss some tips for interview. Know the company and the role. Research the company, its product, and specific role you are interviewing for. Show your portfolio. Have a strong portfolio that showcases your design skills and process. Understand the design process. Be able to explain the design process you created and how you approach solving design problems. Be familiar with industry tools. Know the most commonly used design tools and be able to explain why you are using them. Know the user-centered design principle. Be familiar with user-centered design principle and be able to apply them to real-world scenarios. Stay up to date. Be knowledgeable about current design trends and technologies. Be yourself, show your personality, and let your passion for design shine through. Gathering user requirements, creating graphic elements, and creating navigational components are all duties of a UI UX designer. Therefore, in order to succeed in this role, you should have a prior experience using design software and wireframes tool.
Nowadays, a resume is an essential tool when looking for a new job. The resume has overtaken all other requirements on the modern job marketing regarding what prospective employers look for. Instead of taking interview first, the resume is what impresses employers. This article will show you how to create a stylish and catchy resume in Canva CV template that accurately convey your work's experience. So here we come with the steps to create the Canva CV templates. So the first step is to select the templates and go to the Canva first, and you have to sign in with it, and you have a template option over here next to home, and you have to click it. You will enter to the template page of Canva and you will write resume over the search bar and select the desired resume according to your choice and find your ideal template for your resume by scrolling up. And once you search the resume, you will see a millions of resume templates available in this Canva, so you can choose according to your needs. So we are creating a Canva template, so we will choose a blank page. So first we will take a frame, circle frame. So that you can put your picture in this circle. So let's take a picture of a girl. Let's take this. Yeah. Now let's take an rectangle. Bring in front. We will change the color for this. Let's take a light color. Take a little big. So in this, you can keep your name and your designation to highlight it in the resume. So first, so I have highlighted the name as Sam given, and she is a graphic designer. So I have highlighted this. We can make it bold and little bigger. We can change the color font. Okay. Now after selecting the picture and highlighting the name, we will customize the background. Now we are in the Canva home page with the selected template and we can customize it. Changing the background color is a good place to start with customization. To select the background of a template, you have to double click on it and you can have a small box on the left of the panel, and you can select any of the color. Let's take this color, and you can pick any of them to include on your resume. And now we will see the header and the contact information. This section contains your name, designation with some personal information like email, date of birth, and any other social media links like LinkedIn, etc. So we will write it over here. So here I added the information with the header with the contact information of a user. So here I'm adding the contact number with the email ID and the location with the links of like LinkedIn or something, the websites that she is or the user is on. Next, we can add the summary statement or the career objects. Like this section contains a small description of your career objectives in this field. For example, your expectation towards the company. So we will design it over here. So here I have designed with the colors. Suppose we can change the color for this also. I have put it the light sky color, or you can keep any color. Let's take this color. Yeah. So after professional profiles, after adding this summary statement, now we have to add the additions, educations and the skills. This section contains the details of your educations and soft and hard skills. For example, BE, BSc, BTech or etc. So let's add it over here. So here I'm adding the educations and the skills of the expertise skills, that is web designing, creative thinking, Adobe Photoshop, Adobe Illustrator and etc. And for the education also I am putting the masters in arts and illustrations and BA in arts or illustrations. So next we will add the certification, hobbies, interests or projects. Like this section will contains additional information about your habits, projects, etc. For example, hobbies like playing cricket, etc. We will mention it with the stars, or we can mention it with the dots, or we can with the poll, how much the language you know. So here I have mentioned the certification or the hobbies, interests or the projects, like the language also, like how much she knows the language of English. Like she knows, I have written it by, I have mentioned it by the dots, like how much out of 5 she knows, almost 4, or out of 5 she knows only 3 for the French and etc. And for the interest, she's interested in traveling or reading books. So this part is of the certification, hobbies and interests and the projects. So the next one is the work experience. This section contains the details of your previous work experience, like your role and responsibilities in that company. For example, system engineer, and you having experience in that, so we will keep that in this section. So here I mentioned the experience for the users where she worked before, present, or before that also I have mentioned it over here. So that wraps up our tutorial on how to build a Canva CV templates, and the final output of the resume is this. Or we can make it more attractive with the different colors. We can use it like, as I have chosen the rectangle, we will keep it over here. 1 minute. Send backward. And we can change the color for this. Let's pick some colors like so let's bring it here. From this side also we will increase a bit. Yeah. Similarly, we can apply it to the right side also. We can copy them. Yeah. So this is the final output for our resume template in Canva that we have created, where we have wrap up with the profile picture of the user with the name and the designation in highlights. After that, we have come with the header with the contact information, where we put all the information of the user. After that, we put the professional profile, where we are putting what the expectation from the company and the expertise skills of the user and the educations of the users, masters or BA or something else, are with the interest and the language. After that, we have mentioned the header with the contact information, and after that we have mentioned the summary statement and the career objects with the educations and skills. And after that I have put it the work experience of that users, and the final I have mentioned the certifications if it have, or the hobbies and the interests and the projects. So to start off with, let's understand the top UI and UX tools to master in 2022. And the first one is Adobe XD. All the graphic designers are familiar with the Adobe industry's leading software, including Illustrators and the Photoshops. These Adobe XD cloud products are beneficial to the UI and UX designers. Photoshops can be used to modify, composite, and produce visual content such as arts and graphics. Some of its features are they can change the master component, then distribute it throughout the company. And it is perfect for designers in huge business and the organizations with the necessity for asset uniformity. And it is good for prototyping and designing. And it works on Mac OS and Windows. Next one is Sketch. In order to create high-quality prototypes and the interfaces with just an intermediate preview on the mobile devices, Sketch has become a common UX tool. It has an icon that makes it easier to construct UI elements for reuse. With the help of these capabilities, it is possible to create design systems and uphold consistency in interface design. Some of its features are user can generate mockup using these design and prototype tools and share them with the group for the feedbacks. To get an accurate knowledge of the final product, they can add photographs and edit the text. And it is good for prototyping and designing, and it works on Mac. The third one is InVision Studio. It is a set of 3 UI and UX tools that offers user a centralized workspace for the collaboration and quick screen design prototyping. All the prototypes, sketches, and the designs are accessible in one place. So thanks to InVision Cloud. Communication is also made simpler through InVision Studio, and they can get intermediate input and stay informed about the document's modification at every stage. Some of its features are the Studio platform provides a simple method for quickly producing responsive design for the any screen, as well as the ability to quickly test a user experience with the vector-based drawing capabilities. It mimics users' navigation by animating screen changes, and it is good for prototyping and UI designing, and it works on Mac OS. The next one is Figma. It is one of the top UI design programs. It features a drag and drop user interface designers that enables cross-organization collaboration. One of the few UX solutions that unites designers, developers, and project managers is Figma. Some of its features are it takes pride in being an organization's single source of truth. You can upload approved reusable elements, icons, fonts, and style. Team members can check code as well as extract the key role. And it is good for designing, and it works on browser, macOS, and Windows. The next one is Framer X. One of the most powerful UX tool is Framer, which was formerly known as a Framer X. It provides demonstration of a future product's functionality and performance that are so close to reality as possible. Professional UI designers aiming to produce amazing prototypes that should consider using Framer. Some of its features are it provides collaborative early stage creation input from the JavaScript, and it supports the development of complex and advanced prototypes, including the projects for augmented reality and virtual reality. It aids in the establishing minor yet important transitions, and it is good for prototyping, and it works on browser and macOS. And the sixth one is FlowMap. It is another specialized UX tool that makes it onto our list. The tool works best for IaaS, sitemaps, user flow, and websites. Using FlowMap, several teams may see the workflows quickly. When creating a UX strategy, structure, flow, and the sitemaps need to receive a lot of considerations. There are several technologies available that integrate UI and UX tools in a single platform. Some of its features are: it is a straightforwarding sitemap tool that facilitates teamwork and the website page construction. Customer personas are created with the help of the persona tool. And it is good for wireframing and web designing. And it works on browser. The next one is Origami Studio. In contrast to other UX design tools like InVision, it is extremely advanced software that's specially for experts. It was originally developed for the Facebook designers, but it is now freely accessible. It has a steep learning curve that makes it a difficult prototyping tool for the new users. And it is one of the most advanced UX tools available, and it creates interaction that are realistic and offer easy sketch integrations. Some of its features are: it creates a prototype logic using the patch editors, and it has a substantial fixed library that can be accessed instantly. And the components from the sketch can be copied and pasted without any issues. And it is good for design missions, and it works on Android, macOS, and iOS devices. The next one is Balsamic. Is among the greatest UI design software and a popular wireframing tool among designers, product managers, and innovators. And it was specially created to make low-fidelity wireframes. Despite its simplicity, this tool is recommended for the UX designers of all the levels to quickly demonstrate the usability of a given website or the applications. Any product manager or business owner trying to put an idea on paper will find Balsamic to be very much helpful. Some of its features are: it helps in the creation of low-tech wireframes that focus on the utility and the user flow. A drag and drop editor is available to make design quick and easy. And it works on mockup and wireframe, and is good for browser, Mac OS, and Windows. The next one is Marvel. Another excellent UI and UX tool is Marvel, which can be used to create a variety of hi-fi and lo-fi wireframes, prototypes, HTML, and CSS handoffs. It is a fantastic tool for polishing the interface for the prototypes and giving it a finished look. The learning curve for this app design tool is quite minimal, and it makes the tool efficient and developing at the interface and creating prototypes. Some of its features are: it provides testing, handoff, and fast prototyping, and it enables you to easily construct pages and even use a prototype to test your design. And it is good for wireframing, animations, and it works on web, Android, and iOS device. And the last one is Azure. The dynamic content, conditional logic, and the adaptable views capabilities of the Azure RP UI design tools allow you to quickly create the prototypes that function similarly to the real things. In order to exchange design with the stakeholders, you may also connect Azure to the well-known design software like Sketch. Some of its features are: you may instantly distribute prototypes with the organization for the intermediate feedback using the built-in Azure cloud capability. It enables UX designers who don't frequently work with the coding to transfer a design to the development team with the full documentation. And it is good for prototyping, and it works on Windows and macOS. Now let's discuss what Figma is and proceed further for the same. Figma is an online tool for designing and editing users and graphics interfaces. It may be used for various graphic design tasks, including wireframe websites, creating users interfaces for the mobile applications, creating design prototypes, creating posts for the social medias, and everything in between. Compared to other graphics editor software, Figma is unique, mostly because it immediately works with your browser. Also, you can begin designing and getting your project from any computer or platform without installations of additional software or acquiring additional licenses. After discussing what is Figma, we will see how to use Figma. It is a web-based application as we already explained. To begin using the app, you only need a desktop or laptop with a reliable browser and an internet connection. After that, you may sign up for a free account on the Figma websites. Additionally, you may immediately get to work on your designs. With Figma, you may design products from scratch or from pre-made templates using an editor that is incredibly user-friendly for the beginners. There are many sources that are available online to teach you how to use Figma, but learning will be much simpler if you use the lessons we provide below. In the tutorial, I'm going to show you the best way to start practicing designing apps and websites in Figma, and will give you step-by-step instruction you can literally follow click by click. I will only tell you the stuff that you need to get started designing interfaces. So let's get started. So we are going to look at the tool called Figma, and it has a few advantages. But most importantly for you, it's free to get started. If you are working by yourself, we like using it at Smart because it has also really good collaboration, so we can have multiple people working on the same design file at the same time, and it's really very fast. It works on any computers, whether you have a Mac, PC, Linux, whatever you have, it works right in the browser. As you're watching the video, if you have any questions about how to do a particular effect in Figma, or any comment or something that you want to recommend, please put it in the comment below. And if you want to find out more tips about UI and UX, make sure to subscribe our YouTube channel so you will never miss an update from Simplilearn. I wanted to start off with the templates. So what I want to do now is create a triangle for my own design, and it will called as frame. So the first tool you need to know about is the frame. Here, or you hit the F on your keyboard, or anything I press will show here in the bottom left corner. So you know exactly what I press to activate a particular tool, and then I can start drawing a size. But I know if I look at the frame here, I click on that, it shows. I can hit F again to go into the frame mode, and then I can select from here a bunch of templates, and I will select iPhone Pro Max. And then it automatically puts in the frame of a particular size, and I will just place here and I will start designing. So let's assume I want some different color background, right? So the easiest way I could accomplish this is I could draw a rectangle. I could do from here, you can see that there is a rectangle tool and it already says like R next to it. So I'm going to hit R on the keyboard and draw a rectangle, right? So I don't want to take it up. I don't need to take up the whole screen. This is fine. Now I can see by default this is dark color, so I will click on it. And so here's, I say whatever, like I can select the color. Fine. To make it more attractive for the right under the position and the dimension. So if I want to change this, this is just in changing Y coordinates. And this is for, this is for the Y coordinates and this is for the X coordinates. You can see the dragging your cursor. See, the cursor turns in just sideways arrows, and I can click and just drag left and right, change these values, or I can type them in the right. I can also change the width and the height. This is a width and this is the height. The right or the corners radius, right? So the rounding effect is there, so I can use that. So with the arrows, this is a rounding effect and corner radius effect. Suppose it must be 29 or 39. 39. And I will keep this also by 39. So we can see this and this corners are giving the round effect. So if I change 0, you will see there is no longer rounded, and if I want to keep the top rounded but not the bottom, then I can change the bottom ones, right? And now it looks good. Now the next thing I have to create is the circle. Is from the shape menu. You have an ellipse which you can do also use with the letter O on your keyboard. Now by default you will be able to draw any kind of circle with any aspects of ratio. Now let's change the color of the circle. You will often need when designing mobile interfaces because you will want to have an icon for home screen or something like that, and you can literally Google free Figma icons. After searching, this page will open, and let's say I want to copy this one, and I come back to my file and I will paste the element. And Figma also helps you to with positioning. It automatically centers things, and let's say what I wanted to get an image here for interesting instead of the blank color. So one good website is called Unsplash. Here I just write food and I will get the image. I'll save it. We will copy that and paste it over here. Yeah, I hit the command V to paste, and I just can reposition this. Now the thing that I need to text here that says non-contact deliveries, and the way I get the text is through the T icon here, and I can just hit the T on my keyboard and text no none that deliveries. So we will change the font by double clicking. We will change the font of the text in SF Pro text. Make it little small. So now we will write one paragraph here below. So I will hit the icon T again. We can write something related to our food. And we'll make this font as small. Food, something like, and we'll make it in the mid. Yeah. So now I'm gonna have a button for order now. So for that I will hit the keyboard again with the T. Repeat. Have rectangle for. So now I'm gonna have a button for order now. For that I will have the rectangle. So I will hit R and I'll make one rectangle over here. And make it in the center. I will pick one color for that. If you can steal the corner radius, and so I said order now text. And I will make it in the mid. I will just center this. And make it and let it be white. And this is very easy. And now I will just write another text for dismiss. So starting with a template, we had make our splash first page for the food delivery app in Figma. If you are a web designer or UI UX designer, you may already be familiar with the Figma and all it can do for you. But did you know that some simple Figma tips and tricks are available to help you with your tasks? And it is a tool that are responsive, quick and simple. Although the tool is simple to use, there are many hidden yet effective features to find. Although if you feel comfortable using it daily, these additional 10 suggestions may improve your workflow. Let's get right to it. The first one is use a scale tool to avoid distortion. The second one, easiest progress ring. Third, drag objects outside of a frame while keeping them inside it. The fourth one is Swap the position, tidy up and organize the grid. Fifth, duplicate the last action. The sixth one is preview a color with the eyedropper. 7. Fix the line height in seconds. 8th, create the square cells with ease. 9th, control the reels and unsplash. And the last one, more tricks with spacebar. Let's get into details. So the first one is use the scale tool to avoid distortion. With the scale tool, you can keep your design pixel perfect, and to use it, choose what you want to scale, press K on the keyboard and drag. This tool is extremely flexible and has several benefits. Firstly, adjust an object size is simple without picking it up again. Second, you may adjust the sizes of several items at once with the free transform tool. Third, you may rotate an item using the free transform tool. Among the most crucial design concern is scale, which needs to be given great thought in each project. And the next one is easiest progress ring. Figma is a great application for designing rings, since it has many tools and features that makes it simple to construct beautiful patterns. These are helpful for reminding users to carry out the desired action or for letting them know how much of a product or plan still they have left. And in Figma, you must first create a new file, and to begin, select Create New File from the screen upper left corner menu. In the menu or the left side of the screen, select the shapes. That will be the tool. Doing this will appear in the menu of several forms you may use in your design. We advise utilizing the circle from the rings. And the next one is drag objects outside of a frame while keeping them inside it. An object can be dragged so far. Any object can attempt to drag off the canvas while immediately log back into the position. To keep an object inside a container while dragging it outside of a frame, hold down the spacebar. In order to view the object while it is outside of the container, you may also disable Clip Contents for the frame that includes the item. And the next one is swap position, tidy up and organize the grid. Organize your design by selecting numerous objects in an array and then clicking the grid symbols in the corner. As a result, every object spacing is equalized and you may drag items to rearrange them and change their spacing. And the fifth one is duplicate the last action. By choosing the item in Figma, hitting the keyword Ctrl+D, that is Windows or macOS, and then dragging the copy to the desired area, you can copy an object several times. Additionally, you can use the duplicate menu option under the edit menu. Use the replicate menu or the command to copy an item many times in the grid or the pattern. And the next one is preview a color with the eyedropper. You may paint over text, layers, strokes, and other vectors object with the color picker. The eyedropper tool allows you to add color samples from anywhere in a picture to your element panels. To acquire the desired effect, adjust the tool setting like sample size and sample using the option bar. Select the color you wish to view by clicking. Apply solid fills, gradients, or pictures using the color picker. In addition, you may use the blend modes to modify a color saturation or opacity. And the next one is fix line height in seconds. When you input auto or remove the current value from the line height box, your line height automatically adjusts if it appears weird and you don't have a specific value. Using the leading setting in the text section of the inspectors panel is a second technique to modify the line height in Figma. You may enter a number or a percentage to specify the distance between the line of a text in this option. And the next one is creating square cell with ease. Do you know how iOS app icons are shaped? They don't resemble typical rounded rectangles, they resemble square cells. In between a square and a circle, a square cell is a form. The term square cell has at least two meanings, the most popular among which is based just on the square ellipse, a combination of terms square and circle, the word squares. In UI design, this kind of form is becoming more and more common. How to make a shape like this in Figma? It is incredibly easy. The square cell is in between a circle and square. And the next one is control reels and unsplash. Two essential plugins to save the time are Content Reel and Unsplash. Avatars, names, and address and much more can be added to your design with just one click. And thanks to Content Reel. A free resource for high-quality graphics is Unsplash. When creating a new file in Figma, choose New from Unsplash to use Unsplash images. This will launch a photo library that you can look through and utilize it for your design. And the last one is more tricks with the spacebar. You may also set aside space as you sketch a form so that you can reposition the object afterward. Pressing the spacebar will cause Figma to immediately transfer the item into an auto frame or design if it is sufficient, and can be used in the place of nesting. A spacebar is a great tool. To expand the selection size of your pointer, drag a selection region and then hold down the spacebar. You may also hold down the spacebar while sketching a form to move the items around. And in addition, you may also use the spacebar to prevent the Figma from automatically nesting items inside the frames.
Figma is a great tool for prototyping in UI and UX design that allows you to create an interactive flow and that allows users to interact with your design. Prototyping is important for different reasons, setting the workflow for the new users and examine and getting feedback from users. So now we will see what is prototyping. Prototyping is important for many reasons and you can examine new users' workflow. Prototyping is what allows designers to design. In the era of digital products, prototyping is the interactions between the users and the interface. Prototyping is the process of how the final product works, and this allows the product team to test their design. After understanding what is Figma and prototyping, we will see how prototyping works in Figma. So the first one is we can add prototype flows, add interaction, fix position, add overflow scrolling, and how to present and share prototype. So the first one is add prototype flows. In the Figma file, you can have one or more than one prototype flows on each page, and they should have their starting point and unique name. Select the first frame you want to appear in your flow and then click the add icon right to the flow starting point. And after adding, you can rename the flow by clicking on the name input, and can add a description by using the point by clicking the delete icon next to the flow starting point. And the next one is add interaction. Interactions are used to build a prototype and can be used to show a different behavior, a pattern of navigation, and outcomes. And they work by connecting two different layers, and then we'll examine how these two layers will interact with each other by adding animations, act, and triggers. Interactions can be simple and easy, but sometimes it's more complex too, as animated elements move and change their properties. Interactions can be done in 3 steps: instant interaction, animated interactions, and the smart animated interaction. So the first one is instant interaction. Use instant interaction animation to let the action to be taken and placed without movement or effect. It will be helpful to navigate between the pages or model. Example, navigation between the pages. With an instant animation, you can navigate by just tapping a button. The next one is animated interaction. Use animations to add movements in interaction that helps move in, move out, slide in, slide out, etc. Use different features that are available. And the last one is smart animated.
Use smart animations to examine matching layers on different frames and animate their differences. These differences can include a change in color, size, and position. Fix position. Fix the position of an element in the prototype so that it will easy to stay in the same place while scrolling. And it is helpful for the element that wish to be in the view. Example, navigation for top and bottom. Configure the design panel set. The next one is add overflow scrolling. It allows scrolling through each frame inside the prototype. It is very helpful for prototyping components or UI region that have their own property of scrolling. Example, menus, table, list, etc. And it is important to have a frame with content overflow while using overflow scrolling. And the next one is how to present and share prototype. First, select the present icon near the top toolbar that presents the prototype. And if there are multiple flows on a single page, switch them between the sidebar. And here comments can be mentioned as notes, tasks, and questions, although you can leave feedback too. Prototyping can be shared by clicking on Shared Prototype in the presentation toolbar. After understanding how prototyping works in Figma, we will see how it is useful. Using prototype is a great method. We can use it in user flows and interaction in advance, idea sharing and improvement. We can get the feedback from the users. And also we can test the users' interactions. And the last one, present your concept to the interested users. You may preview a user's journey and experience with your ideas by creating several flows for your prototype on a single page with Figma's prototyping features. So in this tutorial, we will look at how to create prototyping with Figma. Figma is a powerful design and prototyping tool that you can use for both your UX and UI projects. If you are new to Figma, I recommend you to check out the tutorials I created on how to create mockups in Figma first, which I will link to it in the description below. In this tutorial, we will make some interactive prototype. So we will get started by opening up the Figma file with this wireframe. Here we have few static pages including the home page and the women's category page and the product page. And I will walk you through in this tutorial is how to connect these pages so users can click through just like they would on the real products. So the first thing we want to do is enter the prototype in the Figma. Yeah, and you can do that by clicking on the prototype tab in the top right corner. Now you will notice that nothing really changes except for the content in the right sidebar. Yes, the sidebar. So we will start there. And there are the settings for your prototype. These are the few things you want to change depending on your device or your design. So the first setting that you may want to change here is the device. And device refers to the device that your prototyping is presented in. So in this case, we are designing for the desktop. So we are probably would not want to present these design inside any additional device, I think. So, wait, let me do it in that. Yeah. But if you were designing for mobile instance, it would be nice to show these designs. These designs inside an iPhone. But for our case, we will design it for the desktop. So let me back with the none. Okay. Another setting that we can change is the background color, and this refers to the background color of our prototype that appears where you are presenting the mode or this present mode. So if I open up, present mode, here is a top right hand corner, right? So I can see the design here. I can see the design here. There are some few margins, these dark margins on the side that are currently look black, and that because here is the background. Another setting that we can have is the background color, and this refers to the background color of the prototype that will appear in your present mode. When you click it in this, and you can present it, and you can have that color of the background. If you are, suppose, This is the color of the background, that is black, and you can change it. So yeah, so that if we'll do it as a white color, so it's lot more than a natural, feels like there is not that awkward cut or the sides of the design if it is a black color. So let it be white. So yeah, so now that we have set up our prototype and adjusted the settings, then we can actually start the connecting these different screens. And the way you do it is by just creating the connections. So to create the connection, we will actually have to go here to the home page. Yeah, this is the home page, for instance, right? So, and let's imagine that we want to connect this woman link to the women's category. This is the women's category, right? So page which is on here, like to do that, I would like to click on the women. You will see that the right of the woman, there is a little white, this one, there's a little white circle appears, and that's what known as a node. And nodes allow you to connect these links to other pages. So if I click on the node and the white circle, yeah, and I will drag it, 1 minute. Yeah, wait. If I'll drag it, yeah, I can now drag to many other pages in this file. So I can drag to this category page, or I can drag to another page which is further on this file. So if I drag it to the category page of this women, you will see that there is a connection created, right? Wait, it's not created, I think. Let me connect it once more. Yeah, it's connected, right? So there is a line revealed here that shows that there when you click on in the women, see, when you click in the women, it's going to take you to the women category page. And another thing that pop up when I created that connection was a little arrow. Yeah, this one here in the top left, and this is known as the starting frame indicator, and allows this, and all these indicators is which a frame of a prototype on, or which one of these screen will be the first screen that people see when they open their prototype, right? So right now it's set to the home page, but if I wanted to change as it, I would just click it on the arrow and drag and then change it to another screen. So in this case, when people open your prototype, they will start on the women category page. But in our case, we actually want users to start on the home page. So I will click that arrow again and drag it back to the home page. Yeah. So now let's create another connection. So currently we are having a connection from the home page to the women's category link, to the women's category page, right? But now let's create a way for users to get back from women's category page to the home page. So what we want to do is just select nice issue, and then you can see the node appear right here. So the right, you will want to click in on that node and drag it over, 1 minute, and drag it over to the home page, so that let me connect it with here. Yeah, so that way when the users on the same when the users on the Nicey shoes logo, it will take them to the back to the home page of the women's category. That will be this one. So before we create more connections here in our own prototype, let's make sure that the connections are already created, are working correctly. So to do that and to preview your prototype, what you have to do, you have to go to the right of the corner, and there is a play button. So it will open it up. Yeah, right. present mode. This is known as the present mode, right? And you have already looked at the screen previously, and there is your actual prototype, and this is what you did. You want to share with your users, client, teammates, etc. So in this present mode, there are few things to know. We will see the present mode is just another tab, right, in your Figma file. So if you want to go back to your design, you just click on the tab to the left of you can go, yeah, this one, and to the another tab to the right side, and enter present mode again, and you can do the present mode again, right? And what's really nice about this present mode is that it updates automatically as you update any as you update any of your prototype. Here in the left, this tab here just updates automatically. You don't have to keep opening up a new prototype every time you want to preview something. So in your case, you want to preview all of the connection we just created. So to do that, we just have to click anywhere. So you will see that the little a little rectangle appears overlaying in the women. So, and that's what are known as a hotspot, and that indicates that there is an interactive element that we have to click and we can click on. So if we go ahead and click, as we already clicked on the women elements, we can women, that takes us to the women's category page, and this is the category page, right? Scroll down and this page, check out the content like a normal website, and then we can also want to click again to see if there is any other hotspot in this page. So yeah, so if we click here, we will see there is a hotspot on the logo, which is we know as we created, and that will take us back to the same page if we'll click on that. Yeah, so it's look like both our connections are working correctly, right? Let's create few more. Okay. The next connection we want to make is okay. Sorry. The next connection we'll want to make is from women's category page, right, to the product page, product details, and where we want to add the connection is here to the button. Suppose button in the top kicks for the women's as a specific product, right? Product name, top kicks for women. So I could just go ahead and select the image and drag the node and bring it over to the product page, right? But what I actually want to do is to make this whole card clickable. So this image here, or this block, and then this title as well as. So to do that, what I want to do is select both the elements here and then hit the Control G. 1 minute. Yeah, on the window. Okay, you have to hit the Control G on the window, and what that does that will group both the elements together and create one single node for this entire group. So now this whole card is clickable and uses just the rectangle, and now I can take this node, and drag it over to the product detail page, right? And we will see that there is a connection now. And now when it go back into previous mode, I will go over to the women page, scroll down, let's wait, and when we scroll down, and if I click anywhere, here is the prototype. I will see that the hotspot is for the entire card. So I can go ahead and click that, and that takes it to the product page. This is the product page. So the next thing I want to do is give users way back to the women's category page. So actually I want to include a link right here. So yes, or connecting that link back to the women's category page. Or to do so that, I will go back to our design file and then I will select this women here by double clicking on that. Yeah, when I select the women, the selection box or this boundary box is actually pretty large, and I will show you what that means when we go to our prototype. So if I click in on that node and will connect it to the women's category page, I will zoom out. See, yeah. So you can see what when we go back to the prototype, that the selection box is actually the same as our hotspot. Yeah, is actually pretty large, as well as it would be fine for the most cases that prototype find in these cases, because it's just a couple of pages. And we are just linking back and forth. But if we had a more complex prototype where you want to include a link on women's and then another link on a sneakers, that's really wouldn't work. So to fix this and to make this hotspot slightly smaller, what you do, you have to go back to your design file, and then we have just click to drag the selection on women's here. You have to drag it slowly and make sure it only covers the women link. And now when you go back to our prototype, we can click anywhere. You can see that the prototyping, let's wait 1 minute. Yeah. Okay, 1 minute. Yeah, actually, yeah, after prototype, we click anywhere. We can see that the hotspot is exactly at the size of the women legs and the sneakers below, right? So last connection that I want to make here is a connection from the product page, this product page, which is product page, which is the page where on the back on the home page. So to do that, I will create a connection here on the logo of nice shoe. Yeah, logo that links back to the home page. So we will go over this design file. Design file is this one. Yeah, I will could just select the nice shoe logo, drag it over to the home page. But I'm actually going to show you a trick to speed up this process of creating connections, especially when it comes to navigation element. So what can I do is go to another page, and I can select this element and then simply paste it into another page. So first I will copy this. And now we will notice that when I paste it, it actually pastes the connection as well as see this one. And it keeps this one too, so you have a connection on the women's category page which made before. And we have this new one in the product page, and this is amazing, especially when you are working with things like menus, because when you have menus with 10 different links that you want to do that each page and create more connections, like to do on each one of your link. Instead, you can just copy, and you can copy the entire menu, paste it on the new page, and those connections will already be made. And now we will look at how to edit your prototype. In other words, edit some of the connection that you already made. Yeah. Doing this in Figma is super straightforwarding. All like you have to do is click on one of the connection. So in the first case, the connection from women's to women's category page, this one category page, I will click on that. Yeah, and now you have a few options or what call interaction details on this specific connection, and there appears a little pop-up here to the right called interactions details. And there are a few things that you can do here is one, you can manually change what screen you're navigating to. So for that, if you are for the instance, I could choose product page instead of women, right? Which I will touch on briefly, but few cool features that Figma has to offer. So first off, animations between the screens. So when I click on this link, and that makes me to the category of women's category page. This is the animation or the transition that happens between these two screens. So right now it's set to instance. So yeah, the animation, it sets to instance. So you can see when I click on the women, so instantly it's taking me to the women's category. But I could actually change that to something like dissolve. I want that is instead of but just flashing to the women's category page, there is actually a nice dissolve transitions. Let's click in on this. Yes, this one. That's a dissolve transitions between the screens, and this is just one basic animation style, but Figma has a few more advanced features that are really amazing actually. So if you choose a smart animations, for instance, let's see for the dissolve. Yeah, suddenly it dissolves, right? That effect. And actually, if you choose a smart animation, for instance, let's choose. Okay, so we set it as a smart animation. Let's play. And if I hit the women, there's a smart animations. For instance, if I hit the women, it will go with the smart animation of instance. And if you can see that some elements start to shift, and that was not very smooth because these were not a lot of common elements from page to page. But if I do something like that, takes so the women page, duplicate that, and then we'll actually make this duplicate. 1 minute. And if I change this, changes to the man, make it a little small, and then then men to this page, and I will connect this. And if I link men to this new page, and now I preview this, let me connect it with this. And see, it's set to smart animate already. If I preview this, let's preview this one. Here what I looks like is, so as you can see that the line automatically animate. See, and its menu link in the case if it is also gets smaller, I mean that what smart animation can does, that's really basic example. And it gets a lot more complex when you are working with different elements, but it's really a quick way to create transitions between the screen, and it works especially when things like an app where you are pulling up sheets or pop-up. Yeah, Figma offers some amazing features when it comes to animations, and it's really powerful. So I definitely encourage you to play around with some of these features in the interaction details panel. So the next thing I want to talk about here is how to share your prototype. So you might want to share your prototype with a client or a teammate that involved on the project. And to do that in the Figma, it's actually super straightforward. And so the first thing you want to do is you open your present mode. If it is not open, then you can click it on the right side of this one, or otherwise we already opened the prototyping present mode. So you could know that when you open up this tab, you already open, then you have to hit the share prototype. Now your important note that you make sure you are not hitting share from the actual design file, because in this case you had to share a design file, not the prototype. So when you are sharing just prototype, make sure you are not doing it from present mode. So will you go ahead and hit this share, then repeat and hit share prototype, and that gives us a few options, right? So the first option is to invite access. And you can do that by entering email here or here, and just they will get an invitation to the prototype, and they will get open that up with that. That's one way to do it. But the way I actually prefer to share out your prototype is by hitting this copy link option, and then just open copies a link to your clipboard to this prototype that can share out in the message or the personal message or by email or by FB or Facebook messages, or really whatever you want. Yeah, but just to mindful that if you are doing this copy link method, I guess you want to make sure that this is set to anyone with a link, because if it's set to only people invited to this file, when someone receiving that links and they are not invited to this file, they may not be able to open it. So if you are sharing out your link, make sure you set it to anyone with a link. Hope you enjoyed this tutorial, and if you are interested to learning about more UX or becoming a UX designer, please check out the link below for the UX design, and we will cover the fundamentals of UX design. Let's say you are creating a poster for a school event. For that, you need to design a poster by choosing various assets. To edit an image, we need a Photoshop. For creating books, magazines, and brochures, InDesign is there. And if you require different pictures, then there are many stock photo sites with a collection of templates. Rather than navigation to so many platforms, for these tasks, we present you Canva, the one-stop solution that combines not only these editing but also publishing tools that provides an online design platform. So hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Today in this video on Canva tutorial for beginners, we will showcase Canva tools for designing. But do you know that UI UX expert use Canva too? So if you want to learn UI UX expert in 5 months and attend masterclasses from the top faculty of IIT Bangalore, consider our advanced certifications in UI UX design course. Check out the link in the description for more details. And if you are a geek, here is a brain teaser for you. Which country uses Canva the most? Is it Australia, Japan, United States, or Russia? Let us know your answer below and get a heart from Simplilearn. Without any further delay, let's get started with the session by taking a quick look at what you are going to learn. We start by introducing what Canva is and what makes Canva so popular. We then take a deep dive into some of its features. Finally, we look at where Canva is used along with its pricing. And also, we will create a poster for the school. So let's take an overview about Canva. Canva is a platform with a graphic design that provides user with the tools and resources to create visually appealing design for various purposes. Canva users can create professional-looking graphics, social media posts, presentation, and marketing material, among other things. Canva is a popular graphic design tool where users can create visual content of a wide range of templates, customizable design, collaboration, and cost-effective. Now that we have a good understanding of what Canva is and what makes Canva so popular, let's take a deep dive into some of its features. And we know Canva is a popular online graphic design tool that derives some of its key features include the first one is user-friendly interface, free and paid plans, social media integration, customization option, design elements, and it has inbuilt and comprehensive image library. Overall, Canva is a versatile and user-friendly tool ideal for creating professional-looking design quickly and easily. Moving ahead, a deep dive into where Canva is used. So Canva is used by businesses, marketers, educators, and bloggers, and individuals who need to create high-quality visual content for their brand or personal projects. With its user-friendly interface and extensive features, Canva has become a popular tool for creating visually appealing design for various purposes. Finally, the pricing for the Canva. Canva offers both free and free plans. Here are details of each plan. For the free plans, it includes access to Canva's basic features including thousands of templates, photos, and design elements. Users can also collaborate with others and share design. And for the Canva Pro, it is a paid subscription plan that offers for one person only. It is 3,999 rupees per annum. And some of its additional features are their advanced collaboration and team management feature, the ability to create and save brand kits for consistent branding, and the ability to schedule social media posts directly from Canva. And the third one is Canva Enterprise and for the team. It is a custom pricing plan for larger organization that is for 2+ people. It is 6,590 rupees per annum for the first 5 people. That requires additional features and support. Custom branding options, advanced security and compliance features, custom templates and design elements, and advanced analytics and reports are there. In today's tutorial, I'm going to share an in-depth Canva tutorial for beginners. And you will learn everything there is to know like to start designing your own graphics. And whether you would like to use it for YouTube, Instagram or other social media channels, it doesn't really matter because Canva offers a great variety of tools and it's free to use as well. After watching this video, you will know how easy it is actually to design with it. So let's do this. So I am bringing you a comprehensive Canva tutorial, and if you have not heard about Canva, it's a free design tool, completely brilliant. It's got tons of different photos, elements and other graphics for you to use. So in other words, a complete lifesaver in the content marketing world. It's absolutely brilliant for any graphics that you want to design. Whether it's a social media, your website and blogs, whether it's for any presentation card, invitation card, anything of that nature, Canva will sort you out. So without any further ado, let's do this. Okay, so we will start off with creating an account in Canva, and it's completely free to begin with. So you can sign up either with Google, with Facebook, or traditionally with an email address. Obviously, I have an account already, so I didn't need to do that. So just signing up, and it's super easy, and then we will start designing. All right, first. So in the top left, you have got the main navigation panel, and you have got the returning of the home page, of course, and then you have got the templates, and then obviously categorized into different types. You have got their social media templates, background, birthday, marketing, educators. So there are various different templates for you to browse, and whenever you need something, you can just glaze through it and see what they offer already in Canva. You have got the features. Let's see the features section as well with the photo icons, print, because Canva now offers printing as well. There are different apps you can have to connect it with Canva, and some of the use cases are there with different graphics, charts, video, teams. You can invite your teams, different templates are there. So there is also the learn section, which is super important, especially when you are a beginner. So after you watch this whole video, set up your account, kind of get a feel for what Canva is, I would highly recommend you actually go to the Learn tab and watch some of the kind of videos like how to create top designs, logo maker, flyer maker, and then so that as they say in here, you can see how to learn, how to connect and grow your community. Here, so they have give you quite few different features and tips for you. So the learn section is really important. And I will mention something at the very end of this video as well, a resource for you to learn even more in depth than this video is going to go, but stay tuned, I will explain at the very end. So this is what the Canva homepage looks like. There are quite a few different areas to help you navigate. So I will explain each and every one of those so that you can you know where to go certain functionalities over there. So let's start off with the top right panel. You have got your account, so there's where you are, and you can find a change of your account settings. You can set up your profile photos as well and refer your friend, the things of that nature. Then there is a create design button, which I will explain in a moment. You have got the setting in here, the account setting, as well as there is a help center. So let's get back. 1 minute, yes. So, and one of the most important part is the search bar. You can, once you have signed up for the free Canva account, there are some difference between the basic kind of free Canva and Canva Pro, which I will explain at the end of this video. So make sure to watch till the very end. But at this point, I'm just going to use the free Canva because this is what the majority of people will use and need. So we'll just stick with it, and then at the very end I will explain it or the details. So the first thing we want to start off with is in the middle. Here's the search bar, and I have to say it's one of the quickest way to find any template, any different design with specific dimensions that you need to look for. So for example, if I wanted to quickly create an school poster, so for that I will go to create a design. We'll take a whiteboard, or we can select, okay, I will select the whiteboard, portrait. Okay, then after that we will color the background first. To decorate it, first we will take one frame for that. Let's search more about it. Let's not to select a more designing, like let's select the simple one. Or we can choose another one. After this, we already taken the border, like it is not that designy but simple, and so not that much designy but simple. Let's take a picture. Let's find some pictures regarding school, say board. So as we know, this is a poster for a school. So let's say, let's write one heading, suppose maths Olympiad quiz. Let's change the font for this. Now let's add some elements, some images that I've already installed, I think. To decorate this poster for the school, let's take this medal. You can download these pictures from Google, and you can actually paste it over here. You can download the pictures regarding your topics, whatever you are going to create. So these are the collection that I have stored. Like this, you can add all the pictures, whatever you have downloaded. So you can add elements according to your needs. So So this is how it looks. This is the final design for the school poster for math Olympiad quiz. So you can add some, if you want, you can add some more pictures over here. You can edit the color for the background. You can pick any frame regarding your posters and your needs. And I have added the medal because it's a Olympiad quiz, and a bag as a design for the school, and some books with the specs and pencil, and it is a Olympiad quiz for the math. So I added the just a to look attractive, I add this animation of math with the colors and poster over here. One globe is there and one pencil just to make it more beautiful as it is a school poster. So this is the final poster for the school maths Olympiad quiz. So next we will create an advertisement in the Instagram, suppose. So just go to create a design once again, and let's take this. It's already open, so still Instagram poster for square or portrait. Let's see how does it look. What is the size for this? Okay, this is perfect. Let's change the background color. Let's take this, and just go to file and show margins. Wait. Okay. So after this, choose some elements to make the design look, repeat. So now just choose some elements to make your design look more attractive and beautiful. So we'll add some elements. Let's say circle. We did in the mid. Change the color for this. Let's take okay, I changed the color for the background. Let's add one element over here. Be a little darker in color. Let's suppose this. Copy this. Make a design with this. Let's make it over here. You can add or adjust any elements according to your needs. So one line over here. Now, and you can upload and choose any image. So as I have already downloaded one image of a man, fix it over here, fix it over here. Okay. adjust the image and just make it look. It's the image and just added the image with the saturation. Let it be 0. Yeah. After that, just add a text to your design. Let's suppose. And always keep in mind that always you have to choose one font in all the design. So you can adjust your letter size with according to your design. Let's choose one. Take one font for all the text. Okay. Let's add another text over here. Just adjust the size. Adjust the size. Let's change the font for this too. Okay. Okay, let's make it look more beautiful. Let's add a text as facts. And always keep the same font. Let's change the color for this. Let it be little darker. It's fine. Now let's add another page. Copy this first. You can paste over here. You can write actually anything, but for the design, let's look. How does it look? Do you know? Then again, can paste. So actually, we will keep it little down over here. Copy and paste it at the down, as this is a fact 1. So we'll You can add design to carousel your effect. Let's take an element again, or you can copy from here. Let's make a different color. So we have written over here about ChatGPT. We will write something about ChatGPT again over here. We'll adjust it. Let's size big and same font again. The first page, so we will say this as just adjust the size and the alignments of the text. Similarly, you can add another page with the same design with different text. Second, two, and again. You can add any other text over here just for creating and just want to show you how does it work. I'm just making this. Change the color. You can add as many as you want. Change the color for this also. Yeah. So this is how does it. So this is how does it looks. So this is the final output. How does it looks. So next we will create a web page. So let's create a web design for the game FIFA or the football. Let's create it. Let's take a whiteboard. Let's take site line. First, we will choose a background color. Let's give a theme. So I have already installed or downloaded one theme for the football. Let's edit it and make it little. Let's see more if it is there. Yes. I want a background to be little lighter, so okay, this is fine a bit. It's good. So we'll add elements. First, we will upload a picture of a man playing football. 1 minute. First, or let's just do this. And we'll create one boundary first. Let's give a background color as we have. After this, we will add some lines. Suppose home, align it over here. Before that, we'll add one rectangle. Just as a margin. Change the color for this. Will be about section. This will be setting, and let's add one more option. Log and one contact. Match. Pages. This will be contact. After this, we will write one text for as a heading. Best game Let's change the font, let's say. Always remember just to keep a same font. Change the color. Also, we will change the color. Let's add an element, suppose ball. Sorry. To highlight it, add some elements. So this is the basic web design. Let's try to change the color for this. No. Okay, this is fine only. So this is a basic idea to create a web design, a simple design, the basic design for a football or a game. Now let's go through the top tips and tricks for the Canva. An animation, Canva Magic Resize, Instant Image Background Remover, or use Canva templates, align the text and the images perfectly, use frames to customize the images, filter the elements by different colors, use grid to organize the images, blur the background of the photos, unlock the elements or image position. Let's discuss each point in detail. So the first one is instant animation. With Canva Pro, you can quickly add instant animations to the presentations, social media posting, and other places where you want to create a lasting visual effect. Click once to start animating and save the file as a GIF. Thus, your customized animation films will help in improved knowledge intake and storage. A free animated movie generator includes all the tools you want, whether you are creating a video for a lecture in your class or presenting an idea at work. So the next one is Canva Magic Resize. Canva Magic Resize is essentially the finest thing because if you ever created a graphic template, which I'm sure you have, you are aware of how much time is lost when you must recreate the design to fit various platforms. And unfortunately or fortunately, Canva Pro's Magic Resize function takes care of that issue for us. You can use the tool of bulk resize your visuals to fit numerous preset formats. To view their measurements, move your mouse over them. More than one size is available. Click Resize a change and design the size. And the next one is Instant Image Background Remover. Visual impact is crucial for everything, from social media to e-commerce. But even in the case of flawless photograph, backdrops can be annoying. With just one click, any product, headshot, or logo can stand out and shine thanks to the Canva Pro's easy-to-use backdrop removal features. Simply choose an image, then under the Effects section, click on the Background Remover. The background will magically vanish to showcase particular goods or add layers to the design. And the next one is use Canva templates. Canva templates are ready-made designs that various users can quickly alter. You may buy Canva templates on third-party websites that digitally market goods, include online stores. Canva templates is a pre-made design that you can quickly change. The design framework already exists, but you may add your own creative touch by altering the colors, fonts, and the other components. And the next one is align the text and the images perfectly. Align text, components, or images is incredibly used to do with Canva. You may quickly use the alignment tools to align and organize the text and the pictures instead of manually positioning each object or relying on visual approximations. With regards to the design page, alignment moves your element to the location you specify. And the next one is use frames to customize the images. You may clip pictures and videos using the Canva frames to fit their form. You may change the setting and the transparency of inserted photos as well as apply the filters or effects. Additionally, you may drag the uploaded files and movies into the frames to add them. And the next one is filter the elements by colors. Canva has many different elements available. Instead of utilizing the secret codes to find the pieces with a similar design, what if you only require the elements of a single color type? Few individuals are aware that element searches may be color filtered. Simply enter the element search term, choose the desired color palette by clicking the filter icon and then press the enter key. The element search result will be there, then update to match your color choices. So the next one is use grid to organize the image. In Canva, grid function as a frame into which you can put photos. It may stretch photographs across your entire design and group several images or small images in a composition. The single frame grid is the most often used grid. You should always include one of these grids into your designs if you use an image as a background or the backdrop. If you do, you can drag and drop various photographs while keeping their own filter codes or effects. So the next one is blur the backgrounds of photographs. Adding a background blur to your photographs may highlight a particular topic, such as a person in a portrait of an object is a still life, while giving your work a more polished appearance. Thanks to advancement in free photos editing tools like Canva, you can create this lovely background blur, often known as bokeh, even after taking your shot. So the next one is lock elements or image position. While editing other components of your design, lock elements to prevent unwanted changes from being made to them. Click the element or page thumbnail you wish to lock. To select several components, you may also click on them while holding the Shift key on your keyboard. You may use the open lock symbol on the editor toolbar to partly lock a page or the elements and only enables content replacement.
So now we will see the steps to create templates for Instagram stories. First, we need to click on the Create Design panel that is located on the top right of the screen, and we will search for Instagram stories. Then a drop down list will open. Let's search for the Instagram stories. Instagram story. And we can select our Instagram story. So let's take a theme of cafe. So we can take this theme. Okay, fine. We have search the template from the search bar where we can post related to our search and select the one. I have selected this one. And after picking one picture, we can and we will get the theme palette related to that picture only. Let's click on this and the color will appear over here. So we will click this. Okay, we'll remove this one because we want to edit our own thoughts over here. So we will put one picture related to coffee, or we will take beans.
keep here, and we can take this also. We can keep it over the bottom. Here we are choosing a brown color. Actually, that color is relatable to our picture or the theme. After picking up the color, we will insert some elements, like we have inserted this cup, or we can choose another picture. Let's take this one. Okay, let's remove this. And after that, or we can make it little small, and we will keep it on the top of this. Let it be here. And let's write, after this we will add some more images that is related to our theme as a watermark effect. So we will take coffee beans, we are not getting a good picture. Okay, let's take this. We are having one already here, so we'll pick more. So after this we will add some more elements. We will search for coffee cup. Let's try to find some good pictures of a coffee cup. Okay, I'm not getting any good picture for coffee cup. So okay, let's now here we will pick another picture that we will keep inside the frame, as we can choose, or we can choose any shape. Let's take a shape from here. Where is it? Cloud shape. Okay, for frame. So we will pick the shape of kind of cloud. So here we will keep inside the frame, as we can choose any shape of the frame, then we can insert that image in that frame according to our needs. So we will pick this one. And let's give a color. 1 minute. Now we can give a color to this. It's not this one. Yeah, this color. After selecting a frame, according to our needs, we can search for the image and drag them into this frame, which transform the image into the exact shape of the frame. So let's take a circle frame. Wait. Like one I will keep here, and another I will keep over here. Yeah. So I can search for the picture, suppose, let's say coffee cup. Like this, I can drag it inside the circle frame. And another one, let's take this one. Yeah. Or I can keep another picture over here. 1 second. let's take this picture here. Yeah. Now here we can add one ribbon over here as it will look so catchy, and put the text on the top of it. Let's take one ribbon over here. Let's search for it. Let's take one ribbon. Getting okay, it's paid one, so we will use something else. Let's suppose we write just ribbon. Here I search ribbon banner, so I like this one. I'll resize it a bit. I can keep it a bit here, so I can keep this here. So I can write here something. Let's write special offer. And I'll keep it here. Let's change the color. Let it be bold. Perfect. And we will also mention some more details like the location of the cafe. So let's keep the name as Coffee Point. Let's write some another text. And we will keep it here. Size. Okay, we can change the color for this. Let's keep this or this. Something darker. And we'll bold it. Okay. Let's change the font, and we can put some another font. Let's see, how does it look? Okay, this is little classy and it looks little better than before. Keep it here. Okay, so we can give more details about our content through banner or something text, as we have mentioned in the image or by the offer. So let's put one more text over here. Let's suppose we'll write smell of yeah. So we can keep this here. This is something, or we can keep it at the back like this, and it will be in the middle. This will come over here. Yeah, let's change the color for this also. Dark brown. Okay. Yeah, so this is the final template for Instagram stories. As we mentioned, the coffee shop has a banner. Oh, okay, one more. We can add the time. Let's put one more text over here, or we can write the time when it is open from time 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. and change the color for this. I will change it by okay, and I will keep this with the white color. It should be a little small. You can keep it in the bottom. And also we can add more details with your needs. And after understanding the creation of the template for this Instagram story or the template for social media, we will create another template for the birthday invitation. So the steps to create the template for birthday invitation, first we have this blank page and we have to click on the search bar. Let's take the search bar and we will search for the background color for our greeting as we have seen here. So we will search for the colors. Let's take gradient. Let's search here. Let's pick one color. Let's take this color. Okay. And after that we will we have this color. Okay, fine. So after that we will add some more images related to birthdays as we know that in the birthday we are going to use balloons or some beautiful glitters or something, and then we will search for balloons. And we will pick let's see, let's take this and we will keep it over here. Yeah, or some different bright color. Let's see another one. How can we keep it over here? Let's keep it like this. Let's remove this. Let's try this one. Okay, so now we will choose some overlays to make the background look more attractive that are the same in the color as the background. Let's take blue galaxy overlay. Let's pick one color. Let's pick this one. But the background is different. Let's pick color similar. No, it's not matching. Let's take another one. This is not matching. So I'm searching here white glitter overlay. So I got some results for good effects. So we can put some of these. Let's see. Not this one. Let's pick this one. So it looks more fine, better than before. Next we will use elements related to birthday. So we are going to use some ribbons. Let's write golden party ribbons. So we are going, golden party ribbons. So we are going to decorate the template and we'll copy paste it. Like first we will pick the ribbons like this, and we will make it as a small in size. We'll keep it here. Some here. We'll copy it again. Keep it over here. Fine. Now we will add some more gift item in different places in this template with the small sizes. So let's search for birthday gifts. Birthday gifts. Let's pick this one. We will keep it here, or we can keep another box. Let's take this. No, it's having color background. It's also not working. Okay, it's fine. We will copy and paste it over here. And one more copy. Okay. Now we have come to the graphic tab. Let's search for an element and then search for a circular frame with the borders that we can fit it into to make a decorative frame. So we will search for frames. Let's pick circle frames. Let's take this circle frame and then we will search for the image. Suppose we can have a frame. We will keep it inside. Now here we will search a photo randomly and we'll drag it into this frame and that we have created. And let's pick a picture for baby whom's the birthday is there. We can select the picture for that. Let's pick a picture for a baby, small baby. Okay, it's there. And after that, we can put some text on the design for the invitation with the name of the birthday person as we have mentioned below in this image. So let's write in text over here. You are, let it be in capital letters. You are invited to, keep it here. Another text. Let's say the name of the baby, suppose Ron, and we'll keep it little bold with different color. We will give another font for this. Yes, for Ron's birthday party. Let's give another font for this. We'll keep it here with a different color. Okay. We'll keep it little down. Okay, fine. So now we will press R on our keyboard to go put input for the rectangle. So this rectangle will appear over here. So here, and then we will give it a bright color, something. Let's take white color, or it's fine. And here we will highlight the time and the day for the birthday party. So let's take a text here. Saturday. Saturday, June 21st. We will keep it here with the bold color, little size increased. Okay, fine. We will add another text over here. Your venue. Okay. Under the text, to greet the people, with some different color, dark. Okay. So this is the final template for birthday invitation with some features as we have mentioned above, where we can change the time and the place, image of the person whose birthday is here, the birthday party, and the venue according to our need. In many industries, visuals are essential. We propose ideas for improved communications, whether well-displayed photographs or buttons. Canva and Figma provides equal access to use and price and third-party plugins or the applications, but there are also many distinctions, with some of the basic comparison between the two. So the first one is platform access, best design purposes, drawing tools, image editing, and the last one, plugins and apps. Let us have a simple quiz question to brush up on our knowledge. Who is the founder of Figma? So the options are Melanie Perkins, Delan Field, Shantanu Narayan, and the last one, Steve Jobs. Please answer in the comment section below and we will update the correct answer in the pinned comments. You can pause the video, give it a thought and answer it in the comment section. So now let's discuss it in detail. First we will see what is Canva. It is an online graphic design platform for non-designers wishing to quickly and easily creating the simple graphics for nearly anything including infographics, presentation, posters and social media graphics, logos and other visuals content. After the Canva, we will understand what is Figma. Figma is more than just a tool for manipulating photos. In fact, it is a design software with a singular focus on UI and UX design. In the Canva versus Figma discussion, Figma is a software for designing products. You can quickly create and prototype applications with the help of Figma. Now we will discuss some basic features for both Canva and the Figma. So the first one is Platform access. The key factor to consider when selecting a design platform is accessibility. The places where you can utilize the Canva and Figma are listed below. For the Canva, you may use Canva as a browser-based design tool by downloading an app for Mac, Windows, iOS, and Android. Your previous design will be saved in your Canva account even if you can check in using a different device. You could use an app to save work locally if you don't have an internet connection. For the Figma is another online design tool that can be used on Mac, Windows, and Linux desktop computers. An iOS and Android mobile app is also available for Figma. Your design history, files, and plugins are all accessible from any device when linked to your Figma account, although the application permits offline design. And the next one is best design purposes. Consider their simplicity, convenience, and accessibility. Certain platforms are made for more effective uses than others. Here is a list of what Canva and Figma excel is. For the Canva's primary area of expertise is social media design, including Instagram stories, YouTube thumbnails, and Facebook banners. There are a lot of free themes available for popular social networking sites. You can produce a variety of reasons. Canva offers easily editable templates for calendars, presentations, and stationeries. And for the Figma, since Figma is primarily employed as a user experience and user interface design tool, it performs well when being used to create the website, applications, and other interfaces. However, you can also use it to make other things like presentations, resume, and the animations for Instagram stories. Most design in Figmas are dynamic rather than static. And the next one is drawing tools. If you are required drawing instruments, the comparison that follows will assist you in making the best option. And for the Canva, it is the design capabilities that are limited in comparison to other design software. There is no pen tool available in the Elements menu, only the line and the form tools. It's free to use lines and curves in your sketches than to start from the blank. And for the Figma, drawings can be edited right in the app using Figma Pen and Pencil tool. A few form tools are also included that can utilize an additional to the pen tools. Having the ability is great. However, it's the best to import individual drawings from other applications for the UI and UX design. The next one is image editing. Image editing is a workflow feature whether you manage social media or a photographer. You may read more about the Canva and Figma's abilities in the section below. For the Canva, most of Canva image editing capabilities are adjustment, switchment, and third-party filters. While some of its features are equal to those of Photoshop's, Canva products offer less customization. And the texture application is covered in the tutorial. With the Canva Pro, you get the access to more and better editing tools. And for the Figma, the majority of Figma's image editing features are quite basic because it is not designed to be used for photo editing. Additional options include altering the colors or applying blend modes to the image. The tool called Figma needs to change image from another tool to be provided in advance. And the last one is plugins and apps. Your productivity may be greatly increased by using plugins. The tools that you can combine with Canva and Figma are listed below. For the Canva, these provides unique method for locating and utilizing other resources. The Elements panel is the first item on the menu bar. To use your creations, you can find here graphics, audio, video, movies, animations, and illustrations. You can actively download elements that are not already in the Canva. However, you can only perform searches for the particular words. And for the Figma, Figma offers a huge selection of plugins on its community page. In addition to the third-party applications like Unsplash for stock images, wireframes or initial designs, and placeholders plugin for the text. Figma also offers mockup plugins. Anybody can make a plugin with a Figma account, and anyone also can use a plugin. After the comparison between the Canva and Figma, we will discuss the pros and cons for the Canva and Figma. Some of the pros for the Canvas are: the software is easy to use and amazingly made templates. It's free to subscribe, and there is a collection of animated GIFs. And some of its cons are: not for professional designers. There are not many free templates readily available in Canva. Now for the Figma, some of its pros are: it makes quick prototypes and presentations possible, utilizing the browser-based application for the cloud data storage. It works well for design and graphics. Some of its cons are: it's difficult to understand the auto layout. The presentation mode might be improved. After understanding the pros and cons, we will see the pricing for the both. Figma and Canva offer the free version of the program and paid edition depending on your needed capabilities. There are 3 price categories for the Canva. It's free as $0, and the premium will be $12.99 monthly with a maximum of 5%. You will be charged $7 for each new member if you are a monthly plan, or $60 per month if you are an annual plan. One is the Enterprise, $30 per user per month, minimum of 25 users. And the Figma offers 4 pricing categories. The first one is free, access to the mobile app and plugins, 3 Figma and unlimited users and the personal files. And the second one is professional, include all the capabilities of plus free unlimited Figma files, version history, and access permissions. And the third one is Enterprise, $75 for each Figma editor monthly with more sophisticated security measures. And the last one is organizational libraries, centralized data management, private plugins, and more are included in the $45 per month per editor. What are mockups? Now let's discuss what mockups are and proceed further for the same. Mockups are merely designs that represent how a service or product will seem in the future. Anything from websites and mobile applications to the basic thing like packaging may use them. Before devoting excessive time and money to a particular design, mockups allow designers to test their ideas quickly. Additionally, they allow designers to gather early clients or other stakeholders' comments, which can assist in enhancing the finished product. After discussing what are mockups, we will see how to create mockups in Figma. Figma is an excellent tool for generating mockups since it gives you a lot of customizing choices and capabilities. Create a new file in Figma and choose the mockup template from the list of available templates to start creating mockups. You can create mockups in Figma by accessing hundreds of premium Artboard Studio mockups components within your Figma files. With only a button press, quickly convert Figma frame into a realistic product mockups. So in this tutorial, I'm going to show you the best way to start practicing designing apps and websites in Figma. You can quickly download mockups plugin in the Figma rather than saving your Figma design and switching to another software to build a mockup. Although numerous plugin alternatives are available in different styles, they are all easy to use and can be integrated into bigger projects. So just go to Google, Artboard Studio. Alright, click on the Get Started for free. Right, guess that makes just quickly create an account. As I have already made an account, so I will go to the setting, then integration. Okay, then click on the setting to reveal the API key, and you will be shown an API key, and then copy this and come back to the Figma and paste here in right. Now here you can see you can reveal the API key over here and you can paste it over here. So right now maybe it's not making any sense, but when you launch this plugin, you are going to see more data that shows input API keys, right? So just go over the website, create an account, create your API key, and you have to copy and come back over your Figma and paste that API key, right? And it may look like a little stressful, but it will take a long run. It's going to be actually beneficial to you. All right, so now you have a lot of mockups, right? So we'll click on right button and you can have the plugin over here in Artboard Studio. Yeah, it will take a bit of time. Okay, now I'm going to search, or I can select only free items. Okay, let's use this. Let me click on this. Okay, let's use this. So yeah, you can click on the mockup item. You're actually presented with the 2 or the 3 screens depending on the kind of mockup you are clicking. So first you have to mockup by yourself your item. You are not going to make any change to this one, so you can lock this. So you're not going to move that, and or you're not going to touch this. So you're not going to edit this. You can even go as far as you can lock this. Right, I have done. And so this is what you are going to make changes to. Whatever changes you are going to implement, we'll put here. It will reflect on this mockup. It looks like a magic, right? So let's create a design for the food delivery app for the first splash screen. First, let's change the color for the background. Let's take a light color, maybe. Yeah, this is fine. And so we will give the effect to this. We will change this color also. Let's take the sky with the gradient. We're not going to get the gradient effect, so fine. It's fine. After this, first I'm going to make a border. We will select a line from over here. Yeah, again I will press the keyword L and I'll make the border. So similarly, I have drawn all the 4 borders. I'm going to make the width a little bit big. Let's give this a black color. So this is how it will look after giving a border. Now we will put a text as a name of our food delivery app. So we will give a name, suppose Healthy Eat. We will make the size a little bigger than this. 36. Let's make it bold with different color. Let's take dark blue. Right. Fine. Now we need to make a button with the name Get a Meal. So we will keep one rectangle over here and with the text. Let it be a little small with suppose 16. Character name. 24. Yeah, fine. We'll align it in the mid and we'll change the color for this also. Yeah, fine. For making it looks a little good, we will put one picture over here. So for that, first I will make a rectangle in which I'm going to insert a picture. Suppose I already downloaded the picture. So this is how it will look. And now for making this little good, we will put one icon over here related to the food. So I'm already downloaded one icon. Yeah, so this will look like this after putting this icon over here. So we will make it in alignment. So after importing all the items and customizing the frame, click on the render button. First, we have to choose the screen, that is a splash screen. So we will render this and it will reflect whatever you're designing is going to render the item in that perspective. And the changes that are going to be made on this same frame will be rendered on the item after the render button is clicked on the consequence visible in this screen. See. Now for the next, we will see. Now we will see something different when the user will log in into the app. And the next screen will be like how we are going to design. Let's pick a different. Let's take this one. Yeah. we will again lock this one. So we are not going to make any change in this, and I'm not going to edit this, but this, yeah. First, I will pick the line, and now I'm going to copy the line. Sizes 3, 4, yeah. Now I'm going to copy this. I will resize this also. I'm going to copy this, and so it will look like this. Next thing, I want to add a text, and that text should describe or what you want to select your meal. Different locations, maybe from the workplace or something like that. So we will going to add a text over here. Size it with 24, and we'll change the design. Let it be semi or medium. Let it be sunny, and we'll change the color for this. We'll keep dark blue, right? The bottom, yeah. And we will change the color of our page. And so after this, there will be the varieties for choosing the meal. So I'm going to add one more text like choose your meal. Sorry. And I will size this whole with a little smaller than the before, like 16, yeah, fine. And I'll change the color for this also. Let's make it medium. And I will change the color for the text. Let it be here about blue only. Okay, fine, this is fine. I'm going to align it again. Remove this. Okay. There will be the location, so I'm going to put a one polygon in the name of location. So we'll change the color for this. Let it be green color. Yeah, fine. So if you want to search your meal, there will be a search button also. For that, I have an icon. Download it. Yeah, so it seems like this, and we are going to put different four icons. For that, we will take rectangle. Align it. Yeah, it will be like this. And now I'm going to quickly add the 4 different icons that I already downloaded. As we are in the choosing page, first icon will be active and another 3 will be on offline. So we will keep them in dark color. So it will be visible like this. So we are going to add the items or the food that we are going to select. There will be different options. So let's do it. So first I'm going to take a square and one circle. Or we will use a rectangle later. We will keep the circle over here. And we'll select a picture of the food that we are going to insert over this. So first, and I have inserted picture. I have already downloaded from the Google, and I'm going to shift this rectangle over there. This is the vegetarian, so I'm going to give a circle with the green, and it is in our favorite list, so I'm going to give a heart over there. Change the color with the green as it is vegetarian. So it will be like this. After that, we are going to give the name of this meal. So quickly, I'm going to give the name of this meal. And I will resize this. and another text for the price. So I'm going to give like 0. It will be in like italic and the size bigger. Hello. Yeah. So similarly, we are going to make the different rectangles. Suppose like here. Or let's copy the first one only with a similar size. Yeah. Now we are going to render this. For that, we will go in the plugin again on the item modes, and we are going to select this. Yeah, so it takes a little bit time and we are going to proceed it to reflect in the screen. So it will be like this. So whatever we are going to make a change in the first screen, and that will be reflect on our mockup screen. Suppose we take another, let's take this one. Let's try to put this screen over here. Let it be like this. So this is for this mockup screen. So I'm going to render this and it will come over this also. Let's quickly plug in and open add mockups item. And I'm going to render this. Yeah. So it doesn't overlap, but it is showing the same screen that I have used before. And yeah, I didn't make any different screen for that. And it is overlapped, but in this, it is not. It is showing. Yeah. So similarly, whatever the changes we are going to make in this will reflect on the mockup of our screen. So suppose I will choose this. Anything like or any other shape. Let's take star. Give it a color with. I'm going to render this screen. And this is going to reflect over here. Yeah. After importing the items and customizing the frame, click on the render button and your design is going to render on the item in that perspective. Or any changes that you are going to make on the same frame would be rendered on the item after the render button is clicked on consecutively. So this is how we create a mockups in Figma. What is wireframe? A website service can be designed using wireframes and is frequently utilized to lay out functionality and content on a page while considering users' need and journey. And before adding visual design and the contents to the page, the basic wireframe and the framework of the page is established using wireframes early on the development process. It is a double structure sketch of a web page or app comparable to the visual interface design. In wireframes, style, color, and graphics are typically kept to the minimal because they represent the initial product concept. Depending on the level of information required, wireframe can be created either digitally or manually. The most frequent users of wireframings are UX designers. Before the developers begin writing code for the interface, this approach enables all the partners to agree on where data is placed and will place the data digitally or not. After knowing what is wireframe, we will understand its purpose. Wireframe having three main advantages. They keep the concept and they are quick and inexpensive to produce because they stimulate users' feedback, kick off conversation with the stakeholders, and inspire innovations in designers. Wireframes are helpful as communications tool. The designers can receive direct feedback and identify key problems that help them to create the proposed product by conducting users testing during the first wireframe stage. They clarify and describe website functions, and they maintain the concept users focus. With particular wireframing features, you may explain exactly how they will work to your clients and what function they will serve. And it helps all the stakeholders combine the website's information, architectures with its visual design and make the page operational clear. The third one is quick and cheap. The best thing about wireframing is how easy and affordable is it to create that. You can design a wireframe with a newspaper, paper, and pen. Thanks to the abundance of tools, you can quickly develop a digital wireframe. The consumer is typically less likely to be honest about their early thoughts whenever a product is highly polished. The longer a period is developed, the harder it is to make the change. After understanding the purpose of the wireframe, we will see the different types of wireframe. And the first one is low fidelity wireframes, and they are very simple visual depiction of the web pages and are typically used as a designer's foundation. As a result, they usually lack of all the sense of grid or pixel accuracy and tend to be quite sloppy. It contains basic pictures, block forms, and dummy contents, including fillers, text, or labels with the headlines, and they leave out any information that would serve as a possible distraction. These are useful for starting conversation, selecting navigation's layout, and mapping users' flow. And the second one is mid-fidelity wireframe, the most popular of the three. While they avoid distractions like graphics and distracting fonts, they mostly focus on specific features distinct from one another. Headings and body materials could potentially be separated using different text weight. Although remaining in black and white, artists can convey the prominence of specific features through various shades of gray. These are typically produced using a digital wireframing program such as Sketch or Balsamic, even if they are still useful in the early stages of a design. The third one is high fidelity wireframe. Finally, the pixel-specific layouts are features of high-fidelity wireframes. They may have actual featured images and textual information unlike low-fidelity wireframes. They are the best choice for exploring and capturing ideas, menus, or interactive maps because of their additional depth. And rising wireframes should be saved for the last stages of the product's designing cycle. Now, what is included in the wireframe? As we briefly said previously, whether a wireframe is low, mid, or high quality greatly affects how many details are contained. However, elements like thread makers, searching areas, headings, share buttons, and placeholder text are frequently seen in wireframes. So the first one is information design. By illustrating the routes between the pages, wireframe relates the web database structure to its visual design. Among other things, explain how it should display specific type of information consistently on the interface. Identify the interface primary use of the functionality. The second one is navigation design. A site structure comprising all the components is structured so users can easily discover informations, wireframes, navigation charts, and etc. To develop a flowchart of your website, you will be evaluating, sorting, grouping, and linking comparable information during this process. And the third one is interface design. The method designers use to create useful software interfaces or electronic devices emphasizes aesthetics or styles. Designers strive to produce user-friendly and enjoyable interfaces. User interface design and other types, such as voice control interfaces, are called UI design. It's vital to remember that because wireframes are two-dimensional, they don't work well for displaying the interactive elements of the users. Now we will discuss what tools are used to create the wireframes. Three best wireframe tools are: the first one is Figma. As a potent cloud-based substitute for the applications like Sketch and XD, Figma stands out. The best thing is that it offers a range of usual capabilities, whether you are a freelance designer or a member of a large team with no restriction for free users. There are many available free wireframes tools. Figma is a fantastic alternative if your team wants one simple tool for the entire creative process, but it's also a great option if you are a tight budget. You may discuss and map user journey with Figma and a digital whiteboard that consists with Figma. Without exporting your ideas to another design program, proceed directly to wireframing and testing. Second one is Adobe XD. Adobe XD stands out as a user-friendly choice for wireframing and UI design tasks, even though Adobe technologies are famous for being content and challenging to learn. Within XD, you can do anything from wireframing to simple prototyping. Additionally, XD Simple UI is a breath for fresh air in the comparison to certain other features-rich Adobe XD tools. The second one is Sketch. Sketch has remained a top choice among Mac users as a potent yet portable vector design tool. Wireframes, contemporary UI, and simple graphic art, some interaction design, and more can all be done within on their own. Compared to the industry leader, the vector design, Atomic Designers, and Adobe Illustrator, it has a simpler and more user-friendly interface. Because of the sketch simplicity, wireframe may be quickly constructed using a combination of templates and graphic shapes. So guys, I have an empty page and I'm going to start my design right away. So for that, first I will take one rectangle with the effect of gradient, and I will align it here and size. So what I'm going to have a picture which I've already downloaded. So what I'm going to do is to take that picture right into my screen. And now I'm resizing it. And this size is okay. So next thing I will do is to add a text. So I'm going to select the text and click here, and some basic configuration is there for my text, and I need like to say text to be complete and bold. But before, I will go ahead and I will type healthy eat. For the configuration of my text, I will make it bold. And I will just go ahead and will change the color. Color, say I can white. So now I will put the button over here. But before that, I will align it little up. And we'll change the color. By the name, character, name. We'll change the configuration, we'll change the size. Sorry, this could be me. Let's do the little light color or some other color that could match with the background. So let me know what you think about this splash screen, and if you have any other great ideas on how to bring out a good flat screen, let me know in the comment section below. And for now, we are going to proceed further with the home design and the next splash design. So guys, the next thing I want to do is the home, as I said earlier. So we will copy this first. And we'll paste it over here. Yeah. Or we can choose any other plain rectangle. We'll
will take it from here. Now I will pick the line. Keep this here. And I'm gonna copy this, and then I will reduce the size. I will again copy this, and I will reduce size of this also. And the next thing, I want to add a text, and this text should describe or what you want to select your meal from different locations, maybe at your workplace, in your school or office. So they get the kind of place you select determines the kind of food that comes out for you. So I'm gonna select a text. And I'll give a text, let's say workplace. You're selecting from your workplace, so do the same basic configuration. Hit bold, and should be left aligned. Now this is fine, and I can add more description to this, and the description should be a little bit easier than what we have for the workspace and the workplace. So I'm going to make a description of size a little small. Text it actually like choose your delicious meal. Delicious meal. So now I can drop this here with a point like a more description. So you might want the users to select a different location, so we can achieve that with our triangle icon. So it will be something like this, and we'll change the color to white. Next thing I want to do is you can also search for food by the name. So I'm going to add search icon. Yeah. Size it. And we'll keep it aligned with this. So it will look good. And drag it to this point. Yeah, and we can keep this as a white color also. Yeah, it looks good. We'll make it dark. So next, what I want to do, quick two icons. So I'm going to create some icons with the rectangle with some curves. So I will add the icon home over there. So we'll add the icon of home. We will search it over here. Home icon. Say this one. And I'm going to drag it into the home screen. And I will bring it in the center. This way. And also going to change the color. Or this color is fine. Okay, I'll change the color. Yeah. So next thing I will do, I'm gonna copy this and make it into 4 places. The same alignment. So I'm going to quickly change the icon for this, this and another this one. So second one I will keep this one. I'll keep it there. The third one I will use the filter icon. For the fourth we'll use card icon. Like this. This This one is the active one, so we'll keep this as bright color. And these are not active, so we will keep it in light color. Yeah. So guys, I'm having my icons, the 4 icons that should show me the favorite meal which I have started offer. Now this should show me like a filter screen where I can filter if I am a vegetarian, same meal that are good for vegetarians, and this should show me the 10th card I have selected to my card. Then from there I can payment also. So what I'm going to do now, so the next thing I will do is to add our card for the different meal where you can select. So I am going to add a card. So what I will need is a rectangle tool. So we'll click on the rectangle. I have my rectangle tool. Next thing I will do a drag in and this slide, and I have a color for this. I will go with the light color. So next thing I will do is maybe add the image, and I'm going to select the circle first. Within this I will keep my image, put over here. And we will align this here. Now we will add the image in the circle. What to do again, image, you can just select the image from where the image is in your system and upload it. As I already downloaded, so we'll upload it here. Yeah. So the next thing I will do is I will show you that this is the card. So I'm going to add little design in the circle. Circle over here. We'll give this a green color. We'll copy this and make another circle. We'll give this as another color. It's little dark. Okay. And I will copy the heart and make a duplicate over here. I'll give this the color and the around the red, and I'm going to the next thing. Then the next thing is what the name of the meal. So I'm going to selecting the text so I can copy the text. But before I will select the text, configurize it, and I'll give this name as veg burger, and I'll make it small. Keep this over here. The board. Yeah. I'll copy this, put another text for the price. Let's suppose the price set must be $1. We'll put it over here. Yeah. And the next thing is we add a button down over here like plus icon. So here we can add a button. Plus icon. We'll keep this here. When you click on this plus button, you can add to your card similarly, and we can change the color. When you click on this, you can add to your cart the food that you wanted. You can add more. Similarly, this we can make. Similar to this, we have created another fold. Suppose this is a veg burger or this is something else, and this is an example. And these three are in our favorite, and these two icons we will showing this is in our cart. So here we can add a little description that says, okay, there is a discount in this particular meal. Suppose this one. So what will I do in this way? Now I'm going to make, so we'll make a small description over here with the red mark. Suppose 10% off. Let's just use this size. Yeah. So we'll change the color also. Yeah, I changed the color, and so now we have something like this. If you're really enjoying this tutorial, you can let me know in the comment section what you think about this tutorial, and if you think I need to improve or something also, let me know. And this is the final screen.
Designers nowadays are always on the lookout to streamline their workflows, collaborate more effectively, and create better design outcomes. With a versatile set of features and interfaces, InVision has become a go-to platform for designers worldwide. InVision has proven to a valuable tool for various design projects, including mobile app design, web design, user experience design, and product design. It is a leading digital product design platform that enables teams to collaborate and create interactive prototypes, animation, wireframes, and designs. Whether you are new to InVision or have been using it for years, this tutorial can help you to get the most out of the platform and take your design to the next level. So hey everyone, you are watching Simplilearn, and today we bring you this informative video about InVision. For a more thorough approach on web designing, check out our course on UI UX Design Master Program. Here you can learn the design-centric approach towards user interface and user experience, including UX research, UI styling, wireframes and prototypes, usability testing, and more. Check out the link in the description for more details. And if you're a tech geek, here is a brain teaser for you. When was InVision Studio released? Is it 2015, 2016, 2017, or 2018? Let us know your answer below and get a heart from Simplilearn. Before we begin, if these are the videos you like to watch, then hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to get notified every time we upload a new video. Without any further delay, let's get started with the session on. So you have delivered your final design to your internal or external client only to find out the work you created was way off the mark and the hours you have spent on the original design have been wasted. Sound familiar? This scenario and others are exactly why wireframes are an essential step in turning any digital products into a reality. Think of a wireframe like a building blueprint, but for your digital product. The goal of a wireframe is to create the basic skeleton for each screen in your design that you can review the overall layout of the design with your clients before things like imaginary, color, and branding get brought into a mix. A wireframe will save you and your clients a huge headache and a lot of time. Now you may be asking yourself, okay, but what program do I need to create a wireframe? So in this video tutorial, we'll be using InVision, one of the standard software used in industry. Let's get started. InVisionApp.com. After signing in, it may take you to the project dashboard. Near the top right of the page, click the plus button or the red circle, but before that you have to sign it up or sign in. Create a whiteboard with a free hand. Let's wait. You can just log in, you have to cross it out. Okay. So from here you can get you can create a blank freehand. You just select it and you will get the page. Let me select it once more. Blank freehand. Or let's remove any of the before. Let's delete it from here. Let's create it. Let's take a minute to look at the interface. The whole blank space is called your canvas. Where you can draw endlessly. In the top left hand corner, there is an InVision logo to go back to your dashboard. Beside the logo is the title documents. Wait a minute. Yeah. Hi. This is a highlight document that name to be typed in for the new file. Let's take it demo InVision. In the middle, these are the different tools. In the top right hand corner, these are the menu options. After that, access an additional menu for exporting and version history. Creators and enter presenters mode to share your net on the bottom side, on the left side, or at the bottom in the middle of the toolbar to start your drawing. In the bottom right hand corner, you get a pen, edge, or to hold space, zoom in and zoom out. Now let's talk about the first tool, that is pointer tool. Pointer tools allows you to select, move and resize. Suppose it helps you to move the elements or the pictures on your canvas, and you can make a copy of this. Let's make it like this. You can click it whole and drag, create a box around and choosing things like a selection in Adobe Photoshop or Illustrators. Alternatively, you can hold down Shift key and click each object. So for this, keyword shortcut is V and 1. Draw on a canvas with your pencil tool. When you select the pencil tool, you can change the color. Let's take a color over here. We have selected the pink color. And you can change the color even from here again. Let's take this color. And you even adjust the line thickness or set the default and caps to the top. So with the chosen color, you will see 3 different opacity options, along with your opportunity to add fills. But remember to keep the wireframe as simple as possible by using black and white and gray color only. It is over here. To create neat circle or squares, hold down the option key while drawing. While drawing, that will help you to creating a straight line. Suppose I'm making, it will be automatically will become straight at 0 degree or at 0 degree, 45 degree or 90 degree. To create any straight line at any angles, let's take another color like this, like this. Like if we will make a line without pressing the shift key, it will be like this. There will be no straight line, but if we'll press while using shift key, it will be straight and automatically. Okay. Hold shift key whenever you click to draw, but release shift before finishing your line. Let's take a look how is it work. Like this. You can see we can make it up at, okay. When we release the shift key, it will become a straight line. Keyword shortcut is P or 2. Okay. So now to erase or clear the canvas shape, with the eraser tool, click once on the pencil. In the pencil tool, you can see on the right side there is an eraser tool that you can use it to erase whatever you have done before. You have to just touch it over it or pat it over that eraser on the top of the line that you want to remove, and it just get erased. And the keyword shortcut is E. So the next is, when the text tool is selected, click once on the canvas. The text tool adds to type something. Go ahead and enter text on your canvas. To create a line break, press enter. Switch to the pointer key tool to resize. You can see the resize. You can use it with your use of pointer key. You can change the color, formatting, and alignment. Let's change it to the red color, metallic, or let it be. You can highlight the text and you can format the line of the text, or you can do it italicized and set the text alignment to the left or right or center, as we have already text align in the center. You can also lock the text on the canvas to keep it in place, or convert any text box into a sticky notes. Let's see. Keyboard shortcut is T or 3. Shape tool, you can create rectangle, circle, or straight line, rhombus, oval, or any arrow shape. Click the shape tool and then select the appropriate shape, whatever you want to keep here. Let's copy and paste it over here. And you can hold shift while trying to create a perfect square. Let's do that. Let me select the circle. Just hold the shift key first and you can create a perfect square. while drawing a line will lock your line. How does it work? Let's see. It can lock it at 0 degree, 45 degree, and 90 degree. Keyword shortcut is S and 4. What I suggest, just avoid using graphics and images in IO wireframes. Use simple rectangles and square shapes from here. Let's see. If you place an X through the middle of the box, this is a signal where you can place an image. And for the videos, you can put the triangle like let's make it like this. As a play button, let's make it a color. Got a note, you want to clarify a point. Sticky notes allow you to add notes anywhere on the canvas. It is in the fifth option. With the sticky note selected, you can change its colors, actually adjust its width, and you can even add a text over here. Let's suppose you can keep anywhere with the cursor, and the keyboard shortcut is N or 6. See something you like, go ahead and add an emoji. Let's you can keep this emoji over here, or one more you can add over here. Okay, start creating one basic wireframe. Let's take it over here from here. Let's select this one. We will use some basic tools with the shape first. We will have this. Pick another one. And the editing toolbar appears when you have one or more objects selected, like this. And let's edit it with the text. Let's write something. Let it be a normal. We will use our cursor to align the name. Okay. Similarly, we will have password. Okay. Password. Let's make it a little bit small in size. Okay. And another text over here. Let's make it submit button. So now after creating shapes and line, you can edit them using the menus actually. So let's change the color for this as pink. This also we can change the color with pink. And we can change the color for the text. Let it be black. And we can change the width of the line. Let it be normal. This one, okay, it is already normal. Okay, we will change the color for this also. And for this also, let it be little bold with the red color. You can see the alignment of this is always connect to this. Okay. When you have text, you can select, you can change the color, formatting and alignment that we have done already. So you can log the text on the canvas to keep it in the place, like let's suppose we can make it move around like this, but if we lock this one, we can't move it because it is locked. So just open it with the tab. That's it. Or you can even convert any text block into a sticky note. Suppose this, and you can get a sticky note of this outside, right? So don't let it do this. Okay. And now you can click on the hand tool at the bottom to pan around the canvas, like, or press and hold the space bar to access the hand tool. So you can move your, and you are enabling to move around an image by pushing on it like this. And the magnifying tool is to zoom in and zoom out on the canvas, just like Adobe products. You can command Control plus minus to zoom in or zoom out. So that wraps up our InVision tutorial where we created a simple wireframe with multiple frame styles. Today's session was for beginners, has a basic approach. The possibilities are endless and we highly suggest you dive into the tool further and check out all their features.
Artificial intelligence is becoming increasingly necessary in the design industry, offering new and innovative tools for designers to use. Although AI tools can enhance designers' efficiency, creativity, and productivity, it's important to remember that human touch and creativity remains essential elements in design. You're already watching Simplilearn, and today we bring you this informative video about AI tools for beginners. And if you want to learn the A to Z of UI UX designing and how artificial intelligence is helping the industry moving forward with the time, do check out our master's program on how to become a UI UX design expert. Here you will cover comprehensive approaches to all UI UX design development stages, taking a look at the concept of UX research, design thinking, UI prototyping and styling, information architecture, usability, and testing. You can find the link for the course in the description below. And if you're a tech geek, here is a brain teaser for you. Who is known as the father of AI? Is it Fisher Adda? Is it Alan Turing? Or John McCarthy? Or Alan Neil? Let us know your answer below and get a heart from Simplilearn. Before we begin, if these are the videos you like to watch, then hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to get notified every time we upload new video. Without any further delay, let's understand the top AI tools for the designers.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
And at the number 10, we have Sketch to Code.
Sketch to Code is a technology that allows designers to convert hand-drawn website design into functional HTML code. This technology utilizes advanced artificial intelligence algorithm to analyze hand-drawn sketches and generates the necessary HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code to bring the design to the life. Some of its features are APIs for computer versions, personalized vision model dynamic layout, service for text recognition, and it is free to use. Here are some pros and cons for Sketch to Code. Time saving. Instead of spending hours coding the basic layout, developers can use Sketch to Code to quickly generate code based on a hand-drawn sketch. Reduce errors. Sketch to Code generates code based on a visual representation of the user interface, reducing the risk of coding errors. And the third one is user-friendly. Sketch to Code is easy to use and doesn't require coding knowledge, making it a valuable tool for designers and non-technical users. Some of its cons are limited functionality. While Sketch to Code is excellent for generating basic layouts, more complex user interface. Code quality. Sketch to Code generates basic HTML code, which may require additional optimization to ensure it is compatible with all the browsers and devices. Dependency on sketch quality. The sketch quality can impact the generated code's quality. At number 9, we have UiZard. UiZard is a cutting-edge AI-powered design platform that has revolutionized the way graphic designers are created. Its intuitive user interface and powerful artificial intelligence capabilities allow users to easily create professional-grade design with minimal effort. It offers a seamless experience that saves your individual needs and skill level. Some of its features are idea-generated real-time collaboration in design, electronic product wireframes, and design assistant with AI. For students and hobbies, it is free up to 3 projects, and for the startup and growing business, the pro version is there with $12,000 per month. On the other side, for the large organizations or businesses, the pricing will be $39 yearly. Here are some pros and cons for UiZard. First, time saving. UiZard can save developers significant time in creating UI design by generating code automatically. It is easy to use. UiZard is user-friendly and doesn't require coding knowledge, making it accessible to designers and non-technical users. Customizable. The generated code can be edited and refined to meet the developer's specific needs. And the fourth one is accurate. UiZard can produce high-quality code that accurately represent the UI design. Some of its cons are limited functionality. UiZard is best suited for generating basic UI design and may not be suitable for more complex or customized design. Dependency on design quality. If the design is straightforward and contains error, it can affect the accuracy of generating the code. The generated code may require additional optimization to ensure it is compatible with all the devices and browsers. At number 8, we have Design AI. Design AI is an AI-powered design platform that helps businesses and individuals easily to create professional-grade designs. It offers a vast library of templates, icons, and images that can be used to create generating the designs in a minute. The platform is also equipped with image recognition, automatic layout generation, and custom design suggestion, making it a perfect tool for businesses. Some of its features are it is assistive devices, scalable vector images, and collaboration between team, unlimited downloads. And pricing per month, it's individuals and students and marketers that need quick, easy projects can be go for the basic that is $29 per month. For entrepreneurs and small teams, needing advanced editing and professional teammates is $69 and customized for large team and agencies that need branding and collaboration. Here are some pros and cons for Design AI. It is quick and easy to use. And AI powered, the platform uses AI to help users to create designs which can result in more efficient and effective design processes. Affordable. Designs.ai's price is affordable and it is reasonable. Wide range of design tools including a logo maker, graphic maker and others. Some of its cons are limited customization. The designs created using designs.ai tools may need a more personal touch and may not be customizable as the design is created by a human designer. Lack of human interaction. The platform is entirely AI powered, which means user cannot collaborate with the human designers. Limited design options. While designers.ai tools offers a range of design options, there may be limitation regarding the number of design templates or graphic available. So at number 7, we have Fronty.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
An AI-powered tool called Fronty generates source code from the image uploaded by users. It provides a fresh approach to websites creation. Fronty offers a wide range of templates, themes that can be used to create custom websites. The platform is also equipped with features such as drag and drop functionality and automatic responsive design. Some of its features are image to code generator with the AI, hosting a website's layout online, custom domain, and optimization for search engines. And the pricing per month, freemium up to 3 users, and in pro version, it is $4.54 per month up to 10 users, and another advanced version that is $9 per month up to 25 users. Here are some pros and cons for Fronty. Some of the pros are no coding experience required. Fronty visual interface allows users to create websites and web applications without coding experience. Next, user-friendly. Fronty is easy to use and its drag and drop interface allows users to create design quickly. Real-time editing. Changes made in Fronty's interfaces are reflected in real time, allowing users to see the design. Some of its cons are limited design options. While Fronty drag and drop interface is useful, it may be limited regarding the number of the design options available. Limited functionality. Fronty's visual editors may not be as powerful as a traditional color editor, which may limit the functionality of websites. Dependency on the platform. Since Fronty is a web-based editor, users depend on the platform's uptime and the availability. So up next, at number 6, we have Color.Adobe. Color.Adobe is a web-based color palette creation tool that offered by Adobe's system. It is a part of Adobe Creative Cloud suite of applications and is accessible to all the subscribers. Adobe Color allows users to create custom color palette and themes which may be used in various Adobe Creative Cloud applications such as Photoshop, Illustrators, and InDesign. The color palettes can be saved and shared with others, making it a valuable tool for graphic designers, photographers, and other creatives. With Adobe Color, users can access a powerful color creative tool that can help bring their creativity version of their life. Some of its features are color palette creation, color inspiration, color adjustment, sharing, and mobile access. And it is free to use. And here are some pros and cons for Color.Adobe. It is free to use with an Adobe ID account. Provides free-made color palette created by other users and Adobe experts. Offer various color rule options for generating harmonious color schemes. Some of its cons are requires an internet connection to use. Custom color palette cannot be downloaded as a file, only shared via link. Limited ability to adjust individual color in pre-made color palettes. So at number 5, we have DALL-E 2. DALL-E 2 is an artificial intelligence system developed by OpenAI. This advanced AI platform can generate highly detailed and visually diverse images from textual descriptions. The system is based on the transformer architecture, which enables it to process large amounts of information and generate high-quality outputs. The images generated by DALL-E 2 are highly customized, allowing users to adjust color, texture, and other elements to create unique and personalized images. Some of its features are generates high-resolution images from textual description, improves upon the original DALL-E, creates unique and diverse images, trained on a large and diverse dataset. Price for the DALL-E is also free to use. Some of its pros are it can generate highly detailed and complex images from the textual description. It offers a wide range of customization options such as image size and number of outputs images. It can be used for various applications including advertising, entertainment, and education. Some of its cons are it's a high level of technical expertise to use. It is not yet widely available to the general public. It may not be suitable for every type of image or projects. So at number 4, we have Let's Enhance. Let's Enhance is an AI-powered image upscaling platform that allows users to create the resolution of their images with just a few clicks. With its advanced deep learning algorithm, Let's Enhance can upscale pictures while preserving the details and sharpness of the original image. This platform has a user-friendly interface, making it easy for anyone, even those with a little to no technical experience, and is an excellent tool whether you want to enlarge an image for printing or need to increase the resolution of an image for a presentation or other projects. With its fast and initiative design, the platform makes it easy to transfer low-resolution images into high-quality images in just a few minutes. So some of its features are accurate face recognition, automated setting, improvement of tone and color, and online storage. And pricing per month, signing up with free, no credit card is needed. And here we are getting another two versions with the credit, that is 100 and 300 credit. For 100 credit, it is $9 per month. For the 300 credits, it's $24 per month billed annually and $32 per month if billed monthly. So here are some pros and cons for Let's Enhance. Some of its pros are image quality improvement. Let's Enhance can significantly improve the quality of image, particularly when it's come to upscaling low-resolution images. User-friendly. The interface of Let's Enhance is user-friendly and straightforward, making it easy for the users to upload and enhance the images. Speed. Let's Enhance processes images quickly, with some enhancement taking only a few seconds. Customization. Users can customize the level of enhancement to suit their specific needs, such as adjusting the sharpness or color. Some of its cons are costs. While Let's Enhance offers a limited number of free image enhancement, users need to pay for additional enhancement or a subscription for unlimited enhancements. Quality limitations. The quality of the enhanced images may depend on the input image and the level of enhancement applied. Privacy concern. As with any online service, user may have concern about privacy and the security of their images when they are using Let's Enhance. Now, in number 3, we have PixArt AI. PixArt AI is a photo editing and graphic design tool that provides users with various tools to enhance and transform their photos. It also offers filters, effects, and overlays, as well as the ability to draw and add text to images. With its user-friendly interface, PixArt makes it easy for users of all skill levels to create stunning and unique photos. Additionally, PixArt has a strong social community where users can share their creations, discover new content, and connect with other artists worldwide. Whether you are looking to touch up your photos or creating digital art, PixArt has everything you need to bring your creativity version in your life. Some of its features are photo editing, effects and filters, drawing and illustrations, and sticker and clip art. Starting creating with free photos and video editing tools, $0 per month, and another version is there known as PixArt Gold with a $1.86 per month and $22.35 billed yearly, whereas Team manage and provide full premium access to multiple members under your account with $2.53 per month. Here are some pros and cons for PixArt. PixArt AI offers more advanced editing tools than the standard PixArt app. Time saving. PixArt AI can save the time by automating certain editing tasks such as removing background from the photos, which can be time consuming to do manually. It is easy to use. Despite its advanced features, PixArt AI is still user-friendly and easy to use, even for beginners. Some of its cons are limited free features. While PixArt AI offers some free features, many advanced tools are only available with paid subscription. Dependency on technology. Using AI-powered editing tools means that you are dependent on technology, which can be a disadvantage if the technology is failed. So up next, at number 2, we have Runway ML. Runway ML is a platform for creative and technical artists to experiment and build machine learning models for creative applications. It provides a user-friendly interface for exploring and making it accessible to a wide range of users. Runway ML aims to adjust machine learning in the creative industries by providing tools and resources for artists, designers, and developers to create, test, and deploy their models. Some of its features are model library, user-friendly interface, community, and resource. Pricing for Runway ML for individual looking for Explore Runway AI Magic tools and feature, it's free. And for Pro version is for individual and team looking for more access, more AI Magic tools, and more export option with $12 per month for the user. Here are some pros and cons of Runway ML. Easy to use and quick. Runway ML has a user-friendly interface and requires no coding knowledge, making it accessible to the users of all skill levels. Active community. It has an active and growing community of users and developers who share their projects and support each other. Integration with other tools. Runway ML can integrate with creative tools such as Photoshop and After Effects, allowing you to incorporate machine learning models into your existing workflow. Some of its cons are cost. Runway ML can be expensive, especially for professional use. Processing power. Some machine learning models require significant processing power, which may be limited for users with older computers. Technical issue. Like any technology, Runway ML can experience technical issues and bugs which can frustrate users and limit their ability to use the tool. So at number 1, we have Adobe Sensei. Adobe Sensei is a framework of artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies and services developed by Adobe system. It enhances creativity and productivity across Adobe's product and services. Adobe Sensei allows Adobe to offer intelligent and context-aware features that can automate routine tasks, enhance the creative process, and provide personalized experiences for the users. Some of its features are scripted form conversion, businesses and real-time creation, discovery and manipulations of images, personalizing marketing to each customer. Adobe Sensei come integrated with other Adobe Creative Cloud products. Here are some pros and cons of Adobe Sensei. Advanced automation. Adobe Sensei provides advanced automation tools including auto tagging and auto enhancement, which may save time and efforts in the creative process. By automating repetitive tasks, Adobe Sensei can improve productivity and free up more time for creative work. Adobe Sensei is integrated with many of the Adobe's other creative tools, making it easy to incorporate automation into your existing workflow. Some of its cons are limited customization. While some customization options are available, some users may find that Adobe Sensei's pre-built automation tools are too rigid for their needs. Cost. Adobe Sensei is only available through Adobe's subscription-based Creative Cloud, which can be expensive for some users. Dependency on technology. Like an automation tool, Adobe Sensei relies on technology, which can be disadvantaged if there are technical issues.
It's important to keep in mind that while AI can help to generate ideas and create stunning visuals, I'm going to show you exactly how you can generate these yourself. Websites are going to be built with AI art as well as tools like ChatGPT in future. So in this video, I'm going to explain the whole process, and we are going to have it write the entire website layout for us, all the content, the hero section, and feature section, and much more. This means that we can build the entire website from the ground up without writing a single line of code. And this will be a pretty damn cool. Alright, we will start with the mid journey. In Google search, we will write mid journey. This is an AI tool that allows you to create the AI art that we are now seeing all over the web. To go to this, you just go to the midjourney.com and join the beta. It's easy to get started because all you really have to do is join the Discord. When you do this, it will open up the Discord community, which you can accept the terms and conditions and start creating your own AI arts. Let's do this now. Here I have got the Midjourney server, and I'm going to head over to one of the newcomer room here and where everyone is creating different types of AI art. The first thing we need to do is to do a / and type in an imagine, give us prompt work. We can request the AI any type of art we are after. Here I'm going to type in a beautiful website for shoe. Then I'm going to pass in --v4, which means the version 4 of the Midjourney of AI art tool. Finally, I'm going to pass it in stylize. I'll do --stylize. It's basically how random we want to be in. It's in between 0 to 1000, and I'm just going to set it to about 500, which is average. So I will do the enter. It will take a little bit of time. Here this will start working in the background. It's going to generate a low fidelity version of the website and the design for this art. And this low fidelity version will be iteratively updated to be higher in resolution. These 4 examples then can be picked from, and then we can upscale them as well as
Let's have a look at what kind of results we get now. One thing to notice here is that we do get a bit of a loading percentage bar, and this is how long it takes for the actual AI to generate the image. Usually it takes between 1 to 2 minutes, but it will essentially refresh and ping you once it's complete. So here it is complete, and here are the 4 versions that we got, which are not too bad, not that great either. They are a bit yeah, I suppose it's looking funny in a way. So this is a way we can start being more creative with our prompts. So what I mean that is by giving more context as to what we want to do. So here is a prompt that we have created. What I'm gonna do is to pass it in the imagine once more, and I paste this prompt in this, and I'm going to give some more context. I'm going to pass it to the word UI. Wait, choose UI, UX, UI, UX, website. This basically means that it's more or less focused on having good UI and good at UX and being more like a website rather than just a creative shoe or a design. And it's important to give these context clues to the AI if you want better outputs. Different types of context clues you can provide is to find a kind of style that you want. For example, how you want the design to look and feel, whether you want it to represent a certain brand or much more. Like, these are just simple examples, but let's take a look at the kind of results we will get just from making these small little changes to the design. Here you can already see wait a minute. Look, it's a little bit more interesting. We have a bit of our sliders and what looks more like a Nike shoes, and also have what looks like a menu at the top. And I really like this design that we have here on the bottom. And here it is, because it does look very much like a website that we have got a bit for a hero section or a hero set section. And what's not, so from here we can select the version 1. So from here we can select the version 1, 2, 3, 4 to upscale, and I'm going to upscale version 3, which is U3, and this will give us the higher resolution version of this one particular design that we can start to take to the market, or even you can use to build. This again will take a little bit of time. It's going to process this and to do, and you can upscale in data, and let's run this in the background so that you can see wait a minute. This again will takes a little bit time to process. It's going to process this and do an unscale or upscale in beta, and let's run this in the background so that you can guys see what's the look. So here's the final result, and this is looking pretty, and we have got a nice design here for a shoe. We have got a bit of a hero section, and we also have what looks like a 2 call to actions, and we got some option here too at the very bottom, and as well as at the top we have got these colors, and that essentially are looking like these shoes colors being used as a part of the website design. So not too shoppy. Let's select the another one. Let's see for, yeah. But I think we can do a little bit more in terms of customization the design for this website, and I'm going to show you how you can do this. I'm going to copy over this prompt once, and for this prompt this time I'm going to pass a couple of extra things. So let me just maximize this. We are going to type as I have pasted that URL over here, so I'm gonna pass in the context clues of like clues of Nike, because Nike made obviously website shoes. So also so we'll write it here, Nike, not here. repeat, and I also want it to be red, blue, green, and or maybe yellow. And I suppose we want else running person would be interesting. Person. It would be interesting to see how that gets designed. And I think that this should be enough. Let's actually improve the styling here. 1 minute. Let's change the styling. Let's have it 750 to make it a little bit more creative. And here are the results. I don't have a running person, but I do have a website that has definitely started using the colors that I recommended with Journey's AI art systems to use. So these website designs look way more creative than we had previously. Still, we have this slider design. These website designs look way more creative than we had previously. We still have this slider design here at the bottom section where we can pick out different shoes, but even these shoes look damn cool. I can see that the Nike logo on these, and these are actually ones that I would probably buy if I saw in the Nike store. But generally, these also are website because we have got the menus here at the top of the right. We got the text. So generally speaking, these are pretty interesting designs. So now I have another option here called version 1, 2, 3, 4. What this does is actually allow you to pick more generations based on actual image from these images or these designs. Now from these design, I actually like the 12, 3 and 4. I think it is most, I think 4 because it teals and red, or it's a bit yellow or blue. So I'm going to select the version 4, and that's going to create 4 more version based on the specific version for us. Let's take a look at the what those that we got, and here we have got our results where we have more examples of that. All of these looks very similar. I think the only difference here is blue line, red line, it seems to be shift and change, as well as a hero section. And you would normally have this menu at the top right, and something these shoes here are a little bit inverted, but generally speaking, this is the kind of variations you can expect. Now let's take a look at another way we can generate our generations for website. Now you can do is just jump into any website and select any image. So first we will go to an app and website, and you can select any image that you would like, and I will actually gone here and I'm going to pull in this image of this shoe. And but I do like the design aesthetics. Here we are going to here, and then we can copy the URL from here. But this time what I'm going to do is type the imagine. Then I'm going to pass in the URL what we have copied. We will paste it here. Again, I'm going to write we did it before. We'll copy this, paste it over here. So what's going to happen here? It's going to have a look at this image that we have defined in terms of the URL. It's going to use this as a reference point. Then it's going to take a look at the prompt we have put in, which is the shoe prompt using the colors, and it's going to try to design a website that has a similar aesthetics to that image, which is really cool. Let's see the result we get back. Looks like that's ready. Let's take a look at this. So here you can see that the design aesthetics. Wait a minute. Static, that is similar to the page seen in this one. So this is more bubbly and colorful image, and now are represented very much so in this design aesthetics. We have these four elements here at the bottom, and if you have a look at the design originally, we had four elements here, so you can see that it's pulling in these design aesthetics to create a design based on that, and this is where you can really start using the air art. Repeat, using the air tool to your own benefits, trying to combine different styles, customizing them, and creating new and independent and unique ones from there. So in this four, I'm really like the version of fourth one, or the second one is pretty. So what I'm thinking of doing is an upscale on this. So we are going to upscale V2, and we are going to wait for that. 1 minute is use ChatGPT to write out the most of the content for me, and then I could take this to a client to immediately start shading. So let's see the upscale version happen. If we take a closer look, we will see that it has all the main elements for a website, including a logo area, a menu area, a nice hero image, as well as a title tagline button, as well the feature section. So what I'm going to do is to save this image to my computer. I'm going to save it and then customize it a little bit. But before we do that, we are going to head over to a GPT. Here we're going to prepare the outline for the website using some AI tools. So here I'm going to ask ChatGPT to give me the broad outline for a website for shoes, including hero title, tagline, call to action button, and section for features and details about the shoe. So let's see what ChatGPT will comes back with. It's pretty quick. It's got a title here, call to action button, features and details section, and it's not really telling me what these are. These are where we might need to be a bit more specific as to what we wanted to do. It's giving me like broad outline of the website and what it needs. So please, I will write, please provide then for each one of these that I can copy paste straight to the website. Hero title is here, tagline, call to action buttons, features, okay, and the details. Okay, detail specification is there. Okay, reviews and rating. Okay, so I think I have got enough hairs to go by to simply copy paste in the website. So let's start beginning to design this. I have opened this design up in the Photoshop, and I'm going to actually just crop it into the main element over here, and I really want to capture this image, and I will crop it and I will clear out the rest, and we can design each aspects or each part of this design bit by bit. I will save it over here. It's time to build our website, so I'm gonna head over to editor X, and I'm going to build this a website in this, and I have login already, and then I will create to a new site. And here I will take an to a web dashboard, and I'm going to start by copy paste all the elements from ChatGPT as well as Midjourney straight in the first thing, and I want to jump back into the ChatGPT here and copy over our hero text. So I will just take it first. And I'm going to add title, and I'm going to paste it over here. And then I'm also going to grab the tagline, but before I will make it sure to keep it over here. But before that, I will put one image over here. I will change the image as I have already downloaded the image. Let's upload that image. We'll open it. Let's wait to get uploaded. Yeah, it's uploaded, and now we will update it. And let's make it big in size. Okay, so we will change the size, but first I will remove this. I will change the size for this. I will make it little small. Next I will add the icon for the company of the shoes that I am going to make a website for. I will add this and I will update it. Make it small. And this will be the taskbar, but make the size small a bit, and we'll insert one more picture, and it will be the logo of the company that we are going to put over here. We will minimize it, we can resize it, we can keep the logo over here. Now next, then I'm also going to grab the tagline over here. So I'll pick this tag. I will add the text. Comes up over here. Okay, I'll make it small in size. And we will paste on. And finally, let's grab a call to action which says shop and create a button for that. So here we have all the workings of what we at least what we would need at least. So for the content, let's resize this first. Now we will add, we need to add the image itself. So instead of just having a browse to stock images or anything like that, we actually had our images either done inside of the photoshops that we have done before, as from the mid journey as well as. So I'm going to just drag the image and I'm going to change the image, and it should be here. I've already downloaded. No, I have to upload it. I have a collections of some shoes. Let's see. And I will just install one. I'll upload this picture. It will take a bit of time. Let's wait for a while. And once it's uploaded, we will update it. And we'll edit it. Let's keep it like this, or we can. So we change our content place from that to make it a fix in a place. So here we can change this also pretty well. Okay. So basically have this text happening a little bit more everything here. we have seen how we can resize it from this scroll bar, and so now let's add one more picture over here to make it look more better. Let's take a picture from here, change the image, upload from the computer, grab it from no, we will upload it again, sorry. And we'll update it. Let's resize it. Let's turn it on. Let's make a taskbar for the top most of the screen. We will have a home page, so we will write a text over here. That will be let it make it small a bit in size. We'll add another text. It will show about us. It will show about us section, so we'll write it over here. It is small even though. Let's make same size. Let's make more small. 11. Let's make it more small. 11. Okay. The next session will be services. And the last one is context one section. One more option is there. That is a start button. Like we are keeping the start button over here, so we are keeping this here. So let it be here. Yeah. So next, what I'm going to do, I'm going to select add section, and I'm going to just have a blank section. Here I'm gonna do first, I will add a picture first as a background. Let's do it. I will add one picture. Let's see I have downloaded it or not. Yeah, I haven't downloaded. Wait a minute. Let it be upload. I will update it. Let it be a whole for a whole page. So let's add the pictures now for another shoes. Here's the picture. I'm going to reopen this. I'll put this. Okay, I'll update it to add it. Keep the pictures over here. Like similarly, we will upload 3 pictures over here. After this, let's keep it here. Let's keep this here. We are going to add another title over here. We need to we are making it a bit resizing it. We will change the font for this. Let's make this after this we will start editing the features of the shoes. Let's go to ChatGPT. Let's take this first paragraph. We'll make it small. We make it bold. We will add another paragraph over here. Similarly, we will make it for this also. Last, we will add a contact us. Last, we will add a contact us section over here again. So this is the final output of ChatGPT, or how we use ChatGPT and AI art for our UI and UX design to create a website or a web page or the land page for the shows.
Today, we are doing something exciting. We are going to design a complete website from start to finish using Figma. So, why design websites in Figma? Well, Figma is more than just a design tool. It's a powerful platform that lets you create, collaborate, and prototype all in one place. With its real-time collaboration, you can work with your team seamlessly, whether you are in the same room or across the world. Plus, Figma's cloud-based system means you can access your designs from anywhere. No more worrying about losing files. And the best part, it's built with web design in mind. From creating responsive layouts to easily exporting assets for developers, Figma makes the whole process smoother and faster. So in this tutorial, we are going to build a website from scratch, and I'll show you how Figma helps every step of the way. By the end of this video, you'll not only have a beautiful website design, but also the skills to use Figma effectively for your own projects. So let's jump in. So let's move on to the demo. So to begin with, make sure you are signed into your Figma account. Now, if you don't already have an account, you can create one for free. And once you're logged in, navigate to your draft section and create a new design file by clicking on New Design. This will open up a blank canvas where we'll be designing our portfolio website. So now let's take a moment to familiarize ourselves with how Figma works. Figma operates using frames, which are like individual pages or sections of your design. So everything you create sits inside these frames. So let's go ahead and create our frame for the photography portfolio website. And by the way, for this demo, we'll be creating a photography portfolio website, right? So let's get started. So go to the left-hand toolbar and select the frame tool, or simply press F on your keyboard for a shortcut. Now in the properties, as you can see on the right side, you will see different preset frame sizes like mobiles, tablet, desktop. So since we are designing a website for desktop view, select the desktop option. Yeah. So this is around 1400 pixels wide. This will be our canvas for the photography portfolio. So it's always important to start your design with the correct frame size. This ensures that your layout will be responsive and function correctly across devices. Now, before we dive into adding images or text, we need to set up the structure of the layout. So the key to a well-organized website is a well-planned layout, right? The photography portfolio website we are designing today will have three main sections: the header with navigation links, the portfolio gallery showcasing our images, and a footer with social media links and a contact section. So you can use the rectangle tool or press R in your keyboard to create a large rectangle at the top of your frame like this. This will be the header where we'll add the site title and navigation links. Now next, create another large rectangle below the header. So this is where we'll be placing the portfolio gallery, which is the central focus of our website. So you can just copy this rectangle, paste it, move it downward, and increase the size because this is the central part. You can also increase the size of the frame like this. Okay, now let's zoom in. Okay. And finally, create a third rectangle at the bottom for the footer, which will hold the social media links and a small contact form. Again, you can just paste it. Yes, perfect. Now we are not worried about the exact sizes right now, so we'll adjust everything later as we add content. For now, just ensure you have three sections laid out on your canvas. Now, structuring your layout before getting into the design details keeps you organized and ensures a smooth design process. So avoid focusing on details too early. This will save your time and prevent you from getting lost in the finer points of the design. So now that we have blocked out the basic structure of the portfolio, let's add a grid to ensure that all our elements are perfectly aligned. So in web design, basically a grid system is used to maintain visual consistency and provide structure. So most websites follow a 12-column grid system, and we are going to use the same for this photography portfolio. So here you can select the main frame, which is the desktop. So in the right-hand panel, look out for the layout grid option and click on the plus sign to add a grid. So by default, Figma applies a square grid, but we need a column-based grid. So click on the grid icon and you can select column. And set the number of columns to 12. Yeah. So now we need these columns to be center aligned. So let's just change this type to center. Yeah. And adjust the column width to 75 pixels. Perfect. So now that our grid is set, you'll notice that each section we created is divided evenly by these columns. This makes it easier to place images and text, ensuring everything is aligned neatly within the design. So a grid system not only helps with alignment, but also improves the readability and flow of the design. Using a grid ensures that your website feels balanced and consistent across devices. So now let's move on to the header section. Let's just zoom in a bit. Yeah. Now this will have the site title and navigation links like home, portfolio, about me and contact. We'll also give this header a transparent look over a background image. So first you have to select the top rectangle, which is the header section, and adjust its height to around 150 pixels. So here you can change the height into 150 pixels. This will give us enough space to include the title and navigation links. Now next we'll add a background image to the header. So how do we do that? So first select this rectangle. Go to fill. Let's just close these. Just a second. Yeah. Go there. Select an image. Choose an image. Let's choose this image. And yeah. And you can also, change the exposure, contrast, saturation. You can do all these settings. Now as you can see, this is a very light image. I think it's visible. It's like raindrops. I want to keep it subtle. So that's why I've kept it this way. You can add images of your choice. Now next, let's add the site title. So now select the text tool, the shortcut of which is T, and click within the header section. Yeah. And type the photography's name. For example, this is Sneha's photography. And we'll use the Google font Playfair Display. So here you can go and change the font. And we can give the font size at 48. I think this is pretty decent. And align it to the left side of the header. So let's align it to the left side. Now as you can see, we won't go beyond this grid. As you remember, this grid is for our reference and we are not supposed to add anything over this side and this side. So let's, yeah. I think this is fine. Now let's add some simple navigation links like home, portfolio, about me and contact. So you can create each of these links using the text tool and align them to the right of the header. Again, just use the shortcut. Here you can give an about. This you can keep it. The font size is 18. I think this is more than enough. But you can keep it 20, I guess. Yeah. So we'll align everything later. We'll just add right now the text that we need. Home. And let's keep just one more, which is contact. Right? Now we'll align all this towards the right. Yes, and again I'm reminding you to use the grid. Yes. See how simple it was for me to give equal spaces among these, right? So always keep your header design clean and simple, especially for portfolio websites like this, because our main focus is on the work, right? So now that we have a header in place, it's time to work on the gallery, which is the main focus of the design. So this section will showcase a grid of your best photography work. So here you have to go to the section of the frame, the larger rectangle that we have. Now we are planning to create a grid of 2 rows and 4 images in each row. So to do this, we have to use the rectangular tool R, and then we'll duplicate it. Just draw a rectangle. We'll give it white color so that it's visible. Yep. Now let's duplicate it. Keep it here. And we can keep it here. I think it's fine. Just a second. Yeah, now it's fine. Now you can just duplicate it by, selecting Alt option and bringing it down like this. Perfect. So we did not need this to be this big. So let's just adjust this section. Yes. So now we'll replace these placeholders. So this is basically the placeholders where we are going to place our images. So we are going to replace it with actual images. So you can simply click on each rectangle, go to fill, select image fill, and upload your images one by one. For example, here you can go to fill, image. You can go and choose your image. See, fantastic. So you can do this one by one. So when designing a portfolio gallery, it's important to maintain a clean grid-based layout. This allows your images to shine without distractions, giving them the space they need to stand out. So now let's add a subtle gradient background to make the portfolio image pop. So here you have to select the portfolio gallery background, go to the fill section, and change the background from solid to linear gradient. So this is gradient option. Now you have to choose a dark tone on one side of the gradient and a lighter tone on the other hand. So for example, start with black at the bottom, fading to dark gray at the top. Yeah, let's do it this way. We can even change the color. I think we can keep it. Shall we keep? I think this is better. This is more better. So let's keep it this way. Now this will, as you can see, this has created a smooth transition. So as you can see, a subtle gradient can create a sense of depth and dimension. It ensures a portfolio stands out. Now let's go and design the footer section. So let's just decrease the frame because we don't need this much. Just a second. Let's select the frame. We're having the footer here. Of course, I'm just giving you a basic idea on how to use the features. And as you can see, I've just added the images over here, but then you can write text, create a text field, and you can explain what the image is about and everything and make it more interesting. So now select the bottom rectangle, which is the footer, and change its color to black or dark gray. Let's change it to black. This will contrast nicely with the rest of the site. So you can easily find free SVG icons online at resources like Icon Finder or Flat Icon. So you can download icons for platforms like Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, and drag them directly into the Figma canvas. So now in the footer section, you'll be giving your contact details like your social media links, social media accounts, and also your email, phone number, and in whichever way they can contact you, right? Basically, that's why the footer is used for every website. So here we can just give an email ID. So we can keep it towards the left. And always try to keep your font size and font style. So here I have just added the email address for contact. You can also give your phone number. And also if you have social media accounts, what you can do is you can actually download social media icons from websites like Icon Finder or Flat Icon. And you can download those icons as SVG format and upload them. So now let's talk more about auto layout, one of Figma's most powerful tool for keeping elements organized and perfectly spaced. So auto layout is essential when you need dynamic resizing and consistent spacing. Here's how it works. So you can select any set of elements that need to be evenly spaced or grouped. For example, the images in your portfolio gallery. So we can select these elements and press Shift A to group the elements in auto layout. You'll notice that Figma automatically spaces them out evenly. And you can also adjust the padding and gap values in the right-hand panel to control the spacing between elements. This is especially useful if you want to maintain equal distances between your images. Also, you can use effects like shadows and gradients. So this goal is to add subtle depth without overwhelming the content. So now that we have designed the entire portfolio website, it's time to zoom out and review everything. So you can just zoom out and review. I haven't added anything much. This is just a basic idea that I have covered. So you can zoom out and check how your website looks and check the alignments, spacing and everything. So one thing that you must make sure is that the text and images must be balanced. So if necessary, you can go back to any section and adjust the size or spacing of elements using auto layout or manual alignment tools. And finally, you can just, remove this grid and see how it looks. So right now, you're viewing it with the grid, so you might not get a complete idea. So for removing the grid, what you can do is go to the layout grid, and here you can see a symbol. Just switch it off. So this is how your website will look like without the grid. So that was it in this video. I hope you got a basic idea on how to create a website from scratch without using any coding in Figma.
When you visit a restaurant, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? You look around the furnishings and fixtures and then feel the ambience around you. Similarly, when you visit a website, you look at the ease of usage and experience that comfort involved while using the application. To simplify it further with the same restaurant example, the food menu, the services, the ambience, music, taste, and the restaurant environment can be considered user experience or UX. You are already watching Simplilearn, and today we bring this informative video about UX design. Before we begin, if these are the types of video you like to watch, then hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to get notified. And if you are a tech geek, here is a brain teaser for you. Who coined the concept of UX design? Is it Alan Kay, Donald Norman, John Warner, or Dylan Field? Let us know your answer below and get a heart from Simplilearn. Without any further delay, let's get started with the session on what is UX design. UX design creates software or desktop application considering the end user expectations and requirements. It's the process of creating a streamlined experience, whether digital or physical, that customers will find practical, simple to use, and enjoyable to interact with. It involves improving the user experience of the consumers when dealing with your product and ensuring they give you good feedback on what you offer. The thought process of constant iteration and ideology to enhance the user interaction with the application and its service can be termed as UX design. There are many factors involved with UX design, but the three most important ones are usefulness, usability, and desirability. If you sum up all these three factors, we can design a great UX or user experience. First comes the usefulness of UX. The primary focus of a UX design should always be on the application usability. A website becomes dominant only when it's simple to use, serves the purpose, and proves beneficial to the user. Next comes the usability of UX. These factors, usefulness and usability, may sound the same. Still, the parameters considered in usability revolve around the effectiveness, efficiency, and performance of the application, and it's scalable to handle multiple user requests at the same time without crashing. The UX designer must ensure the application is strong enough to easily serve multi-user environments. And the last one is desirability, that plays a key role in UX design. The visual aesthetics of an application engage desirability in users, since the application need to compete with several other similar applications. Higher the desirability, better the application. Look at all the products around you. Think about usefulness, usability, and desirability, and see which one has a better UX. Next, we will discuss what will make the user experience better. Let's see some examples. One of the most helpful employee onboarding checklists is provided by LinkedIn. How would you go about looking for work or hiring new people? As LinkedIn helps in recruiting new people easily, and it's relatively easy. While opening a LinkedIn account, we notice how the website keeps offering suggestions to improve our LinkedIn profile and use the tool more effectively. It can be either by adding relevant skills, acquired certification, or just connecting with people in our domain to create a network. And we recall completing them because they seem important and will give our profile better visibility. In this case, LinkedIn is a success. Let's take a look at another example. Spotify completely modified personalization. Spotify Wrapped deserve a market award. One thing is obvious with Wrapped daily mixes and the most recent addition, the Blend tool, that enables you to combine your music and create a playlist with your friends. Nobody does personalization better than Spotify. Spotify's UX is different since it offers the customization that we all desire in 2022. The Spotify user experience includes not only customization, but also how the software revolves around the idea of personal music. They retain users on app by creating a loop of personalization music, while constantly recommending music you may like with daily suggestion and recommend playlists. This helps create a musical experience that other platforms strive to replicate. User experience, one of the industry's trending themes. You should be more familiar with the complexities of user experience if you are in the design profession. So far, we have seen the big picture of UX design. Now let's look into more details about the process and what steps are required to have a good UX design. So the first one in the process is to understand. This is one of the most important procedure in the UX designing for the product team before creating anything in the market. Because understanding the product context is more important before designing it. This phase of understanding gives you the foundation for the design process. Next is the ability to research. After brainstorming ideas, the product team moves the application to the research phase. Then the designer conducts thorough research, identifies the problem, and comes up with a better solution. The research phase can be classified into two categories: market research and user research. Market research is checking out similar products available in the market and understanding their unique features that make them stand out. User research will be given a higher priority and will form a base of your product by hosting test groups and conducting surveys. This information will help you discover user expectation and serve a better design platform. Up next, we have design. At this phase, the product team start working on activities that involve constructing mockups, images, icons, colors, and etc. The design phase includes creating prototyping, wireframes, and sketches. But the wireframe is among the most important aspects you can produce. A wireframe is an extremely simplified representation of your product. The next one is testing. This phase determines how the market uses your service and product. For example, if you were the Swiggy app designer, you might ask your user to use the app and place an order. You may have seen how users respond to app while ordering the food. You can query them about their experience once they have finished. This is an excellent chance to determine how satisfied your user is with your app and whether it meets their demands. Should there be any concern, those can be rectified right away before the product hits the market. Finally, we will look into evaluation. The benefit of getting users' feedback is to compare the ideas and assumptions you develop. You can utilize this input to make change to your product or think of the brand new features you may have yet to consider. As we learn more about the UX is being received by the general public, the team can work on the further improving the base to create the best version of your product. After understanding the basics of UX design, are you ready to start practicing on your own and start mastering a design tool now? Let's pick out two tools. One is Figma, and it has a very generous free plan. You can work on it using all the features completely. And it has some collaboration features that if you are working with someone, you can work on the same design file simultaneously. It can work directly on the browser, making it platform independent, while also having dedicated apps for certain operating systems. Another option is Adobe XD. Adobe's Creative Cloud offers a synchronization features with other Adobe products, which can be very much helpful when working with large projects. With a very large customer base and readily available support from Adobe, there is a huge collection of templates and project ideas that can be used directly in Adobe XD with minimum fees. You can find a link for our detailed tutorial on how to use Figma in description. That will get you started with the platform without any UX basic knowledge.
So guys, let's start with an introduction to animation in Figma. Guys, do you know that animation in Figma empowers designers to breathe life into their designs, elevating user experiences and enhancing visual storytelling? With intuitive tools and a seamless interface, Figma enables designers to create captivating animations directly with their design projects. From subtle transition to complex interactions, Figma's animation features offer a wide range of possibilities for bringing designs to life. Now, if we talk about keyframe, then keyframe animations serve as a foundation for creating dynamic movement within Figma. Designers can set keyframes to define the starting and ending states of an animation, and Figma automatically generates the in-between frames to achieve smooth motion. Easing options further refine the animation, allowing designers to control the acceleration and deceleration for a more natural feel. If I talk about transitions, transitions enable designers to animate changes between different states or screen within designs, adding fluidity, context to user interaction. Interactive components in Figma allow designers to prototype complex interactions and user flows. Now, this was some of the basic idea regarding animation in Figma, which we are going to study later on. So whether it's animating UI elements for a mobile application or crafting engaging micro interaction for a website, animations in Figma empowers designers to unleash their creativity and deliver immersive experiences. Now let's move on forward and try to set up our Figma. So setting a Figma for animation involves few key steps that you have the necessary toolset. The first thing that you have to do is, so guys, go to your Google Chrome and there is Figma. Just click on this. So you're going to see this first site. This is the official site of Figma. Just click on this and in this you're going to get. So before that, since I've already logged in, so it's going to ask you the authentication for your Gmail. So you can set up your Gmail account all over here. Now, what's the next thing that you can do, guys? You can start with a new project. Now guys, what you can do all over here, just click on design file. Now here is, okay, just click on all over here. So here you can see, here you have set up your basic stuff and here you can create a new project. Now, as far as there are two proposals for it. The first one is the free version. So if you are a student or someone who is trying to learn, you can try using the free version. But I will always recommend you, if you are aspiring UI UX designer, then you should definitely take up the paid version of this because it offers lot of features which can really enhance your UI development process. Now, in this way, we have set up our project and just say, suppose let us choose a frame, okay, all over here. And so I've selected this frame and let us draw a normal, say, a button stuff. So you can see in this way you have set up your Figma. Now let's try to understand the basics animation principle. So guys, understanding animation basics is very crucial for creating engaging and effective animations in Figma. The first one is keyframes. Guys, keyframes marks the beginning and end points of an animation sequence. In Figma, you can set keyframes to define the initial and final states of an object or an element. Figma automatically generates the in-between frames known as tweens to create smooth motion between the keyframes. The next one that we have all over here is easing. Guys, easing controls the acceleration and deceleration of an animation. It determines how an object moves between the keyframes, affecting the speed and timing of the animation. Figma offers various easing options such as ease in, ease out, ease in, out, and linear, each producing different motion effect. Easing is essential for creating natural and visually pleasing animations. Next one is transitions. Transitions are animations that occur when transitioning between different states or screens within a design. For example, transitioning between pages in a mobile app or changing states of a button when hovered over. Figma's transition feature allows you to specify duration, easing, and properties to animate, enabling smooth and seamless transition between design elements. Now, if I talk about some of the basic principles, the first one that comes up to my mind is timing. Guys, timing refers to the duration and rhythm of an animation. It's essential to consider the timing of each animation element to ensure it aligns with the overall flow of the design and user interaction. Next one is spacing. Spacing refers to the distribution of keyframes and distance between animation elements. Proper spacing helps to create a sense of movement and flow, ensuring that animations feels natural and cohesive. The third one we have is overlap and follow-through. Overlapping actions and follow-through add realism to animations by simulating the behavior of real-world objects. Objects don't always move in perfect sync. Some parts may move faster or slower than others, creating sense of depth and functionality. And also exaggeration. Exaggeration involves amplifying the movement or behavior of animated elements to make them more visually appealing and engaging. So guys, by understanding these animation basics, you will be better equipped to create compelling animations in Figma that enhances user experiences and bring your designs to life. Now we are going to move on the hands-on part, where we are going to create a simple animation. So guys, let us create a simple animation. So as you can see, I have selected a frame all over here, and for our prototype, we are going to take iPhone 8. You can choose any one of them. As you can see, it has a lot of various options. Now, I have selected this frame. Now, what we are going to do, let us select a shape, and for our case, we are going to take rectangle. So here you can see, I have made one rectangle of 280 cross 63 size. You can take it something like this, or you can minimize it based on your choice. Now, let us go to the design, as you can see, and here, let's add the corner radius. So for the left one, I'll put 50, right one 50, then right bottom 50, and left bottom I'm going to take 50. So this is makes a kind of an equidistant stuff. So now we'll move on and try to change the color. So for this, we are going to take a normal red color, and let us try to draw one circle. Okay. So here is an ellipse all over here of 41 cross 41 size. Now what we are going to do, we are going to change its color. So for changing its color, let us choose black as its color. Now click on the text and say you can also add certain things like off. Okay, so which denotes is at as an on or an off, but for red is there, so we are going to choose that it is an on. So as you can see here, let us change the size from 20 to 12. Okay, this looks pretty diminished. Okay, let us try to change again from, okay, now it's clear. So now let's copy this frame. Okay, and yeah, so this is our second frame. So as you can see all over here, now we are going to change the name of the text from on to off, and I'm going to put it on the right end of it. So write off all over here. Pretty good. Now let us move on and let us try to add connection from this on. You can see the ellipse all over here, from here to this next frame, which is frame 2. So let us make a connector. So right click on the box, go to prototype, and click on the plus button, and here you can see the arrow will be pointed out to the next frame, which is frame 2. Now you can choose an animation all over here. So basically I have selected Smart Animate. So I'll also show you a lot of various other animation options. So just click on Smart Animate and you can see there is dissolve, move in, move out, slide in, slide out. These are various type of animation which you can apply to your prototype design. Now since I have chosen Smart Animation and in under which I have chosen ease in and ease out, and the time frame would be 600 milliseconds. Now let's move on and let us make another connector from off to frame 1. Okay. So this is been connected and let us see. Now after doing all this, what you have to do, guys, as you can see all over here, there's a present button. So just click on this. Now let us try to see how our animation is working. So if you're trying to click on button, so as you can see it's going off, but there's something wrong about it. So as you can see, when it's going off, then the color is not changing. So we might change its color. So let us remove the red color. Okay. To a normal little bit light color, which shows us that our device is kind of in an off position. So now click again and you can see if this thing is happening. You can see a very beautiful animation is coming out. So this depicts that it is in the on position, and when you click on this, it goes on the off position. So this is one form of a simple basic animation, guys, which we have learned today, and in that way you can make a lot of animation using this tool.
Picture this. You're trying to open a door while carrying a bag of groceries in one hand and your phone in the other hand. A familiar situation, right? Well, human-centered design is all about making life easier in moments like these. Think of those automatic doors at the supermarket that magically slide open as you approach, freeing up your hands to handle your shopping. That's the power of designing with keeping people in mind. Human-centered design is like making stuff that fits people perfectly. You figure out what they like and need, using things like interviews and observations. Then, you use that information to make something that's easy and enjoyable for them to use. It's all about putting the user first and making sure what you create works great for them. So, in this video from Simplilearn, we will discuss about human-centered design process. We will give you a complete picture of all the aspects of HCD. From how it evolved to its principles, phases, and real-life applications, we got you covered. Human-centered design process. Human-centered design focuses on crafting solutions that align with people's needs and behaviors, making their lives simpler and more enjoyable. Let's first look into the history of human-centered design. Human-centered design has come a long way since its beginnings in the 1960s, when it was all about making military equipment safer and easier to use. This focus on understanding how people interact with the environment soon spread to consumer products. In the 1980s, pioneers like Donald Norman emphasized the need for designs that are intuitive and user-friendly, which gave rise to user-centered design. Today, HCD principles are essential across various fields including technology, healthcare, consumer products, public services, and education. Companies like Google and Apple prioritize user experience in their products, and sectors like healthcare and urban planning use HCD to create more accessible and inclusive services. This evolution highlights HCD's importance in crafting solutions that are not only effective and enjoyable, but also sustainable by keeping the needs and experiences of users at the forefront. So, what are some of the key principles to keep in mind while implementing a human-centered approach? Prioritize people. Always focus on individuals who will be using your product and consider their unique needs and circumstances. Remember, your goal is to create something that helps them achieve their objectives more effectively. Identify the core problem. It's essential to pinpoint the underlying issue rather than just addressing its symptoms. By tackling the root cause, you can prevent recurring issues and create more impactful solutions. Consider the whole system. Keep the broader user journey in mind, even when working on specific aspects. By understanding how each part fits into larger picture, you can create more cohesive and seamless experience. Start small, iterate often. Instead of diving straight into complex solutions, start with simple interventions and continually refine them through iterative testing and prototyping. This approach allows for gradual improvement and ensures that your solutions truly meet the needs of your users. Now, there are 6 phases in the process of HCD, which are as follows. Empathize. This phase is about understanding the people you are designing for. It involves gathering insights into their lives, needs, and challenges. You can interview potential users to understand their experiences and needs. Observe users in their environment to see how they interact with existing solutions and uncover unarticulated needs. Collect quantitative data from a larger user base to identify patterns and common issues. Define. In this phase, the insights gathered during the first phase are synthesized to define the core problems and challenges. Create detailed profiles of typical users to represent different user types. Map out the user's journey to identify pain points and opportunities for improvement. Develop a clear problem statement that encapsulates the user needs and challenges to be addressed. Next, ideate. This phase involves generating a wide range of ideas and potential solutions. Conduct sessions to generate a large number of ideas. Draw simple sketches to visualize ideas quickly. Use mind maps to explore different aspects of the problem and potential solutions. Create storyboards to illustrate how solutions might be used in real-life scenarios. Next, we have prototype. Develop representations of the ideas to explore their viability. Create low-fidelity prototypes, which are simple and inexpensive versions of the product, like paper sketches, wireframes, etc. You can also create high-fidelity prototypes, which are more detailed and functional prototypes that closely resemble the final product. Build mock-ups like visual models to test look and feel. Use tools to build interactive versions of digital products. Test. Evaluate the prototypes with real users to gather feedback and insights. Observe users interacting with the prototypes to identify usability issues. Compare different versions of the prototype to see which performs better and collect feedback through interviews, surveys, and observation. Refine the prototypes based on their feedback and test again. And the last, we have implement. Bring the final solution to life and ensure it meets user needs. Translate the final prototype into a finished product or service and deploy the product or service to the market. Then monitor user feedback and performance metrics to ensure the solution continues to meet user needs, and also make ongoing improvements based on user feedback and evolving needs. So, human-centered design approach can greatly improve our UI UX by focusing on the real needs and behaviors of the users. By understanding what users want and how they interact with the product through research and feedback, designers can create interfaces that are more intuitive and enjoyable to use. Regular testing and refining based on user input also ensure that the product continually meets their needs effectively. So we hope by now you got a clarity on what a human-centered design approach is and how the ways and processes to achieve it. Now, let's see some real-life examples of how brands applied HCD process to enhance their UI UX. First, let's see an example from IDEO, which is a global design and innovation company. So, IDEO was asked by a medical device company to design a data entry tool for nurses during a specific procedure. So, the client envisioned a sleek, futuristic gadget similar to iPad that required 2 hands to operate. However, when the IDEO team observed the medical procedure, they noticed a critical detail. Patients were anxious and scared as they were into surgery, and nurses would often hold their hands to comfort them, and an essential human interaction the client has overlooked. Realizing a 2-handed device wouldn't work, IDEO brainstormed and developed a 1-handed device with a thumb scroll, which looks like this, allowing nurses to input data while still holding the patient's hand. Although it wasn't as cool as the client's original idea, it was far more practical and empathetic. So IDEO's approach focused on understanding the end user's needs and using those insights to guide their design, resulting in a solution that was unexpected but ultimately created a more human and effective experience for everyone involved. So now let's talk about the role of HCD in digital products. So human-centered design profoundly influences the UI UX of software and digital products by placing the genuine needs and behaviors of users at the forefront of the design process. Through comprehensive user research and empathetic understanding, designers gain invaluable insights into users' preferences, challenges, and motivations. This deep understanding allows for the creation of interfaces that are intuitive, user-friendly, and emotionally resonant. Now, let's see how HCD impacts UI UX of a digital product through an example. Uber uses human-centered design to make sure the app meets users' needs. They started by researching what people didn't like about traditional taxis, such as long waits and unclear pricing. The Uber app has a simple, easy-to-use interface with clear visuals. It allows quick booking with one tap and shows where the driver is in real time. Users can save favorite places and write preferences for a personalized experience. Also, the app is accessible with voice commands and adjustable text sizes. It provides fair estimates and real-time tracking to ensure transparency. So trust is built through driver ratings and safety features like an emergency button. Uber continuously improves the app based on user feedback and tests new features before releasing them widely. It supports multiple payment methods and also languages to be inclusive for all users. So these HCD principles make Uber a user-friendly, personalized and safe ride-hailing app. So there you go. Today we are going to talk about something super useful for designers. How to create mockups in Figma using easy plugins. But first, let's break down what mockups are and why they are important. A mockup is basically a realistic version of your design that shows what it will look like when used in real life. It could be for a mobile app, a website, or even a physical product. Think of it like a polished version of your design that gives everyone, clients, developers, and even end users, a clear picture of the final product before it's built. So, why do we need mockups? Here are a few simple reasons. Number one, clear communication. Mockups help you explain your design ideas to clients or teammates. Instead of just talking about it, they can see exactly what it will look like. Number two, early feedback. By showing a mockup, you can get feedback early on in the process. This lets you make changes before development, saving time and effort later. Number three is user testing. Mockups also help when testing how real people interact with your design. It's easier to see if something works when it's shown in a realistic way. And number four is marketing and presentations. Once your mockup is ready, you can use it to showcase your work in presentations or even marketing materials. It makes everything look professional. So in today's video, I'll show you how to create mockups right inside Figma using some simple plugins. These tools make it easy to turn your designs into realistic previews, whether you need to show them on devices like phones and tablets or create something more advanced like 3D models. Okay, let's start with the demo. So as you might be having a project, you'll be having your frames. For this demo, I have taken the frames from the Figma community. So number one on the list is Artboard Studio Mockup. So it's a powerful plugin in Figma that allows you to create realistic mockups using pre-built templates of devices. It's simple to use and comes with both free and premium options. So here's how to get started. So open Figma and you can go to the plugins and browse plugins in community like this. So you have to search for Artboard Studio Mockups and install the plugin. So once installed, you can find it by going to plugins. And then you will find Artboard Studio Mockups like how I can find and then launch it. So after launching the plugin, you'll be able to browse through various device mockups such as phones, tablets, and laptops. So these mockups are designed with both light and dark themes. Now you can filter the templates to see only free items because here it's a combination of paid items, which you will get it in the premium version and free items. So you can filter the templates to see only free items by selecting the free filter from the menu. So right now I can only find this free. So let's create a mobile app design. So we'll select a phone mockup that fits the project. Let me just arrange this for clarity. So once selected, the mockup will appear on your Figma canvas like this, which is ready to be customized. So as you can see, each mockup comes with frame where you can place your design. So you just have to copy your app screen from your Figma file and paste it into this frame. Like for example, you can just copy this and paste it here. So if your design doesn't fit perfectly like this into the mockup, you don't have to worry. You can adjust it by using the scale tool to resize your design so that it fits within the frame. So just press K and here you can actually, check the dimension. Like for example, the dimension of iPhone 2 is 402 into 874. So you can change the dimensions. Either you can do it that way or you can manually resize it also like this. I think it's done. No, it's not. Yeah. But I personally think it's easier to, give dimensions. It's easier to adjust that way. So you can similarly do it for this frame also. Now let's work on this frame. We'll copy this frame, paste it over here. I'll just show you. See here the dimension is 402, 874. So let's give it here. So now this perfectly fits. Yeah. So once your design is placed correctly, now click the frame again and select render selected frame. Click the frame and then select render selected frame. You have to just wait for a moment. So the plugin will generate a rendered mockup as you can see with the device and your design in place. I'll just zoom it up for you. So you can export. So once you're satisfied with this mockup, you can export the file. Export the mockup as a high resolution PNG or a JPG. So you can export the mockup as a high resolution PNG or JPG. You can use the export function in Figma and make sure to select a high quality for a crisp and clean mockup. So Artboard is basically used because it provides a fast way to generate realistic device mockups, as you have seen, without needing to manually create them. And you get a professional presentation with minimal efforts, making it perfect for client work, portfolios, or marketing material. Now, Clay Mockups 3D is another useful plugin that helps you visualize your designs in 3D. So you can rotate and position the mockups to showcase your design from different angles. So for that also you can go to plugins and you can search for Clay Mockups 3D and again install it. I have already installed it, so I have it over here. So after launching the plugin, select the device you want to use for your mockup. So you'll find various options like iPhones, iPad, MacBook, or you can do it in blank in a browser or anything. So for example, let's select iPhone itself because we have an app frame. Now you have to select the Figma frame you want to showcase and click load frame in the plugin. So this is the frame. And as you can see, your design will be placed on the selected device. Now the best part about Clay Mockups 3D is that it lets you rotate the device to showcase your design from different angles. So you can manually rotate it in 3D space or use a preset camera angle. So this is perfect for creating dynamic views of your mockups, showing how they would look like in real life from various perspectives. Now, as you can see, you can also change the device color to match your brand's theme. For example, you can switch from white to black or use custom colors here to highlight certain aspects of your design. So there are also options for lighting and shadow effects which add to realism of the mockup. So once you're satisfied with the design, again you can export it by saving as an image. The plugin will generate a high quality image of your mockup with all the customizations you have applied. Now Figma community is a vast resource where designers share their UI kits, templates, mockups, and more. So you can easily find pre-made mockups that suit your project or use UI kits as starting points for your design. So you can just go to Figma community and you can search for different mockup templates by just typing mockups over here. And you can browse through the available options. Many designers offer free and paid mockup templates, so complete with device frames and background. For example, you can find mockups for iPhones or Android, Mac, and even smartwatches. So once you find a mockup or UI kit, you just have to click duplicate to add it to your Figma workspace. And now you have the access to all the layers and components, allowing you to fully customize the design. So you can just open this in Figma. You can go to devices. And as you can see, these are different mockups. So you can just select. You can even go for iPad if you want. You can just Control C or Command C. Go to your workspace. And yes, your mockup is ready. And as already shown before, you just have to select the frame, resize it, and save it. That's it. Now to take your mockups to the next level, let's add some animation using Jitter. Now Jitter is an online tool that allows you to create quick and simple animations without any coding. So for that, you have to go to jitter.video. Now Jitter is a web-based tool, so you don't need to download any software. You can also sign up for free to save and export your projects. So Jitter integrates smoothly with Figma, so you can import your designs directly. So inside Jitter, you can click on import and choose the Figma option. Choose open in Figma, go to untitled. Unfortunately, I forgot to save my file. Press run. After that, you can select a frame. I'll select the first frame, copy it, and then click open in Jitter. So once you have imported your design, you can animate specific elements. So you can click on any part of your mockup, such as a button, text, or image, and you will see animation options like fade in, slide, rotate, zoom, and more. For example, let's click this button, go to animate, new animation. So you can see fade in. You can even, adjust the timing. You can fine tune how long each animation takes by adjusting the timing slider. So this is the timing slider. If you want certain elements to animate faster or slower, you can tweak the duration accordingly. So Jitter also allows you to adjust delays between animations so that they don't all happen at once. So like for example, you could have your logo animate first, followed by the app interface elements, etc. So this is a very great tool because animations help you communicate interactions, making it easier for your audience to understand how your design works. And Jitter is simple to use but powerful enough to create professional grade animations without any coding knowledge. So I've just given you a rough idea. You can, go through each of the options and explore. It's quite simple, it's quite easy. Now the next one is Design Stripe. Now Design Stripe is a fantastic tool for adding custom backgrounds to your mockups. It provides an easy way to create vibrant, customizable 3D illustrations and backgrounds that perfectly complement your mockups. Now Design Stripe gives you the ability to adjust colors, styles and elements, making it easy to match the design with your brand or project. So first head to Design Stripe website and sign up a login if you already have an account. Once logged in, you'll see a wide selection of templates, including various 3D mockups. So let's just go through those templates. Now to get started, you have to select a 3D mockup template from the Design Stripes library. For example, you might choose a 3D phone or computer illustration. Now Design Stripe offers a variety of illustration styles like flat, clay style, or high detail 3D renderings. Now for this demo, let's choose a phone mockup. Now once the mockup is selected, you can customize different elements. So as you can see, use Design Stripe's color picker to adjust the colors of the device and other objects in the scene. So you can change the background, for example, device frame, or even customize small details like shadows and highlights. You can also add or remove objects around the device such as plants, tables, or whatever is present. And in this way, you can design the background. Now our next step is to add the design into this mockup, right? So just click here. And now what you have to do is you have to go back to your Figma and export the frame or screen that you want to place. For example, I want this frame, so I'll select this frame. I'll go to export option and just export the file. So this is the option to export. It's in the right bottom of the page. I've already exported. So now you can just upload that image. Perfect. I even don't have to do any adjustments. This is just perfect. But then if you have any issues, you can adjust the size and alignment of your design so that it will fit perfectly with the 3D device. So if needed, you can also tweak the angle of the 3D mockup or change the perspective to highlight different parts of your design. So once you're happy with the look of the mockup, you can export it as a high resolution PNG. Let's just apply and see. Wow, this is just cool, isn't it? Now you can just export it. So Design Stripe is a really cool tool because you can modify everything from colors to scene elements, giving you full control over how your mockup will look like. And the plugin allows you to quickly generate high quality 3D visuals that add depth and realism to your mockups. And even without any 3D modeling knowledge, you can create stunning professional looking 3D mockups for your design. And that's a wrap for today's demo on creating mockups in Figma. I hope this video gave you some insights into how easy and effective mockup creation can be. Remember, mockups are a great way to showcase your design vision and make a lasting impression. I'm going to walk you through what wireframes are, why they are important, and the different types you can create. So, what exactly are wireframes? Think of wireframes as the blueprint of a website or app. Just like an architect starts with a simple sketch before building a house, wireframes help designers map out where everything will go. Things like buttons, text, images, and menus. They don't focus on how things will look, but instead on how things are organized. This makes wireframes the foundation of any good design. Now, why do we need a wireframe? Imagine starting a design without a plan. It could quickly become confusing and messy. So wireframes allow us to focus on how users will interact with the design and make sure everything works logically. So by starting with a wireframe, we can catch any problems early and adjust the layouts before moving on to more detailed design work, saving us time and effort down the line. Now, there are two main types of wireframes: low fidelity and high fidelity. Low fidelity wireframes are like rough sketches. They are quick to make and focus on the basic layout. You can create them on paper or digitally to get a rough idea of the structure. And high fidelity wireframes are more detailed and closer to the final design, with more focus on specific elements and how they interact. These are typically done digitally using tools like Figma, so they can be shared and adjusted easily. And speaking of paper and digital wireframes, both have their place. Paper wireframes are great for quick brainstorming or sketching out ideas on the go. But digital wireframes like those made in Figma are far better for collaboration, easy edits, and adding more detail as you refine your design. So let's explore how to create a wireframe. So in this demo, I will show you an example of how we can create a wireframe for a LinkedIn page, that too from a mobile view. So I've already renamed my project as LinkedIn Wireframe. And for the reference, I have saved an image from Google. So let's first drag and drop the image from the files to our Figma canvas like this. So we can just drag it and drop it over here. Make sure to resize it. Yes, I hope it's visible. Now next we have to create a frame. So for that you can either go to the toolbar below or you can simply press F on your keyboard. Now after which you can select the device from the right side panel that you want your frame to be. So I'm selecting iPhone 14 Plus. We just need one frame. Now we have to make sure that the screenshot or the saved image and your frame is of equal size so that your wireframing process will be easy. So let's just resize it to the size of the pic. Now while resizing, which essentially means while zooming in or zooming out, make sure that you press the shift key so that it resizes uniformly like this. Yes, I think this is fine. So now everything is set and let's start with wireframing. So basically we start by using the rectangles. So now again for rectangle, you can go to the toolbar or simply press R on your keyboard. So as you can see here, first you have a box to write your name, then you have the profile photo, a background image, the profile bio, accept button, ignore button, more button, an about section, and the featured, and finally we have some tools down. So let's start to wireframe it one by one. So first let's just draw a rectangle over here. Again we'll draw a rectangle for the arrow button also. We'll place the arrow button inside it later. Now we need another rectangle for the background image. Yes. And the profile picture is inside a circle. So either you can, select a circle, or again you can go to rectangle, draw a rectangle, and you can curve the corners right here on your right side. Corner the radius like this. I think this is fine. We'll give this a different color. Yep. So we'll write the text later. Let's fill the boxes or shapes first. Now here we have 3 buttons. Let's draw the rectangle and then corner the radius like before. I think this is fine. So I've cornered the radius to 48 as you can see here. I think I'll reduce the size a bit. Yeah. So now 2 more buttons are needed. So just copy paste it. So as you can see, wireframe is just a blueprint and it is mainly done so that the stakeholders or your team members get an idea about your project. So you don't have to waste much of your time perfecting the shapes and icons or the colors. So your main focus should be on the logic of the design. Now let's just mark the separations between each sections. For that also we'll use rectangle. Yeah. We'll just copy paste this. Now we need some rectangles for the featured section. So now as you can see, I don't want to, corner the radius of these 2 sides, just the upper part. So what you can do is you can select the upper part and yes, kept it 30. You can keep this 30 as well. So as you can see, it has cornered the radius of the top 2 sides. The bottom 2 sides are intact, just like that. So that's why we basically use the rectangle for every shapes and then we corner the radius. Again, let's do the same. Here, as you can see, it's the half of the image. So I just need to corner this particular side. So this time we'll corner only the top left corner. We'll keep this also 30 as well. Okay, let's just adjust it a bit. Perfect. Now let's move on to the text section. Now again, to add the text, you can go to the toolbar or you can just press T on your keyboard. So first we have to type inside this. The font is pretty much small. So select your text, go to your right hand side. Increase the font size. So I think 24 is fine. Just drag it a little bit. Yes. Now this is of blue color, this particular box. So change the color to blue. Yes. Now let's just quickly write the texts over here too. So as you can see, the ignore button is, a bit of grayish over here. So what you can do is you can select the button, go to the fill section. So let it remain black. You can adjust the opacity over here like this and make it lighter. So this is how it's done. And also the box should not be in gray color. So what I can do is I will just keep it white. Just keep it white. But I need the outline, for that I'll just give a stroke. Like this. Perfect. So I think I'll just copy paste the same thing over here also. Next, let's type the about section. Let's reduce the font size. I think 32 is fine. So as of now, you can simply write description. So, most of the people, like I have seen in wireframes, they just write L'Oreal Ipsum, that, this. So it's better, to give to give an idea about what this particular box contains. So now while people are viewing your wireframe, they know that this is the about section and here the description is to be written. Next is the featured section. Featured. Even this should go to the right hand side. Sorry, left hand side. So let's just quickly finish it off. So next we have to design these tools. So for each of the tools, for time being, we'll just draw rectangles before filling it inside. Again, for wireframes, you don't have to take tension about the spacing and everything, because it's just a rough blueprint or a rough idea. So now let's see how to create the shapes inside this. So now let's see how to create shapes. Let's just zoom in a bit. So the first shape is of the home page. So for that you have to select the pen. So let's just, what's the shape? Yeah. So again, you don't have to give a perfect drawing. It's just that they must understand what that particular position is for. So this is how you draw. Click here. Just move your cursor. Mark this particular point. Move your cursor, mark the point. So this is how you draw. I hope this is fine. Like the people will understand this is for the home page. So quickly, let's just draw the rest of the icons. For rectangle, the shortcut is O in your keyboard. Now let's see how the bell icon is created because it looks a bit tough. So basically what you can do is for this also you just have to use the pen icon, but then as you can see there is a curved edge. So let's see how that can be bought with a pen. So for making a curve you have to choose the pen. Click on your canvas. From this point drag the mouse till you get the required shape. Stop it. Then bring it back. Yes. So I hope you got it. I'll just zoom it and do it once more. So take the pen, click on the canvas, go to the point, just click and drag the mouse, leave it over there, again drag the mouse, and yes, you got the perfect curve. So as you can see, I have finished drawing the icons. I know it's not perfect, but I think this is more than enough for the viewers to get an idea about what is there in each position. Now again, similarly, you can fill these text, you can, draw the arrow and everything. So yes, this is how you can create your wireframe. It's quite simple, isn't it? So now we can also make a wireframe clickable for multiple pages by adding the flows between the frames. So let me show you how that's done. So for example, I've already wireframed the login page of LinkedIn over here. As you can see, it kind of looks exact. But again, as I mentioned before, wireframe is just a blueprint, so don't waste much time perfecting the shapes and icons of the colors. Your main focus should be in the logic of the design. So now let's just make it clickable. For example, I want the user to go to his profile once he logs in. So let's just consider if this is that person's profile. So what I can do is, I have a sign in button over here. So first go to prototype, which is on your right side. So as you hover over the shape, you'll find these plus buttons. So just click over there, drag it. Just a second. I have to zoom out a bit, yeah. So I will drag it to this particular frame. So So the trigger is on click. So I don't want this page to come while I hover over it or while dragging it. I want it on click. So let's keep it on click. Action is navigating to. The animation, I want it smart animate, which means it's smooth. You can also, change the duration, the speed. So now let's just hit the play button. So here is a sign-in page, and once I signed in, here is the profile page. So as you can see, this kind of gives a complete idea on where the user will go after he clicks the login button, right? So yeah, this is it. This is how you create a wireframe and then make it clickable. And now here's a quick tip to make this process even faster. So you can use the Figma community wireframe kits. Now the Figma community offers tons of free wireframe kits made by other designers that you can drag and drop into your project. So this is a huge time saver, especially if you're in a rush or working on large projects. So to access these kits, you just have to go to the community tab in Figma and search for the wireframe kit and browse through the options. So there's something for almost every type of design project, as you can see here. And they're customizable, so you can tweak them to fit your exact needs. So for example, let's just check out this low fidelity wireframe. So as you can see, this has so many examples which you can just, drag and drop. Like for example, if you want this particular section, instead of creating, like if this is the exact section you want, you can actually, drag and drop it to your canvas. And you can also customize it and edit it. So this is pretty handy. So that wraps up our demo on how to create a wireframe using Figma. I hope you found this tutorial helpful in understanding how wireframes help organize your design before jumping into finer details. We also talked about how Figma's community wireframe kits can save your time and effort. So be sure to explore those if you want to speed up your workflow. Welcome to this video on micro interactions in Figma from Simplilearn. Whether you are a designer with some experience or just starting in the world of UI UX, understanding interactions is key to making your designs more user-friendly. So imagine you are using an app and you tap on a button to submit a form, or you scroll down a page to see more content. So these are examples of interactions. Basically the ways users engage with the element on a website or app. So they are super important because they guide the user smoothly from one step to another. Now let's talk about micro interactions. Now these are small details that happen when users interact with your design. For example, have you ever noticed when you like a post on social media and the heart icon gives a little bounce? Or when you drag a file to the trash bin, it gives a quick animation of the trash closing? These are micro interactions. They may seem tiny, but they help improve the overall user experience by providing feedback, making your design feel alive and responsive. And in Figma, you can easily create these small but powerful moments using its prototyping and animation tools. And in this video, we'll be covering some cool examples, including a subscribe button that responds when clicked, a toggle switch that smoothly switches between on and off states, and a figure accordion that expands and collapses with a simple click, and a page bottom bar navigation that animates when switching tabs, and also a sidebar menu that slides in and out for easy navigation. And by the end of this video, you'll know how to create all these micro interactions in Figma and bring your designs to life. So let's dive right in. So let's start with the subscribe button. So basically, I want the subscribe button to be plain in color, and once I press the subscribe button, I want it to zoom in a bit with red color filled. So here I already have my main frame ready where we'll be trying it out. So we will be placing our subscribe button over here basically. So let's just start creating it. So let's draw a rectangle first. You can press R on your keyboard. So first let me just check that if the size is fine. I think I have to, yep, I think this is perfect. Right. Let's just zoom in a bit. Now let's just round off these edges, corner these edges. So just corner the radius. Yes, that's perfect. And let's just write the subscribe text inside the shape. So initially I want this to be white in color. Yes. Let's just increase the font size a bit. Yes, 15 is fine. Now what we have to do is we have to frame this selection. So select this shape, press Shift key, select the text, go to the bottom toolbar and frame selection. So this is your first frame. Now let's just rename the frame as empty because we won't be having color in it. So basically we need more than one state for animation. So let's create 2 more copies of this. Yes. Now let's just rename these frames as transition and let's just rename it as red filled because finally I want my button to be red after subscribed. And here let's just change this text to subscribed. Yeah. So now we have to create a component set of these. So for that, select all and go to the button toolbar to create a component set like this. Select everything, go to the toolbar and create a component set. Let's rename the component set as subscribe button. Yeah. Next step is to fill the color inside each of the buttons. So even though we need the button to be, plain before the click, it is important to fill the components with the same color, like all the components with the same color for transition. But then you can adjust the opacity of the color. So I'll just show you so that you get an idea. So basically, after subscribe, I want it to be red, right? Like the button's color. So let's just select this button. Yeah. Let's give this red color. So we have kept it as FF0000. I think we'll put the text color, we'll keep the text color as black itself. Just a second. Fill. Let's just keep it black for now. We'll give this a stroke and let the opacity be 0%. Yes. Now here, this is the transition state. So let's the opacity be, let the color be the same, FF0000, but let the opacity be 75%. Yes. And this is the subscribe button where we need the opacity to be 100%. It's just, yes. Cool. Now the thing is I want the subscribe button to grow a bit and shrink slightly during the transition. It's kind of a pop-up. So I will make the transition state frame a bit bigger. So this is the transition state frame. So I will just make it, a bit bigger. This. Just slightly. I'll also align the text. Because I need just a small pop-up during the transition. So now this is all done. Now it's time to add the animations. So for that, we have to go to the prototype on your right side. And now let's add the flows between the suggested plus signs. So let's edit the first flow. So here we want on click because we'll be clicking the subscribe button, and on click it will change to the transition state. We need smart animation. Now there are so many options here. So select smart animate. We need ease in and ease out of around, I think 200 milliseconds is enough. Yes. Now let's draw the second flow. Now the second flow, we don't want it on click because, we'll click the subscribe button only once. So I just want it to be dark red after a delay. So let's just give after delay. The least we can give is 1 millisecond. So I think that would be fine. And we need to change it to red filled. We'll give the same smart animate, ease in and ease out. And here we'll, just reduce to around 100 millisecond. Yes. So now let's just copy. So now this is a component. So now let's just copy the first frame and paste it in the main frame. Copy this and paste it over here. Yes. See here, as you can see, the subscribe button, we have just blacked it out. So let me just, change the color of the text. Now here it's reflecting as white. So now let's just play and see the outcome. Yes. So as you can see, the subscribe button, which had no color, as I clicked, it gave a subtle pop and went to red button as I had imagined. So this is pretty cool. So this is how, you design a subscribe button or a like button, for example, or a save button, etc. So now let's move on to create a toggle switch. So basically, I want to create the toggle switch for this particular alarm. So as you can see, my main frame is ready and we'll be adding the toggle switch over here. So let's do it. So first, let's create a rectangle as before and just check if the size is fine. Yes, it's perfect. Let's just zoom in a bit. Let's curve the edges. Yes. Now let me draw a circle inside. For the circle, the shortcut on your keyboard is the letter O. Yeah. So now you have to do a frame selection for these two elements. So select the element, hold shift key, select the other element and do frame selection. So this is basically your on state. So I will rename this frame as on state. So in the on state, I want the background to be yellow in color. Yellow. And I want my button to be black in color. Yes. So as I told you, for adding transitions or animations, we need more than one state. So let's just duplicate this frame. Yes. Let's just rename this as off state. Yeah. Now in the off state, my button would be here. I think the placement is fine. Yeah. I want the background to be light gray because that's usually the color for an off state. Give the button a dark gray shade. I think this is fine. Now let's create a component set of these two frames. You just have to select, just a second. Yeah, you just have to select everything and create a component set. We'll rename the component set as toggle switch. Now let's add flows by going to prototype, like how we did earlier for the subscribe button. So when I press this button, I want it to go to the off state. Again, this is on click. We have to change to the off state. It's smart animate. We don't want it ease in and ease out. We actually, there are more options. I think custom spring. So like, it actually, I want it to, be in a spring action. So I'll just give custom spring. So if you give custom spring, this is how the animation would look like. So now let's just give the same flow backwards with the same settings. Yes. Done. So once it's done, let's copy the first frame and let's paste it in the main frame. So this is our first frame. We have pasted it in the main frame. Just a second. So as you can see, it works and it gives a smooth transition for toggling switch. So now let's create an FAQ accordion. So this is basically the FAQ model seen on Google. So where we'll press the question and the answer comes in a drop-down menu. So let's create that one. So first let's create a rectangle and then let's, write a question inside the box. What is UI UX design? The text is not visible, so let's just first change the text color. Just increase the size to 20, or I think 25 would be fine. Let's just align it. Yes. So now let's do frame selection for these two objects, like for the rectangle and the text. So as you might have seen, the basic steps remain the same for creating micro interactions. So let's just do frame selection and rename the frame as question. Now let's create the answer part. Just a second. Let me just, that is fine. Now create another rectangle. Make sure it's of the same size. Now let's just copy paste expression. Okay. Bring to front. Yeah. Now we have to provide the answer. So basically I have just, I have the answer over here. So let's just drag it. And adjust it. Let's just frame select these two. This question, this frame, let's rename it as answer. Now let's create a component set of these two by selecting everything. Let's rename the component as FAQ. Now let's add the animation. Go to prototype. It will be given smart animate with easy in and out. Same backwards. Yes. Now we'll select this particular frame. Copy it to the main frame. Let me just adjust the frame size. Now let's just play and see how our FAQ section looks like. This is pretty cool. So this basically looks how an FAQ section looks like a Google search page, isn't it? See how easily we made this transition. So now next, let's see how to create the sidebar menu that we usually see in apps. So I'll first show how I want it to be so that you will get an idea. So yeah, basically I want my animation to look somewhat like this. So first we'll be having the main page, and when I click a button, I just wanted to zoom in a bit, and the next page should appear. So let's see how this is created. So here I've already selected 2 frames. So first we have to create a frame. So let me just check out the resolution of these screenshots. Okay, it's 461.29. This height is 998.85. Yes. So we have created a frame of equal size, and now we have to layer the 2 images one by one inside the first frame. So make sure that the sequence of the frame that you layer is correct. So the thing is, basically I want this as my first frame. Like while I'm using the app, I want this as my first frame, and I want this to zoom in a bit while I click a certain button. So the second page that I want, we kept here. The first page that I want will be layered above it. Yes. So let me just, rename this frame as closed. Let me just duplicate this frame. Yes. Now in the second frame is named as open. So in this state, I want this particular image to look small. Just a second. Yes. To be somewhat like this. Now this is not a perfect example. I just want you to know how such an animation can be done. That's all. Yep. So now I have to create buttons. So like for time being, we'll just create some shapes. So I will just give a small square as my first icon. And here I would like to represent my close button as a small circle, for example. Let's keep that black in color. Yeah. Let's just zoom in a bit. Now we have to edit or, make animations for these particular shapes. So let's just do that. Again, create a component set of these two. Now let's just prototype it. Same, we need on-click, smart animation, ease in and ease out. Same goes for the other way around. Yes. Now I'll be placing this button over here. Maybe over here. Let's just consider this, as the menu button or whatever. And let's just take this circle and place it in this particular page where you'll be using this as a close button. Let's just place it over here. Now let's just prototype these two. Now let's just see the result. This is amazing. So this kind of looks like a complicated animation, but see how easy it was to create. So, you can experiment more on this. This is just a basic example. You can experiment more on this. Now, finally, let's create the page bottom bar navigation. So basically the, bottom bar that you find on apps. So I'll just show you the result first itself so that, you'll get an idea of what I'm going to create. So here we have the home, the profile, the search, and the settings. So basically when I, press profile, I want such an animation. When I press search, I want such an animation. When I press home, I want such an animation. So this is what we are going to create now. Yes, so here I have already got my icons ready. I hope it's visible to you. So first let's create a frame. And now let's draw 4 rectangles and curve them. And then we have to place them in equal spacing. Yes. Let's just do it quickly. Yes. So as you saw in the example, first I have the home button. Let me just copy it here. Let me just paste it here. Just a second. There is some issue. Yes. This is my home. You can just bring it here like this. This is my search. This is my settings. Now I'll just duplicate these frame 4 times. Let me just bring it down. It's going and getting pasted over here. So let's just align them linearly so that it's easy to edit. One more. Yes. So right now we have 4 frames. Let's zoom in a bit. So as you saw initially, I want my home to be red in color and the text too. And I want to place this over here. Okay. Now let me write the text over here. And I want this to be red in color. The color was FF0000%. So as we have discussed during the subscribe button also, so while coming to the next one, I actually don't want a color, but I have to give the same color for the next frame also, but you just have to adjust the opacity. So I'll just give you an example. For example, while I'm in the home page, I want this button to be red in color and I want it to be written as home, right? Now this is basically for our profile page. So here what I'll do is here also for the button I'll just give the same color, but the opacity will be 0%. Okay, but so as you can see it's still there, but the opacity is 0%. Likewise here I want it to be profile. Just change this first. Yeah. Profile. Here we gave green color. So here we'll give, but here also we'll give the same color. In the rest of the frames also we'll be giving the same green color. What was this color? Just a second, 3900. Yeah. So you have to give the exact color, but the opacity will be 0%. So you have to do likewise in everything. So I will just quickly do it because it will take a lot of time. So I'll just quickly do it and come back to you. So once that's done, we can now give the animations. So let's go to prototype. So when I want the profile section, it must go to this. It's smart animate, ease in and ease out. From here also we'll go to the second frame. So all the profiles while clicked should go to the second frame. Now all the home, for example, while clicked, should go to the first frame. So follow this pattern and draw flows for each of the icons. I hope you understood. Like for example, the search button, like whichever search button they press, they have to go to the third frame. So you can draw the flow from each of the frames to the third frame. Settings will go to the fourth frame. So basically, while hovering, we want these shapes to expand. So what you can do is, like the home will come from the left. So we can actually go to design. Yeah. So we can actually, move the shape toward the left. Because the home while playing will, this particular circle will come from the left side. So we are giving it to the left. Similarly the rest, for example, this settings will come from the right, so you can give it to the right side. So basically what you have to do is you have to align all these shapes. Like for example, the shapes enclosed by the home icon, you have to shift it towards the left, and the shapes enclosed by the rest of the icons, you have to shift it towards the right. So now let's see the result. Yes. This is pretty cool. As you saw, the home is coming from the left, settings is going to the right. So this is why we adjusted the shapes at the end. So yeah, you have seen some cool instances where micro animations are used. Now, before we wind up, I have a quick question for you guys. What is the primary purpose of using micro interactions in Figma when designing user interfaces? Option A, you have to add complex animations for visual appeal. Option B, to guide users through tasks by providing feedback. Option C, to enhance the layout structure of the design. And option D, to reduce the number of screens in a design. So you can give your answers in the comment section and we'll be checking your answers and addressing any queries. So I hope you liked our tutorial.
Introduction to Color Theory. Color theory is the cornerstone of effective UI design, influencing how users perceive and interact with digital interfaces. It encompasses the study of color relationships, harmonies, contrasts, and psychological effects. At its core is the color wheel, a visual representation of the primary, secondary, and tertiary colors and their relationships. Understanding the color wheel is vital for creating harmonious color schemes that resonate with users. Color harmony refers to the pleasing combination of colors in a design, achieved through various schemes such as complementary, analogous, and triadic. These schemes play a crucial role in establishing visual coherence and conveying the intended message or mood of the interface. Contrast, another key aspect of color theory, affects readability and accessibility. High contrast between elements enhances clarity, while low contrast offers subtlety and sophistication. Moreover, colors have psychological effects, evoking emotions and associations in users. For instance, red may convey energy or urgency, while blue might evoke calmness or trust. By leveraging the psychological impact of colors, designers can create interfaces that resonate with users on an emotional level. In summary, mastering color theory empowers UI designers to create visually appealing and user-friendly interfaces that effectively communicate with and engage their audience. It serves as a powerful tool for crafting experiences that leave a lasting impression and drive user satisfaction. Understanding the color wheel. The color wheel is a fundamental tool in color theory, providing a visual representation of the relationships between colors. It consists of three primary colors, red, blue, and yellow, which cannot be created by mixing other colors. Secondary colors, such as orange, green, and purple, are formed by mixing equal parts of two primary colors. Tertiary colors are further combinations of primary and secondary colors. The arrangement of colors on the wheel is circular, illustrating their relationships and helping designers create harmonious color schemes. One common scheme is complementary colors, which are positioned opposite each other on the wheel and create strong visual contrast when used together. Analogous colors sit adjacent to each other on the wheel and often produce harmonious and cohesive designs. Triadic colors are evenly spaced around the wheel and offer a balanced yet vibrant color palette. Understanding the color wheel enables designers to make informed choices about color combinations, ensuring visual balance and impact in their designs. By leveraging the relationships between colors, designers can create interfaces that are visually appealing and effectively communicate with users. Whether designing for websites, mobile apps, or other digital platforms, the color wheel serves as a valuable tool for achieving design excellence. Color harmony in UI design. Color harmony is essential in UI design as it ensures that the combination of colors used in an interface is visually pleasing and coherent. There are several harmony schemes that designers can employ to achieve this goal. 1. Complementary harmony. Complementary colors are located opposite each other on the color wheel, creating strong visual contrast. Example, a UI using blue and orange accents. These colors enhance each other when used together, creating a vibrant and dynamic look. 2. Analogous harmony. Analogous colors are adjacent to each other on the color wheel and share similar hues. Example, a UI featuring shades of green, green, and yellow. These colors create a harmonious and cohesive appearance, making the interface feel unified. 3. Triadic harmony. Triadic colors are evenly spaced around the color wheel, forming a triangle. Example, a UI incorporating red, yellow, and blue elements. This harmony scheme offers a balanced yet vibrant color palette, creating visual interest without overwhelming the user. 4. Split complementary harmony. Similar to complementary harmony, but instead of using the exact opposite color, it utilizes two adjacent colors to the complementary color. Example, a UI using red with yellow-green and blue-green. This scheme maintains the contrast of complementary colors while offering a more subtle and balanced look. 5. Tetradic harmony involves the use of two pairs of complementary colors, creating a rectangular shape on the color wheel. Example, a UI combining red and green with blue and orange accents. This harmony scheme provides a wide range of color options while maintaining balance and contrast. By applying these harmony schemes effectively, UI designers can create interfaces that are visually appealing, engaging, and easy to navigate. Each scheme offers its own unique advantages, allowing designers to tailor the color palette to suit the specific needs and objectives of the interface. Importance of color contrast. Color contrast plays a crucial role in UI design, impacting readability, accessibility, and overall user experience. Contrast refers to the difference in brightness, hue, or saturation between elements in a design. High contrast enhances readability by making text and other UI elements stand out sharply against their backgrounds. It also improves accessibility for users with visual impairments, as it ensures sufficient differentiation between foreground and background elements. For example, using black text on a white background provides high contrast and optimal readability for most users. Conversely, low contrast can hinder readability and accessibility, as it may cause text and other elements to blend into the background. This can strain the eyes and make it difficult for users, especially those with visual impairments, to perceive and interact with the interface effectively. For instance, light gray text on a white background or dark blue text on a black background may result in low contrast, making it challenging for users to read. Here are examples of high and low contrast designs. High contrast. Black text on a white background. White text on a black background. Brightly colored elements against a neutral background. Low contrast. Light gray text on a white background. Dark blue text on a black background. Pale yellow text on a light green background. By prioritizing high contrast in UI design, designers can improve readability and accessibility, ensuring that users can easily perceive and engage with the content. Additionally, maintaining appropriate levels of contrast enhances the visual hierarchy of the interface, guiding users' attention to key elements and facilitating smooth navigation. Psychological effects of color. Colors have profound psychological effects on individuals, influencing emotions, perceptions, and behaviors. Understanding these effects is crucial in UI design, as colors can evoke specific feelings and associations, shaping the overall user experience. Here are some common psychological effects of colors. 1. Red. Associated with energy, passion, and urgency. Often used to evoke excitement or draw attention to important elements. Can also signify danger or warnings. 2. Blue. Symbolizes calmness, trust, and stability. Frequently used to create a sense of security and professionalism. Can evoke feelings of tranquility and relaxation. 3. Yellow. Represents optimism, happiness, and warmth. Often used to convey positivity and cheerfulness. Can stimulate mental activity and enhance creativity. 4. Green. symbolizes nature, growth, and harmony, associated with health, freshness, and environmental awareness, often used to promote relaxation and balance. 5. Purple signifies luxury, creativity, and spirituality, evokes a sense of sophistication and mystery, can convey royalty and extravagance. 6. Orange represents enthusiasm, warmth, and vitality, often used to create a sense of excitement and energy, can stimulate appetite and draw attention. 7. Black symbolizes elegance, power, and formality, often used to convey sophistication and authority, can also evoke feelings of mystery or seriousness. 8. White represents purity, simplicity, and cleanliness, creates a sense of spaciousness and openness, often used as a background color to enhance clarity and contrast.
Have you noticed the growing demand for the skilled UI UX designers? You know, friends, that companies everywhere are looking for experts who can create designs that are easy to use and keep users happy. As a UI UX designer, you are at the center of making digital experiences that people love, whether it's a smooth app, a user-friendly website, or a product that just works. Welcome back to our channel today, because we are going to help you get ready for UI UX interviews. We are going to cover the top 15 questions that employers are asking right now. These questions are designed to test your skills and how to solve problems and how well you understand what makes a great user experience. So we are going to cover these things. We are also going to walk you through the detailed answers, give you real-world examples, and explain why these answers work. By the end of this video, you will feel more confident and ready to stand out in your interview and land that job in UI UX design. So guys, here is our first question. That is, explain what UX design is. So guys, UX design or user experience design is about creating products that provide meaningful and relevant experiences to users. This involves the design of the entire process of acquiring and integrating the product, including aspects of branding, design, usability, and function. The goal of UX design is basically to enhance the user satisfaction by improving the usability, accessibility, and pleasure provided in the interaction between the user and the product. Now let's move on to the second question. That is, what is the difference between UX and UI design? So guys, the difference is that user experience or UX focuses on the overall feel of the product, ensuring it's user-friendly, intuitive, and meets the user's need. UI or user interface design, on the other hand, focuses on the look and layout of the product, including buttons, icons, spacing, typography, and colors. While UX is concerned with the product's overall functionality and flow, UI is about how the product surfaces look and interact with the users. Let's move on to our third question. The third question is, what made you choose a career in UX design? So guys, you have to answer something like this. I chose a career in UX design because I have a passion for solving problems and improving how people interact with products. My background in psychology gave me insights into human behavior, and I wanted to apply this knowledge to design digital experiences that are both intuitive and enjoyable. The blend of creativity, empathy, and technical skills in UX design is what drew me into this field. Now, let us ask the next question. So, sometimes an interview can also ask you that what are the skills which is essentially required for UX designer, and tell about those skills and tell about that do you have those skills or not. So it's a very basic question and could be asked for freshers. So you have to answer something like this, that essential skills for UX designers include user researching, wireframing, prototyping, and usability testing. Additionally, strong communication skills are also very important for collaborating with stakeholders and developers. A good understanding of information architecture and interaction design is also crucial. Okay, so you have to answer something like this. Basically, this is very rare that some interviewer is going to ask this, but if someone asks you, like, what do you think about this job role? What skills this job role requires? Can you tell or elaborate? Then you can answer something like this. Basically, it's just asked to freshers. So guys, the next question is, what are the responsibilities of UX professional? So guys, the main responsibilities of a UX professional includes conducting user research, creating user personas, and designing wireframes and prototypes. They also perform usability testing, gather feedback, and iterate on designs. Additionally, UX professionals collaborate on UI designers, developers, and product managers to ensure that the final product aligns with both user needs and business goals. Now let us move on to our next question. Those are the intermediate level questions. So someone can ask you something like this, that how do you complete the research process before creating a UX design? So guys, the research process typically begins with understanding the business goals and user needs. So say like I start by conducting stakeholder interviews, user surveys, and competitor analysis. Then I gather qualitative and quantitative data through user interviews, surveys, and analytics tools. Based on this data, I create user personas and journey maps, which guide the design process. This comprehensive research ensures the design is user-centered and aligns with the business objectives. I hope so. You would have got a brief idea like how you can answer this question. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, what's your top UX skill and its impact? So guys, you can say something like this. My strongest UX skill is user research, and I'm able to gather and analyze data effectively, which allows me to deeply understand user needs and pain points. The skill has been instrumental in my ability to design solutions that truly resonate with users. For instance, in a recent project, my research led to a redesign that significantly improved user satisfaction and reduced drop-off rates by 20%. Now let us move on to our next question. Which skills do you need to refine as a UX designer? So you can say something like this, while I'm confident in my research and prototyping skills, I believe there's always room to refine my visual design skills, especially in terms of mastering the latest UI design tools like Figma and Adobe XD. Additionally, I'm working on improving my data analysis and skills to better interpret user analytics and integrate those insights into design processes. So guys, you can say something like this for this question. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, name 2 important trends in UX design. So you can answer something like this. 2 important trends in UX design are increasing emphasis on accessibility and rise of voice user interfaces. Accessibility is becoming priority as designers strive to create inclusive experiences for all users, including those with disabilities. Voice interfaces are also gaining popularity, driven by the growth of smart speakers and voice assistants, which require a different approach to designing user interaction. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, do you have to go to inspirational resources to help your design processes? So you can say something like this. Yes, I regularly turn to design communities like Dribble and Behance for inspiration. I also read UX blogs such as Nelson's Norman's Group's articles and Smashing Magazine to stay updated on best practices and emerging trends. Additionally, I follow thought leaders like Don Norman and Jared Spool, whose insights help shape my approach to user-centered design. Now let us move on to our advanced level interview question. So, your interviewer can ask something like this. So, tell me about a time that a project was more complicated than its first seemed. So you can say something like this. I once worked on a project to redesign a travel booking platform, which seemed straightforward initially. However, as I dug deeper, I discovered that the platform had a wider range of user personas with very different needs. This complexity required more segmented approach to user research and design. We had to create multiple user flows and test various prototypes with different user groups to ensure final design met everyone's need. The project took longer than anticipated, but the result was more personalized and effective platform. So you can describe a project something like this that turned out to be the complex, but how you tackled it. It also shows your problem solving skills. So guys, please be ready with this question because this is the most frequently asked question in the interviews. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, what is the biggest challenge in your UX career? So you can answer something like this. The biggest challenge that I faced was leading the redesign of legacy enterprise software that had a large established user base resistant to change. The challenge was to modernize the interface while maintaining the familiarity that long-time users depended on. I approached this by conducting extensive user research to understand what elements were most crucial to users. So we implemented the redesign in phases, providing training and support to ease the transition. The project was successful, with users eventually adopting the new design and providing positive feedback. So guys, this was one of the experience which I have shared, but you have to share your own experience, okay? But a template would be something like this. So guys, I hope so. You would have got a brief idea regarding this. Now, let us move on to our next question. So our next question is, which method would you use to enhance our product's UX? You can answer something like this. To enhance your product's UX, I would begin by conducting a comprehensive usability audit to identify any pain points in the current design. This would involve usability testing with real users, analyzing user feedback, and reviewing analytics data. Based on the findings, I would prioritize areas for improvement and develop design solutions that address these issues. Additionally, I would suggest implementing an iterative testing processes to continuously refine the design based on user feedback and performance metrics. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, what's your most significant success in your career as a UX designer? So you can answer something like this. My most significant success was leading a project that resulted in a 30% increase in user engagement for financial service app. The original design was confusing to users, leading to high abandonment rates. After conducting thorough user research, we identified key pain points and redesigned the app user flow. We implemented the changes gradually, incorporating user feedback at every stage. The final design was very well received, resulting in significantly higher user engagement and satisfaction. So guys, you can use certain template like this, but it should be your own success if you have experience. So these questions basically are for those candidates who have 1 or 3 years of work experience, so they can share their work experience to the given client or to the interviewee. Now, let us move on to our final question. So our final question is, what do you hope to achieve in your UX design career in 5 years? So guys, this is a very important question because when you're going for an interview, your interviewer will definitely try to know your vision in your given career. So you can answer something like this. In 5 years, I aim to be in a leadership role where I can mentor and guide a team of UX designers. I also hope to have a strong portfolio of successful projects that have made a significant impact on user experience and business outcomes. Additionally, I want to continue refining my skills, particularly in areas like service design and UX strategy, to contribute to more holistic and user-centric product development. So guys, this is a template where you can use also to define your vision, or if you have a better template like which you have thought about your, because this is a very personal question, so you can answer something like this, but this is a very basic template which I have given you.
So I've tested over 1000 Figma plugins, and yes, you heard that right, 1000. And honestly, most of them didn't really add much to my workflow or were just plain confusing. But then I stumbled upon these amazing 10 Figma plugins that actually work and make your life so much easier. Today I'm going to break them down category-wise and show you exactly why these plugins are a total game changer. Whether you want to speed up your design process, add killer visuals, or even turn your designs into real websites, I have got you covered. So let's jump right in. So the first category is design conversion and code magic. So number 1 Figma plugin is HTML to design. Imagine grabbing any website on the internet and turning it into a fully editable Figma file in seconds. No more screenshots or painstaking manual rebuilds. This plugin is a massive time saver for competitive analysis or getting inspiration directly into your workspace. So our first plugin is HTML to design. So first you just need to head over to Figma from here and then you can just select design. Now after you select design, you can just head over to the top left, the main menu section from here, and you can select plugin. And then I have already used HTML to design plugin from here, but then you can actually go to manage plugins from here and search for HTML. Okay, you'll get this HTML to design plugin here, right? So just click on that. So this will actually import your website to the Figma, and let's suppose you can just import any website, whatever you want to import. So let's suppose I want to import Netflix. So I'll just write here netflix.com, and you can actually change the aspect ratio, the viewports, theme and languages from here. So let's suppose I want the viewport to be maybe on a mobile phone, which I'll just select this one. And you also have this language option, which is obviously English. Okay, so after I select it from here, I'll just click on import. So it's actually importing our website to our Figma plugin. So now as you can see, our website's interface is ready here. It's the whole Netflix user interface, which you can see from here. And now the amazing part is you can actually edit whatever elements you want to. If you want to add some containers here or add any component, change the layout or whatever you want to have any changes as per as your needs, you can do that. So you can actually have this auto layout option also. You can you can just select any frame, whatever frame you want to have an edit. So after selecting any frame, you can just change the flow, the layout. and you have all these options from here, so it's really amazing. You also get this layout guide option where you have the grid aspect ratio, whatever you want to keep it, and the effects option as well if you want any drop shadow or any colors you want to fill or any strokes you want to add. So let's suppose I want to add the stroke option, so you can actually change the color and just modify your changes as per as your needs. At number 2, we have bold. Here's a secret weapon. Bold lets you do the reverse. Take your Figma designs and turn them into working websites and apps without writing a single line of code. Just add .new to your Figma URL and boom, responsive live sites based on your designs. Seriously, if you want to wow your clients, check this out. Now next I'll be showing you Bolt here. So just head over to bolt.new, and it's not actually a plugin but it works as magic. I'll show you how you can do it. So you can actually import it from Figma. So you'll just have to select this option. What you can do is you can actually paste the Figma URL here. So let's suppose this is the interface which I want to import it to Bolt. So you'll just have to select to any frame, not the page but the frame URL. So after I've selected the frame URL, just copy paste the link from here. And then you can head over to Bolt and just paste the Figma URL. And then you can just select on import Figma frame into Bolt. So it will actually connect the API of Figma and the Bolt. So now it will actually generate the code for you, the whole website's URL which you had provided, plus with the interface. So now as you can see, it has imported our Figma frame into Bolt. It will take quite a few seconds now. So it's basically installing all the dependencies to start our application, and our preview will actually appear here. So here is our code which you can see. Now this is the readme.md and this is the Tailwind configuration. You can get all your code here in the React. This is our HTML file. Here you have all the components, the UI, batch, input, scroll, all the components, you'll get it from here. Now if you want to have any changes in the code, you can actually edit it here as well if you want to make any changes in your styles, buttons, icons or anything. So now as you can see, it has actually imported our content here, the interface, and it looks exactly the same as a content, the frame which I had copied the paste, exactly the same. You can also go to this go to main content from here. So this was our actual user interface which I had copied the frame URL. You can see, and it looks exactly the same, right? See, it's exactly the same. Now the coolest part here is you can actually edit anything which you want, and here you can actually give the AI whatever changes you want to make. So let's suppose I made it change this to up to $50 off. Okay, and I'm just entering here. So it's actually updating the component section from here. It might take a bit of time. So now that you can see the changes is visible right here in front of you. Now this works exactly the reverse of HTML to design plugin, and this is one of my favorite plugins I've ever used. Second category is image and visual enhancers. So number 3 plugin is Icons 8 Background Remover. No access to fancy AI tools? No problem. This plugin removes background from your images quickly and cleanly, all inside Figma. So now let me show you how to use Icons 8 Background Remover. So let's suppose I have this image here selected, and so I'll just go to the main menu from here and I'll just select plugins, and here I have this Icons 8 Background Remover to remove our background. So it's loading our plugin. So now you can see it has actually removed the background from here, and this is a really must-go plugin if you're looking to enhance the quality of your picture or just to remove your background. At number 4, we have beautiful shadows. Now shadows adds depth and life to flat designs. This plugin gives you smooth, realistic shadows that instantly add polish without hours of tweaking. Now let me show you how beautiful shadows work. So again, you just select your plugin, manage plugin, and we'll just search for beautiful. So we've got this plugin from here. So it's basically you'll have to just rotate this icon from here to apply the shadow effects, which you can see from here. How am I applying it? So from here you have got this effect option. So let's suppose I want to make an inner shadow. So from here you can just apply the changes. So you can see the inner shadow coming, how it looks like. So now I've selected this frame from here, this component, and I'm just moving this. You can see the shadow appearing, right? So now you can just change the color from here. So let's suppose I want to keep it red. I'll just select apply. So the shadow has appeared again. So this is how you can add beautiful shadows using this plugin. At number 5, we have Pixels. Need free high quality images? Pixel pulls millions of photos from photographers worldwide, all free for personal and commercial use. Finding the perfect image has never been easier. So to use Pixels, just go to Plugins, Manage Plugins from here and search for Pixels. You'll get this first link, just double click on that. And now you can just you can just adjust this pixelated, how you want your image to be pixelated from here. So let's suppose I want to keep it 44, so it appears to be like this. Let's suppose I want to keep it this much. So this is how your image will become pixelated. So you can pick out the color, the quality, whatever you want, however you want your picture to be. And see, this is the pixelated image from here. So this is how you can use the Pixel plugin. Third category is color and gradients. Number 6 Figma plugin is Mesh Gradient. This plugin takes gradients beyond simple fades. Create complex 2D mesh gradients that add sophistication and depth to your backgrounds and UI elements. Now I'll show you how to use a mesh gradient. So it's the same again, you just need to go to this title menu bar from here, manage plugins, and search for this mesh gradient. So from here, as you can see, this is the color we have generated. You can change the mesh, whatever color you want, however you want to create your mesh gradient to be. So let's suppose you can just add more effects from here. So this is how you use a mesh gradient. And after your this gradient, you can customize it accordingly, whatever you want. And then you can just select on generate. So now you can see our mesh gradient is ready from here. And if you want, you can also animate it and also you can add some text, whatever you want to add. Now this plugin is really cool because it would take you for maybe hours to generate this mesh gradient. But then using this plugin, it's like within seconds you can create this mesh. At number 7, we have got Tailwind CSS Color Generator. Struggling with color palettes? This tool generates entire color scales from one hex code. Plus creates color styles and variables automatically. Perfect if you use Tailwind CSS. Now to use Tailwind CSS Color Generator, just search for Tailwind. You can see from here Tailwind CSS Color Generator. Just double click on this plugin. And then you can just select your color palette from here. You have this hex code ready for you where you can use it in your image if you want to use this palette. And see, we have got various palettes for our images and you have a variety of styles. Now you can actually create a color guide from here and then you can just select on create styles from here. So as you can see, these are the color palettes ready with the hex code numbers as well. So you can copy the number from here and you can use it to create images and use as that fillers. Now this plugin is also one of my favorite amazing plugin. And you get a variety of color palettes from here, so it's good. Fourth category is workflow and UX tools. Now number 8 plugin is Autoflow. Mapping user flows, Autoflow connects screens and frames automatically, turning complex ideas into reality. Now to use Autoflow, just go and search for Autoflow from this plugin and just tap on the first plugin which you get. Now, once your layout is ready for you to present it in front of the developers about the structure of your website and the interfaces which you're adding. So from here, you can add any arrows and any shape flow which you want to direct it so that it would be easy for you to understand. For the developers to understand. So we've got a lot of options. Let's suppose it's this arrow, right? So just click on the frame, whatever you want to connect it with the other one. Just press the frame wherever you want to connect it with and the other frame. So you can see, you can just press it and this arrow will be coming here. You just have to press the shift key and you can see the arrow right here. So like this, you can actually prepare a flow of your interface. You can also add the text you want to. So again, here I've added this flow. I mean, the chart from here, you can actually connect it with the starting and the ending points. So let's suppose I want to connect it with this one. And you can also add the text here if you want to insert it. So this is how Autoflow works. Number 9 Figma plugin is vectorized bitmap. Turn any raster image into a crisp, scalable vector with transparency and multiple colors intact. Perfect for logos and icons, no more pixelation. Now to use vectorized bitmap, again just head over to this main menu and just go to plugins. Just search for vectorized bitmap. So you get this tool for converting raster image to vector images. So basically it will trace your image and it will convert your bitmap image to your vector images. So I'll just click on run. So now you can see it has converted our this vector bitmap image to vector images. You can just spot the difference from here. And you can also add colors. We have this color where you can just increase. Maybe I can make it up to 50. And you can just have a look on the effect and the changes. And you can also reduce the noise if you want to. So you get a plenty of option to use this plugin from here. You can also add your customization accordingly. You can add the fill libraries, the exposure contrast from here. So this is how you use this plugin, where you can just convert your bitmap images or any icon images to this vector icon and vectorize it. At number 10, we've got Stark. Accessibility matters. Stark is your toolkit to check color contrast, stimulate vision impairments, and make sure your designs are inclusive. Now at last, I'll show you how to use Stark. So it's just the same. Just go to manage plugins from here. Search for Stark. You have this contrast and accessibility checker where you can fix color contrast and typography issues. So you can see what is written here, where you can create and test accessible software in record time. So we'll just run and see where this tool will help you to combine and streamline your accessibility workflow. So here you can see in this plugin, you've got this option of testing tools of contrast, typography, touch targets, vision stimulator, all text focus, so many things you've got. So you can just select any frame. Let's suppose I want to enhance the typography. So now we'll just, I think you just have to get this account fixed for using this particular testing tool. So I'll just click on auto scan and fix. So it's actually scanning the page and you can see from here the violations are 0 and you can upgrade to premium or you can just view the plans. And these are the potential. There is no focus order annotated for the frame and these are the test cases and it's passed. The color passes A standards and all of that. So you can actually change the color standards as well. So this is how I use the auto scan and fix. So in the similar way, if you want to use more vision stimulator or monitoring or anything, you have this thing right here. So I'll just show you how to use. Maybe if I want to use blurred or maybe yellowing, so I'll just click on that and click on generate. So you can just select or any layer. Let's suppose I select this and I'll just click on generate. So you can see it has created this yellowing of this particular page, the layer which I used it. In the similar way, let's suppose if you want this ghosting thing or a lot of loss of contracts, bright light, you can again click on generate. And here we have it. So it will give you a lot of options to enhance the contrast and accessibility, to check how you can use different tools to create more stunning visual images and formats. You also have this touch targets from here. So you would need a premium version for this. So here you get a lot of option to actually use annotation tools to create more enhanced layers of your design, whatever you have created. A bonus plugin here is Mockup Studio. If you want to impress clients with stunning mockups directly in Figma, Mockup Studio got you covered with tons of templates and customization options. Now I'll show you how to use a Mockup Studio. So again, you have to just go to here, plugins, manage plugin, and search for Mockup Studio. So here you have it, Mockup Studios, where you can create mockup generators with. This is how you can just choose a frame and you can just create mockup studios. So I'll just click on run. So obviously in the free version, you'll get some limited access, but then if you have the premium version, you'll get a lot of layouts and the features to use. So let's suppose we have this image here and these are the different mockup styles for that images. You can see from here the different styles. So this is how you can create mockup images. You can also customize your mockup image from here. So if you click on customize, you have this background thing where whatever background you want to keep it. So let's suppose I want to keep it black or yellowish. So black looks good to me. You have this gradient option where you can insert these gradients. So you can keep it this, or you can just increase the texture. So see, you have a lot of options, right? So this is actually a bonus tool which will help you to actually impress your client. So by creating the mock-up images of the product or whatever the interface you're creating, and it has a lot of options to make your interface look more appealing and enhancing the quality by creating multiple images. Of course, these designs are inclusive, and I would genuinely suggest you to use this plugin, Mockup Studio. That's just a quick information, guys. If you're looking to build a career in design, check this out. Simplilearn has teamed up with IIIT Bangalore to bring you an advanced certification in UI UX design, and it's powered by generative AI tools. You'll work on 55 plus projects and case studies, get live mentor support, and learn 21 design tools like Figma, Maze, and User. Plus, you'll also build stunning design portfolio to showcase on Behance or Dribble. So whether you're switching careers or upskilling, this 5-month online program is perfect for you to make you job ready. So hurry up and enroll now and find the course link in the description box below. So there you have it, guys, 10 Figma plugins that I actually use and recommend. From design to code magic to color mastery and workflow efficiency, these tools cover all the essentials. Try them out and tell me which one is your favorite. And that's a wrap on our UI UX full course, guys. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.
Staying ahead in your career requires continuous learning and upskilling. Whether you're a student aiming to learn today's top skills or a working professional looking to advance your career, we've got you covered. Explore our impressive catalog of certification programs in cutting-edge domains, including data science, cloud computing, cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, or digital marketing. Designed in collaboration with leading universities and top corporations, and delivered by industry experts, choose any of our programs and set yourself on the path to career success. Click the link in the description to know more.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.